The red light had been the end of everything. A violent, suffocating wash of crimson that swallowed the platform, the cultists, and the very air I breathed. When I woke up, the familiar, grating sound of my sister Kyriel's morning antics was waiting for me. I've never been so happy to be annoyed. I spent the first hour in a cold sweat, mapping the contours of my own soul. Primordials are not puzzles you solve twice. They are absolute endings. I was searching for cracks, for the lingering poison of a being that eats reality for breakfast. Finding nothing, I let the relief wash over me, though the memory of those children on the platform, that was a stain that wouldn't wash off. I'd seen death before. It's the currency of this loop, but this was different. I knew their faces. I knew their names. And Nachka, that wasn't just a casualty. That was a failure. A train compartment, clattering rhythmically toward a horizon that didn't matter. Zach was across from me, his usual manic energy replaced by the heavy, contemplative silence of a man who'd seen the abyss blink first. We weren't just passengers. We were scavengers, picking through the wreckage of a failed assault to find the one piece of information that would finally break the cycle. I didn't hold back. I poured it all out. The robes, the inner circle, the sickening truth of the ritual. The cultists weren't religious zealots trying to end the world. They were greedy, deluded idiots who thought they could leash a god and play with its flesh like clay. They wanted youth. They wanted power. They wanted to rewrite their own miserable biology with the tools of an eldritch horror. They thought they could enslave Panicseth. It was almost funny. If I could map their minds in minutes, I shuddered to think what an ancient, reality-warping entity of flesh would do to their fragile, fleshy psyches. They were building a cage for a hurricane and expecting it to serve them tea. We turned our sights to Eldamar, the royal treasury. It was a suicide mission for any sane person, but we were two time travelers with nothing but a ticking clock and a list of dead men to avenge. As we scouted the palace, the sheer weight of the wards was staggering. The building itself was paranoid, practically screaming at anyone who dared to look too closely. Zach, in his own chaotic way, warned me away from the traps he'd triggered in a dozen previous lives. It was like kicking over an anthill with a nuclear bomb. We were going to draw the eyes of every power broker in the kingdom, from the royals to the high-ranking cultists embedded in the heart of the Mage Guild. I looked at Zach, watching him lean back, a ghost of a smirk on his face. We were about to stir up a hornet's nest that would make the invasion look like a tea party. And for the first time in a long time, the prospect didn't just feel like a duty. It felt like a war. We were going to burn their house down, brick by brick, restart by restart, until there was nothing left but us and the truth. If the royals wanted to guard their treasures so desperately, they were about to learn that in a world where time can be undone, nothing is truly secure. The Boranova Manor was a monument to old, decaying pride, protected by wards that hummed with the arrogance of a dying noble line. Zach and I didn't come to talk. We came to wreck the place. We tore through the front wall like a wildfire, leaving the guards bewildered, terrified, and utterly powerless against a pair of mages who knew exactly where the heart of their defense was beating. One golden sphere of focused energy was all it took to turn their impenetrable fortress into a drafty, vulnerable house. Finding the kid, Vayers, turned out to be a bust, but the interrogation of his guardian, Andril, was a treasure trove of sordid dysfunction. It turned out that House Boranova wasn't just a political wreck, it was a psychological slaughterhouse. They'd force-ignited a child's bloodline with a half-baked, desperate ritual, turning him into a volatile furnace of rage and instability. The kid was a ticking bomb with no one to hold the fuse. We left Andril in a field, shivering and confused, and moved on. The world was full of broken things, but we didn't have the time to fix them all. The following days became a blur of high-stakes banditry. We weren't just saving the world, we were raiding it. We cleared out demon cults, purged ancient nests of jewel wasps, and outsmarted minor necromancers in their crumbling towers. It was glorious, exhausting work. I was learning the hidden language of magic, strip mining every item and scroll we found to feed my own growing expertise. We were becoming ghosts in the machine of the city, stealing secrets while the authorities tripped over themselves trying to catch the shadows we left behind. Then, the final push. We forced Svim and Olenek to look at the truth, laying out the impossible reality of the loop until they couldn't look away. The look on Olenek's face when he realized the fate of those children. That was the moment the war became real. It wasn't about cycles or strategies anymore. It was about stopping a slaughter. We hunted the inner circle with a cold, systematic precision. We didn't just break their homes. We dismantled their lives. Every robe we stole, every secret we dragged into the light, turned the city into a pressure cooker. Scandals erupted, royal investigators descended, and the officials of Cyoria began to sweat. We were the chaos they couldn't predict, the storm they couldn't board up. Finally, we reached the threshold, the Black Room, the place where time itself stretches, thin and pliable. We sealed the door, locking ourselves into a tiny, airless sanctuary that would gift us an extra month of stolen time. As I sat in the dim light, surrounded by crates of supplies, books, and the blood-red robes of the men who thought they could enslave a god, I realized the irony. We were hiding in a tomb to buy ourselves the life of the city. Zach was bouncing off the walls, giddy with the novelty of it all. I just looked at the pile of work ahead of us. Months of research, training, and cold, calculated preparation, and felt a heavy, grim calm settle over my bones. We had the time now. We had the tools. And for the first time, we had the momentum. The game was no longer about survival. It was about absolute, unavoidable victory. And the countdown had just begun. We were living in the subterranean equivalent of a shoebox, an airless cell that had become the graveyard of our patience. Time didn't flow here. It stagnated, thick and heavy like cooling lead. We were buried beneath the city, trapped in the Black Room. And for the last 10 days, the only thing keeping us from tearing each other's throats out was the crushing weight of our own ambition. I was floating a sphere of water, trying to force it into a perfect, impossible geometry, when a chunk of crystallized mana smashed through my concentration like a bullet. The water spasmed, the system collapsed, and my mental thread snapped. I glared across the cramped space at Zach. He was lounging, tossing another piece of mana at me with the bored, lazy grace of someone who didn't understand the nuance of control. He caught the rock I threw back at him without even looking. It was annoying. It was infuriating. It was everything I hated about his effortless, maddening talent. We weren't just reading books. We were dissecting the anatomy of forbidden knowledge. We had piles of stolen cultist texts, blood-stained grimoires from the Iranian vaults, and the kind of illegal, soul-rotting expertise that would have gotten us executed by any half-decent inquisitor. I was waist-deep in the mechanics of blood magic. It was the kind of dark, visceral art that made your skin crawl if you thought about it too long. Zach didn't get it. He looked at the texts and saw only the stench of death. I saw the utility. I saw the cold, hard logic of life force as an investment. You pay in agony, you gain in power. It was a trade-off that only mattered if you weren't terrified of the cost. When I explained how blood magic could anchor permanent, reality-bending enhancements into the very marrow of a mage, a strange, hungry light entered the conversation. The price was always a sacrifice, a permanent dent in your own mana reserves. But the potential? It was the difference between being a flickering candle and a forest fire. Zach watched me. His expression caught somewhere between concern and disgust. He couldn't shake the memory of those children on the platform. And honestly, neither could I. I wasn't planning on becoming a monster, but I was fast becoming an architect of my own evolution. If I had to bleed for an edge, I would. If I had to rewrite the limitations of my own humanity to survive the coming storm, I wouldn't hesitate. He was still playing with his mana shards, juggling them with that casual, godlike dexterity. He was a bottomless well of power, a walking anomaly, while I was a clockwork mechanism trying to overclock itself just to keep pace. I went back to my shaping exercises, my mind churning through complex formulas that would make a scholar weep. Zach called it brainwashing by our master Svim. I called it survival. Every drop of mana saved, every millisecond of efficiency gained, was another layer of armor against the end of the world. He didn't have to work for his strength. He was born a landslide. I was just the pebbles, trying to stack myself into a mountain. And as the silence of the room swallowed us again, I knew one thing for certain. By the time this cycle finally broke, I would be something far more dangerous than what I was today, or I would be nothing at all. The Black Room had been our sanctuary and our prison. 30 days of stagnant air and soul-crushing routine had turned us into ghosts rattling around a cage. But it was finally over. I stepped out into the forest and breathed in air that didn't taste like ancient, recycled dust. Zach, the overdramatic idiot, was busy hugging a tree like he'd found a long-lost relative, which was about as endearing as it was pathetic, until a colony of ants decided his face was their new property. I laughed until my sides ached, dodging his frantic attempts to share the infestation. We were hunting something specific now, the simulacrum spell. It was a holy grail of magical art, a tool that could theoretically turn me into an army of one, but only if we didn't die getting it. Our target was a pirate ship operated by a trio of necromancer brothers in the southern seas. They were the kind of people who thought that staffing a vessel with mindless, unpaid skeletons was a brilliant management strategy. It was efficient, sure, but it lacked a certain humanity. The ship was a nightmare of rotting wood and stale magic. I spent the better part of the boarding action fighting a relentless, clattering horde of bone bags while Zach and Olenek handled the real muscle. It was tedious, messy work. I ended up telekinetically folding the entire skeleton crew into a singular, agonizing ball of calcium and tossing them into the ocean like yesterday's trash. When I finally reached the inner sanctum, the fight was already over. Zach was holding a black scroll case with the kind of smug satisfaction that usually meant he'd broken something important. He didn't bother with finesse. He hit the case with a pulse of raw magic, shattering the ancient traps into jagged shrapnel. It worked, but it was like performing surgery with a sledgehammer. Inside lay the scroll. Olenek vetted it with a practiced, cynical eye. It was legitimate, a genuine masterwork of deceptive magic. But as he explained the true cost of the spell, the excitement in my gut cooled into a sharp, cold realization. A simulacrum isn't just a puppet. It is a reflection. It is you, stripped of your anchor, operating on a shared pool of resources that you pay for with every breath it takes. It has no soul, yet it thinks, it acts, and if you leave it off the leash for too long, it begins to drift. It starts to want things. It starts to remember things that aren't yours. The thought of an autonomous, mind-magic-wielding version of myself running around with its own agenda was enough to make my blood run cold. It wasn't just a tool. It was a potential usurpation. I realized then that I wasn't just learning a new spell. I was creating a potential rival who knew every secret I had, every weakness I harbored, and every fear I buried deep. We had the power now, but as I looked at the scroll, I realized the real challenge wouldn't be casting it. It would be keeping my own reflection from deciding that the original was finally expendable. The Black Room ordeal was over, but our life of crime had only just hit its stride. We spent the final days of the loop like a pair of high-stakes ghosts, carving our way through cultist dens and loot-heavy ruins. It was chaos, it was messy, and it was addicting. We eventually learned that our only mistake in the Black Room wasn't the theft, but the paperwork. The Kingdom had an entire department dedicated to reading boring, triplicate reports on how you used their magical facilities. If we had just submitted a fake document about our progress, we would have been invisible. Instead, we triggered an administrative alert that rippled out like a stone in a pond, turning the palace guards into a bloodhound pack that wouldn't quit. Then came the palace. We breached the Eldamar Royal Palace with all the subtlety of a collapsing mountain, blasting our way in to hunt for a piece of a legendary key hidden in the treasury. We didn't get it, but we did manage to turn the entire kingdom against us. For 3 days, we were the most famous faces in the newspapers, though the bounty posters were hilarious caricatures that looked nothing like us. Between our stolen cultist robes and a few well-placed anti-divination wards, we were effectively untraceable. But they didn't need our names. They just needed to track the 2 lunatics who dared to break into the throne room. It was a game of cat and mouse. If the cat was a fleet of elite battle mages on giant crowned eagles, and the mouse was constantly teleporting away from lightning bolts. I was mid-sarcastic retort when the sky tore open. Artillery flares bloomed like poisonous flowers over the hills. The invasion had begun. The city of Zorian turned into a slaughterhouse in seconds, but we had a strategy. We led our pursuers straight into the thick of the chaos, watching with a dark, detached amusement as their regal, high-minded palace guards were suddenly forced to trade blows with a literal army of monsters. The eagles were fast, but they weren't fast enough to outrun a panicked, defensive swarm of iron-beaked birds, and they certainly weren't prepared to stumble into the path of a legendary necromancer lich. When the smoke cleared, our pursuers had finally realized that chasing us was a losing battle compared to staying alive. We didn't help. We didn't intervene. We just climbed to the roof of the Academy's highest spire and watched the horizon burn. The city was a pyre of red light and screaming metal, and in the shadow of that carnage, I looked at Zach and felt a surge of pure, academic curiosity. Everyone was busy dying, which meant the security at the Academy was non-existent. We didn't save the world that night. We broke into the restricted section of the library. We spent the final hours of existence sifting through forbidden grimoires, ignoring the thunder of the siege outside while we quietly cataloged spells that were never meant for our eyes. It was the ultimate irony. While the world ended in fire, we were chasing knowledge in a quiet, dusty corner, stealing secrets from a dying civilization. When the restart hit, the world blinked out of existence. My last thought wasn't of the invasion or the failure of the loop. It was a lingering annoyance that I hadn't finished the chapter one was reading, and a promise to myself that next time, I'd bring a better light. The wilderness of the north was silent, the kind of silence that usually preceded a massacre. In a nondescript gully, a cave sat like a jagged, rotting tooth in the landscape. It was peaceful there, only because everything that could breathe or bleed had already been hunted into extinction by the monstrosity within. I hovered on a wooden platform, a construct of geometry and stolen ambition. Looking down at the cave, I felt a familiar, cold dread clawing at my throat. The problem with being a copy, a simulacrum born of ego and arcane math, was that you inherited the original's memories, including the ones where he decided you were the perfect bait for a murder spider. It is a peculiar existential crisis, knowing you were designed to be shredded. My original was somewhere safe, likely watching through a telepathic link with the clinical detachment of a scientist observing a lab rat. We shared a mind, a soul, and a desperate, clawing instinct to survive. I sent a pulse of readiness through the relay, my heart hammering against ribs that weren't really there. The command came back in a single, icy syllable, go. The platform dropped. Gravity did its best to tear the air from my lungs. The ground rushed up, but I didn't care about the impact. I cared about the abyss of the cave. The Grey Hunter Mother erupted from the dark like a nightmare made of chitin and hate. I hit the ground and activated the haste spell, a reckless waste of mana that earned me a psychic scowl from my progenitor. The world fractured into slow motion. I saw every bristle on her legs, the wet, alien gloss of her fangs, and the soulless hunger in her eyes. I tried to snare her, to force her into the web of traps I'd meticulously prepared. She didn't even acknowledge me. She didn't care about the lure. She didn't care about the traps. She treated me like a pebble in her path, a minor inconvenience to be stepped over on her way to the main event. Watching that apex predator ignore me to hunt the original was a cocktail of relief and profound irritation. I wasn't just a copy. I was a failed insurance policy. I chased them into the thick of the forest. The ensuing battle was a symphony of destruction. Zach and the original were working in a frantic, desperate dance against a creature that moved faster than logic allowed. They threw everything at it, golems, fire, force, gravity, and the beast batted it aside like it was playing with toys. Then, the mood shifted. Frustration boiled over. Zach unleashed a firestorm that turned the woods into an oven. The spider's shriek tore through the air, a high-pitched, discordant sound of pure agony. Its eggs, the goal we had so desperately wanted to preserve, vanished in a flash of incandescent ash. That was the turning point. The beast went berserk. It dropped all pretense of caution, trading its own health for the chance to tear us apart. It was a chaotic, beautiful, and terrifying descent into slaughter. We responded with a brutal, coordinated strike, a freezing spell to lock its joints, a shredding force to strip its armor, and a wave of exploding golems that finally brought the Colossus down. It lay dead, a broken monument to the violence of the world. We had lost the eggs. We had bled mana and patience. But as the original approached the carcass, his disappointment was tempered by the utility of the prize. It wasn't the victory we wanted, but in this game of endless, repeating cycles, a corpse was currency. We would take it, we would alchemize its essence, and we would grow stronger for the next time the world tried to kill us. And next time, I promised myself, I wouldn't be the one ending up as bait. The Grey Hunter corpse was a morbid trophy, a hulking mass of death that we had successfully bled of its secrets. Turning it into mana perception potions was a nightmare of trial, error, and hunting down the right alchemist to perform the dark alchemy. By the end, I had learned enough to know that while I was still a novice, the potential for personal transformation was too intoxicating to ignore. My simulacrum appeared at the edge of the clearing, dissolving into a wisp of vapor before he even reached us. He had done his job. He had been the bait, the expendable shadow, and he had confirmed what we suspected. The beast wasn't just a monster, it was a student of traps. Silverlake, in her infinite, spiteful wisdom, had tried to hunt it before us, only to teach it exactly how to avoid being killed. We had been fighting a creature that had been trained in the art of survival by a master of cruelty. The irony was not lost on me. My own copy had deduced the truth before I did. I suppose that is the danger of splitting one's mind. You inevitably create a rival who sees the angles you've grown too arrogant to notice. Days later, the tension was different. We were in an open field, far from the prying eyes of the city. A stone table, conjured from the earth like a jagged tooth, held 6 vials of liquid glass. Around it, a collection of faces looked back at me, some full of childlike wonder, others heavy with the cynicism of adulthood. I gave them the standard warnings, but the thrill was infectious. One by one, they drank. The field erupted in the frantic, uncoordinated thrashing of newly birthed falcons. It was a chaotic symphony of flapping wings and clumsy gravity checks. Watching them struggle to inhabit bodies that weren't theirs was a harsh reminder of why transformation magic was a niche art. Humans are wired for their own skin. The moment you rip that away, you are drowning in a sea of sensory input that makes no sense. I spent hours acting as their psychic anchor, puppeteering their wings and showing them how to catch the wind, a mental strain that left me drained but oddly satisfied. When the sun began to dip, the field emptied, leaving me in the quiet company of a half-finished drawing. Art, I found, is just another form of mapping. I spent hours sketching, a mindless pursuit that acted as a balm for a brain that was constantly calculating probabilities. Kyrielle, ever the eagle-eyed intruder, caught me in the act. Her teasing was relentless, weaving a story about a mysterious girl that I didn't have the heart to dismantle. I let her spin her fantasies, amused by how easy it was to hide in plain sight when everyone assumes you are just a teenager with a secret crush. The real work, however, was waiting for me in a sterile, silent room. I sat before a metal sphere, invisible to the eye, locked behind a fortress of layered wards. It was a puzzle designed to kill me if I slipped. My fingers danced over air, feeling the hum of magical resonance as I dismantled the traps one by one. I didn't need tools. I was the tool. My senses, sharpened by the Grey Hunter concoctions and a small fortune spent on tutors, felt the weave of the world in real time. When the red crystal finally clicked free, the master wardbreaker watching me beamed like a proud mentor. He compared me to my brother, a stinging praise that I swallowed with a smile. I didn't need his validation, but I needed his contacts, his secrets, and his letter of recommendation to the forge masters who built the toys of the gods. I walked out into the cooling air of the park. Zack was there, sitting on a bench, scattering breadcrumbs for pigeons with the casual boredom of a retiree. He looked up, his eyes bright with that familiar, terrifying restlessness. The cycle was ticking away, and we had a fresh list of leads in my pocket. The world was burning in its own quiet, steady way, and we were the only ones who knew exactly when the flame would reset. Zach sat on the park bench, methodically feeding bread to a swarm of pigeons that were far too comfortable with human presence. It was a stark contrast to my home, where such creatures would have been dinner within the hour. He had just finished a reconnaissance sweep of the city's combat instructors, and the verdict was a blunt, cynical dismissal. They were amateurs. I didn't question his judgment. Zach had spent decades in this loop chasing the razor's edge of lethal perfection. If he called them weak, they were weak. The conversation shifted to my own magical development, a topic that left a bitter taste in my mouth. I had been trying to learn from the city's elite, but they were hoarding their secrets like dragons on piles of gold. They only taught the dangerous stuff to formal apprentices, people they had vetted for years, not strangers passing through town. I'd been stubborn, hoping for a clean, honest path to knowledge, but the walls were too high. I had dabbled in mind-probing the desperate or the criminal, but it felt like a descent into something darker than just a moral gray area. If I started stripping minds for shortcuts, at what point did I stop being a student and start becoming the monster we were fighting? I left that thought hanging in the air, choosing to walk instead. We moved on to the next item on my list, hiring golem makers and spellcrafters. It was a roundabout way of stealing, really. I'd hire them to design a blueprint, take the work, and then in the next restart, hand that refined progress to a different expert. I was effectively crowdsourcing genius through the sheer brutality of time loop repetition. My inner cynic piped up, calling it just another form of theft, but I silenced it. It wasn't the same. It was simply efficiency. Meanwhile, one of my simulacrums was suffering through a fate worse than death: boredom in a classroom. The original had sent him to attend academy lectures to test how well his disguise held up against people who actually knew me. It was an exercise in futility. Nobody suspected a thing, which was a testament to how forgettable I was or how good the copy was at mimicry. He even stumbled into a fake friendship with a classmate, Nialu, dropping breadcrumbs of future knowledge just to see if she would bite. It was a harmless, petty little subversion that I didn't have the heart to report to the original. We eventually found ourselves huddled in a Quinjari black room, the air thick with the smell of ozone and isolation. Zach was spiraling. He was still furious about his failed soul training, an attempt that had triggered a violent, reality-resetting defense mechanism in his soul marker. I had done the math. My marker was broken, defective in a way that let me cheat the system, but Zach's was a lock that screamed at any attempt to pick it. Whoever built this loop had designed it to be impenetrable, a cage for a rat that was expected to stay in its place. Even Red Robe had to dance on the edge of that trigger, using sloppy, non-structured mind magic to bypass a security system designed to catch master-level sorcery. Zach was finally running out of steam, his ranting dissolving into a hollow, defeated silence. He felt like we were accomplishing nothing. The cultists weren't the right targets, Vayers was a ghost, and the key pieces were scattered across the literal corners of the earth: the desert, the jungle, and a distant city across the sea. He looked at me, his eyes tired, convinced that our hunt was doomed by the sheer geography of the world. He thought we were trapped in an impossible geography, miles from the salvation we needed. I watched him, feeling the weight of the restart pressing down on us like a physical burden. He was right about the distance. He was right about the obstacles. But he was forgetting one thing. I didn't have a map. I had a plan. 7,000 kilometers. That is the distance between here and Koth, a number so absurd it feels less like a journey and more like a geography-based punchline. If I had to cross that on foot, I would probably need a fresh pair of boots every Tuesday and a therapist on speed dial. The traditional options? A ship, which leaves you at the mercy of every man-eating sea creature with an appetite for human cargo. Or the public teleport network, a bureaucratic nightmare of schedules and border security that moves at the speed of a tired snail in quicksand. Zach once tried to blaze through that network on a whim, and it took him nearly a month. I'm not a patient man, and frankly, I am not fond of waiting around for permission to exist. I need speed. I need to be in two places at once. And that is where the magic gets interesting. My simulacrums are not just glorified puppets. They are me, minus the crippling existential dread. If I create one, send it halfway across the continent to maintain a trail of telepathic relays, I can effectively be present without sacrificing my own skin. I get to keep my access to the local black rooms, and the copy gets to be the world traveler. It is perfect, except for the lingering, annoying thought that one day my copy might decide it is tired of being the errand boy and try to pull a coup. But let us not dwell on that. It would only make the paperwork harder. The real prize, however, is not a ship or a map. It is the Bakura Gates, hidden, ancient, and blissfully unsupervised. If I can crack the secret to making those relics hum with life again, I stop worrying about distance entirely. That is what brought us to the silent doorway adepts. Imagine a group of spiders who are so paranoid they make a fortress out of their own nervousness. Our representative, Refuge and Void, was twitching so hard I thought she was trying to learn a new dance. She was surrounded by guards, clearly expecting us to decide that today was the day we turned into marauders. I brought Zack along, largely to act as the grim, silent, and imposing wall of magical power he does so well. It worked mostly. They were polite, but they were also stonewalled, claiming their precious gate was just a dusty antique with no kick. They thought we were wasting their time. They thought they were holding all the cards. So I played my ace. I didn't offer gold. I didn't offer artifacts. I told them exactly what would happen in the next few days. I gave them a list of impending traps, doomed shipments, and lost opportunities. I told them the future because I had already lived it. The silence that followed was delicious. You could practically hear the gears grinding inside their heads as they realized I wasn't bluffing. It is one thing to be threatened with a spell. It is quite another to be told exactly how your Tuesday is going to go wrong, down to the last detail. They sent us away, but the door is cracked open. They are rattled. And that is exactly where I wanted them. Zack looked at me, questioning my ethics about handing out forbidden knowledge like candy. It is a fair point, but honor is a luxury, and in this world, I have to be selective about who I pay back. We are playing a long game, and I have nothing but time to make sure the pieces land exactly where I need them. If the spiders don't cave, I have other plans. There is a gate buried beneath Cyoria, an imitation born of the invasion, but maybe, just maybe, it holds the blueprint to everything we need. Zack raised an eyebrow, that familiar look of skepticism warring with the realization that I might actually pull this off. I didn't smile. I just looked at the horizon. The road to Koth is long, but I have already walked it a dozen times in my head. And this time, I am not just going to travel. I am going to shortcut the reality of the world itself. Provided, of course, the universe doesn't decide to crash on me first. The silence in the room wasn't just quiet. It was the kind of heavy, suffocating stillness that makes you want to crawl out of your own skin. 7,000 kilometers. That is the distance between here and Koth. It is a number so absurd it feels less like a journey and more like a cruel joke written in ink. If I had to walk that, I would need a fresh pair of boots every Tuesday and a therapist on speed dial just to keep the existential dread from turning me into a puddle of nerves. The standard ways to travel are death traps. Ships leave you at the mercy of every sea creature with a taste for human cargo. The public teleport network? A bureaucratic nightmare of red tape and border security that moves at the speed of a tired snail through quicksand. I have no patience for waiting on permission to exist. I need to be everywhere at once. I need to be a ghost in the machine. My simulacrums are not just puppets. They are me, minus the crushing weight of having to deal with the world face to face. I send them out to be my eyes and ears, building relays across the continent. It is perfect, except for the lingering, annoying fear that one day, a copy might decide it is tired of being the errand boy and decide to carve out its own destiny. We do not talk about that. It makes the paperwork too complicated. The real prize is the Bakura Gates. Hidden, ancient, blissfully unsupervised. If I can make those relics hum again, distance becomes a suggestion rather than a law. To crack them, we courted the silent doorway adepts. Imagine a group of spiders so paranoid they built a fortress out of their own anxiety. Our contact, Refuge and Void, was twitching so hard I expected her to vibrate out of existence. They thought we were raiders. They thought they held all the cards. They were wrong. I did not offer gold or artifacts. I handed them a list of their own failures. I told them exactly which shipments would vanish, which traps would fail, and which opportunities would turn into dust. I told them the future because I had already lived it. The silence that followed was delicious. You could practically hear the gears in their minds grinding to a halt as they realized I was not bluffing. They sent us away, but the door is cracked. They are rattled, and that is exactly where I wanted them. Zach watched me, his expression a cocktail of skepticism and awe. He thinks honor is a luxury. I think it is a liability. We are playing a game where the board changes every time we blink. But even the grandest plans have their snags. Back at the academy, my simulacrum decided to take some liberties. Apparently, my copies have been playing socialite behind my back, leaving me with a date with a Koja. The very idea made me want to short-circuit the room with a lightning bolt. I found myself in a quiet, overly refined tea house, the kind of place that smells like awkward silences and budding romance. A Koja sat across from me, looking fragile in her muted, conservative clothes. She was vibrating with nerves. She wanted advice on independence, on how to navigate a world that treats people like us as disposable assets. She thinks the academy is just a money pit, a machine that thrives on the tuition of the mediocre. She is not wrong. We sat there, the tea turning cold, two people who barely knew how to be people, trying to find a footing in a world that wants to chew us up. I gave her the advice she needed. Focus your magic, pick a path, get good enough that they cannot ignore you. I offered my help, though I kept my true reach hidden. I am many things, but a show-off is rarely one of them. When I teased her about the date, she flushed, that specific shade of pink that makes even the most guarded people look human. She likes me. It is a complication I am not sure I have the bandwidth for. But my mind is already elsewhere. I have a simulacrum to break in and a 7,000-kilometer gap to bridge in under a week. The world is a puzzle, and I am running out of patience for the pieces that refuse to fit. If the spiders do not cave, I have alternatives. There is a gate buried under Cyoria, a broken thing, a failed experiment, but perhaps the blueprint to everything we need is hidden in its decay. The road ahead is long, and the universe is a volatile thing. It only takes one slip, one missed beat in the rhythm of the loop, for everything to go dark. But I have walked this path 1,000 times in my head. I am not just traveling. I am going to force reality to bend. And if the universe tries to stop me, well, I've already seen how it ends. Relationships are a logistical error I simply cannot afford. I am a man living 100 lives, trapped in a rotating cage of time, and the idea of adding a romantic partner to the mix is like trying to balance a house of cards during an earthquake. I was blunt. I told her the truth. I am a machine of efficiency, and she is a person looking for something I do not have the capacity to give. Surprisingly, she did not explode. She was level-headed, almost painfully so, and the conversation ended in a way that left me feeling more uneasy than if she had screamed. We are apparently going to meet again. A neutral location. A professional exchange of information. It is a terrifying, soft human trap. My simulacrums have been playing a dangerous game. They were supposed to be tools, silent, efficient, obedient. Instead, they have been weaving a social web I never asked for, befriending classmates and engineering dates. It is a mutiny of the personality. I find myself wondering if I should be more concerned about their autonomy, but frankly, I am too exhausted to care. Far from the tea house, my second copy is having a significantly worse time. He is currently trekking through the Shurvan archipelago, a place where every island seems to have its own language, and where the locals look at him like an alien specimen. He is trying to bribe his way across the continent, but his funds are finite, and the cost of teleportation is skyrocketing. He is learning the hard way that when you move outside the familiar borders of your own world, the map changes, and your wallet becomes the least of your problems. He is tired. He is broke. He is dealing with dialects so thick they might as well be a different dimension. And every time he looks at the horizon, he realizes Koth is still miles, and cultural chasms away. He thinks he has it rough. He should be grateful he isn't sitting in an academy lecture hall, watching the clock tick down his life in agonizing silence. I would take the uncertainty of a foreign coast over that drudgery any day. Still, the original, the copy, and the mess of a life I am building are starting to feel dangerously disconnected. I am spreading myself across the globe, across social circles, across time itself. I am everywhere. Yet I am increasingly unsure where exactly I end and the copies begin. The date was a success, I suppose, if you measure success by the fact that I didn't ruin everything. But the look in her eyes, the way she looks at me, as if I am a mystery to be solved, is a haunting reminder of the life I am not allowed to live. I have to be careful. If I start caring about the people in this loop, the loop will inevitably demand a price I am not ready to pay. My simulacrum is grumbling about the prices in a distant port, and I am sitting here, staring at the tea residue in my cup, waiting for the next tremor. The world is stretching thin. I am stretched thin. And somewhere out there, deep in the mountains and the deserts, the secret to the gates is waiting for me to arrive and tear it from the stone. The question is, when I finally reach the end of this map, will I even recognize the person who arrived? Deep in the jagged, desolate mountains north of the city, there exists a valley that the earth forgot. It is a scar on the landscape, a basin of razor-sharp stone and broken geometry where nothing green dares to grow. You look down from the precipice and you feel a primal wrongness in the air, the kind of stillness that suggests the very ground under your boots is holding its breath. Zach stood beside me, his usual impatience flickering like a nervous pulse. He wanted to know why we were here, why I was chasing myths in a rock pile. I couldn't blame him. Explaining that I was hunting for a primordial to potentially set loose upon the world sounds less like a plan and more like a fever dream of a pyromaniac. But I had run the numbers. Panic-Seth is a problem trapped in the heart of the city, under a spotlight of scrutiny. I needed a primordial in the middle of nowhere, somewhere we could test the boundaries of this time loop without bringing reality crashing down on our heads. Space is a funny thing, even in a prison. When a primordial moves, the world trembles. If I could cage one in a stack of pocket dimensions, a box within a box within a box, perhaps I could trick the loop into thinking it was still contained, all while using the distortion of its presence to punch a hole out of this nightmare. It is a desperate, insane gamble, and it requires expertise I do not possess. That led us to Silver Lake. The witch, the hermit, the woman whose hut refuses to be found even by people who can see the magical currents of the world. She is the only one capable of building a prison as complex as the one I imagine, and dealing with her is like stepping into a lion's den with a pocketful of raw meat. We descended into the valley, but the earth did not want us there. It was a jagged hellscape, knives of stone hidden beneath shifting dust. We moved slowly, our mana reserves hovering over the edge of exhaustion, until I decided to take a gamble. I popped a potion derived from the senses of a gray hunter, a creature that navigates the world not just with eyes, but with the very vibrations of the earth. Suddenly, the world exploded into color. Every step I took sent a pulse, a ripple of awareness that mapped the labyrinth in three-dimensional clarity. I could feel the instability of the rocks, the hidden hollows, the shifting weight of the ground. It was an alien, frantic kind of omniscience. It was beautiful. Then they arrived. 6 earth elementals emerged from the rock itself, blooming out of the cliffside like a tumor. They were a nightmare of architecture. Boulders with limbs, obsidian centipedes, and 2 humanoid giants bearing metal blades that clearly hadn't been forged by stone spirits. The 4-faced leader was a creature of singular focus. One word: forbidden. I didn't argue. I didn't reach for my weapon. I pulled out a box and unveiled the prize: Dragonheart stones. They glowed with an inner, violent light that seemed to soothe the rage of the elementals instantly. They are a universal currency for those who dwell in the deep places of the world. The path opened. We were led into a hollow mountain, an interior that defied expectation. It looked like a living room. Chairs, shelves, stolen trophies of human folly arranged with a disturbing, alien sense of order. And then I saw him, the Elder, Stonechild. I expected a monolith. I expected a titan that would dwarf the mountain. Instead, I saw a 10-year-old boy. He was hauntingly realistic, his skin the color of northern earth, his posture polite and unassuming. But his eyes, they were polished obsidian, dead black voids that looked like they had been bored into a face that didn't know how to feel. He smiled, a gesture that didn't reach those dark, soulless sockets. He offered us water with a nervous, practiced grace that was somehow more terrifying than if he had tried to rip our heads off. In this land of spirits, the most dangerous thing you can find is not the monster that screams. It is the one that learns how to speak like you, sit like you, and smile like you. Because that means it has been watching, and it has been learning exactly how to break you. The valley was a jagged, broken tooth of a place, a scar on the landscape where the earth looked like it had been shredded by a giant's claws. We stood before the elder, stone child. He looked like a 10-year-old boy, innocent, small, and entirely wrong. His skin was the color of dust, and his eyes were voids of polished black stone, soulless and ancient. He was a nightmare wrapped in a child's skin. We offered him the Dragonheart stones, glowing, pulsating things that were worth more than most kingdoms, and he took them with a casual indifference that chilled me. He knew exactly what we were here for. He didn't want the gold. He wanted to see if we were worth the trouble. When we mentioned the primordials, the air in the room shifted. He didn't just refuse. He flinched. He spoke of the ancient blood as if it were a contagion, a sickness that would consume anyone foolish enough to touch its cage. He warned us that to these entities, we are not even insects. We are less. We are noise to be ignored, or silence to be crushed. He didn't know where they were buried, but he knew who might. He smiled a thin, hungry movement of the lips and named his price. Everything has a cost, especially knowledge. We moved on, deep into the suffocating, web-choked tunnels of the Urania colony, the silent doorway adepts. After weeks of negotiation, of trading mana and blood debts, they finally relented. They would let us see the gate. The chamber was freezing, smelling of ancient dust and ozone. There it sat, the Bakura Gate, a black icosahedron floating in a cradle of stone, an artifact that didn't just exist. It commanded space to bow. It looked like a silent, starving god waiting to be fed. I reached out, my mind sense screaming. The Urania claimed it had a spirit, but my senses detected nothing but a hollow, black silence. They explained that its soul was shrouded, a locked room with no key. It was a machine that required a ghost, a spellcaster that needed a consciousness to command the void. And they were going to wake it up. The ritual was a mess of repetitive, desperate magic. 15 spiders moving in loops, chanting, casting, and failing. It wasn't a symphony. It was a rhythmic, obsessive tapping on a door that didn't want to open. Zack leaned in, his voice a low rasp, watching them annoy the machine into existence. I realized then that they were throwing everything they had at a door that had been locked since the dawn of time, hoping that if they knocked enough times, the universe would get tired of the sound and let them in. They weren't masters of the gate. They were just the most persistent pests in history. The air began to shimmer. The mana crystals they had scattered around the platform started to hiss, venting light and energy into the icosahedron. The stone walls of the chamber groaned. I looked at Zack, then back at the gate. It was beginning to hum, a deep, subsonic frequency that rattled the teeth in my skull. The silence of the gate was breaking. And if these things were really the keys to the fabric of reality, then whatever was on the other side was about to stop being silent and start looking for a way out. The Urania were not masters of the gate. They were just the most persistent pests in history, casting and failing, until the universe grew tired of their noise and cracked the door open. 40 minutes. That was the price of admission to a dimensional tear that smelled of ozone and ancient static. When we stepped through in a cough, the world didn't just change, it assaulted us. The heat hit like a physical blow, heavy and wet, and the air was a chaotic symphony of birds that sounded like dying men and insects the size of dinner plates. My simulacrum had been here for weeks, and looking at the carnage in the undergrowth, I understood why he was so grumpy. Nature here didn't just exist. It competed, violently and constantly. But the real complication wasn't the snakes that swam through the air or the disease-carrying flies. It was my brother, Daimen. He was here. Somewhere in this emerald hell, my own flesh and blood was hunting for whatever treasure drew people to these godforsaken jungles. Zack, ever the agent of chaos, thought bringing him into our circle was a stroke of genius. I thought it was a recipe for a migraine that would last until the loop reset. I don't need a brother. I need a miracle. But if he has the contacts, the language, and the local leverage, my ego will just have to take a back seat to our survival. Back in Cyoria, the real work was about to begin. We had dismantled the Abasin defense with surgical and admittedly overwhelming brutality. Hook goblins as a distraction, steel golems for the punch, and enough sleeping gas to knock out a small army. When the dust settled and the Abasins were unconscious, we didn't just have a base. We had a laboratory. 5 minutes after the smoke cleared, Olenik and Svim arrived, leading a caravan of the kingdom's finest minds. Artificers, dimensional experts, scholars, the best of the best, all walking into the chamber with the wide-eyed hunger of people who had just been handed the secret to reality. Svim stood before them, his posture rigid with professional pride, and told them that the kids in charge were the ones they needed to impress. It was a bizarre inversion of the natural order. We were the masters of this loop, the ones who had lived and died 1,000 times, and now we were essentially running a crash course for the brightest minds in Eldamar. We had only a few hours before the restart wiped the slate clean. No pressure, just the combined weight of history, magic, and the survival of the world resting on the ability of 100 experts to deconstruct a piece of alien technology that shouldn't exist. As they began their work, the air in the chamber hummed with a frantic, desperate energy. We were building a map to the exit, and every second felt like a heartbeat racing toward a cliff. The gate was open, the experts were ready, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, we weren't just running from the loop. We were trying to break it. 6 years. That is how long I've been trapped in this revolving door of a month. It feels like a lifetime. My worldview has been dismantled and rebuilt so many times I barely recognize the person I was when this started. And yet, there I was sitting across from Mother, playing the role of the dutiful son. We were talking about my older brother, Daimen. It is a strange irony. The one person I used to avoid like the plague is now the one person I need to find. My parents are planning a voyage to the southern reaches, to Koth, and for the first time in years I actually care where they are going. Mother was acting like a martyr, carrying the weight of a family crisis I did not yet understand. I had to prod, push, and eventually force the truth out of her with a sound-dampening ward. And the secret? It was almost hilariously mundane. Daimen is getting married. He is marrying a woman from a noble house in a land called Harameo. Her family commands magical bees, deadly, tracking, honey-producing nightmares. They are movers and shakers, and because of this my parents are panicking, not because the girl is bad, but because she is too important. She won't move to Altazia, which means their golden child is staying in the south. My parents are not flying across a continent to save their son from a terrible marriage. They're flying across a continent to save their retirement plan. I left the conversation with a name, Orisasiki Teramachula, a name that effectively gives me the keys to tracking my brother down. But I had no time to dwell on family drama. I had a meeting to attend. I walked into Svim's living room, a space that felt less like a home and more like a war room. Everyone was there. Zach, Svim, Olenik, Kale, and Taven. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and the static of impending chaos. We were drowning in documents, notes, and research collected from a dozen failed lifetimes. I didn't need to read them. I had written the majority of them. I watched the others as they pored over the data, their eyes darting back and forth, desperate to find the one thread that would untangle the mess of the time loop. They looked at those papers with the hope of someone staring at an oracle. To them, it was a mystery. To me, it was just laundry. I looked at Zach, who was hovering over a map of the dungeon, his expression uncharacteristically grim. We had the gate. We had the research. We had an army of experts ready to tear the world apart to understand the tech. The restart was coming. The clock was ticking, not in minutes or hours, but in the slow, agonizing crawl of the inevitable. Every time I looked at these people, these brilliant, doomed, hopeful people, I felt the weight of it. We were building a ladder out of the cage, one sheet of paper at a time. And if this plan failed, well, we would just wake up and do it all over again, until we didn't. But for now, the documents were silent, the tea was cold, and the end was just around the corner. I leaned back, watched the light catch the dust in the air, and waited for someone to finally see what I had known for months. We are not just studying the cage. We are looking for the structural weakness where we can punch the first hole. And I think we just found it. The gate was an abasin construct, a masterpiece of cold, ruthless engineering. For weeks, we had treated these dimensional anchors like forbidden relics, but now, staring at the diagrams and the complex spell weaving, it was clear. This was just a frame, a shell. If you had the right materials and the formula, it wasn't a miracle. It was a blueprint. Zach looked at the schematics with the impatient hunger of a child wanting a toy. He wanted to copy it, build it, and bypass the entire war effort. But my perspective was bleaker. We were looking at a year of work, and even that was an optimistic timeline given our limited access to the site. The gate wasn't just a doorway. It was a high-frequency lock that only clicked open when the stars, or in our case, the Urania, aligned. We needed a window. 3 days. That was the magic number. Every few weeks, the butcher Quatakikl had a habit of retreating to his own lands to tend to his darker machinations. If we could hit the Abasin base at the precise moment he left, we wouldn't just have a raid. We would have 3 days of uninterrupted access to the heart of their network. It was the kind of gamble that could end the entire loop or leave us as stains on the dungeon floor. The plan was a mess of escalating insanity. We needed Iranian mercenaries. We needed to kidnap the mayor, Sudamir, a man who radiated the kind of self-satisfied evil that made you want to check your pulse just to ensure you were still human. Kidnapping him in broad daylight seemed easier than trying to assassinate a man who likely had wards etched into his very bones. I sat with Svim later, the air in his room heavy with the smell of old parchment. I handed him the list, the scroll of names I had once agonized over, the potential allies I had been terrified to approach. I was done playing the coward. I told him to go to them. I told him to offer them the world, to buy their secrets with money that essentially didn't exist, to leverage his status as an archmage to unlock doors that wouldn't open for a teenager. He looked at the bank check, saw the zeros, and offered a laugh that sounded like dry leaves skittering on pavement. It was the laugh of a man who realized the world was far smaller and far more corruptible than he had dared to imagine. Meanwhile, in the mundane hell of the academy, my simulacrum was keeping up appearances. It was a bizarre, quiet existence. He sat in lectures he didn't need, reading dictionaries of Zlotic languages to help our brother's trail in the south. Then came Nilu. She was a woman of secrets, marked by the blue tattoos of a house that commanded magical bees, a family that treated tracking and assassination like a casual hobby. She watched me reading, her curiosity a sharp hook. I realized then that she wasn't just a classmate. She was a bridge. If we were going to Zlotic, we would need a guide, a translator, and a way to navigate the political viper pit of her family. I offered her a smile, the kind that didn't quite reach my eyes, and asked for her help with a few translations. She leaned in, oblivious to the fact that she was becoming a pawn in a game she didn't know was being played. And somewhere, deep in the jungle, the pieces were finally starting to move into place. The loop was no longer a cage. It was a puzzle, and I was finally starting to see the edges. Tracking down Diamond in the steaming labyrinth of Koth turned out to be absurdly simple. All it took was a name from Mother, a little casual mind-reading of a high-ranking house member who didn't know anything, and a cross-country trek with Zach in tow. We found ourselves standing before the imposing Terramachula estate, a place practically vibrating with the hum of exotic magic. The guards were stubborn, insisting my brother wasn't inside, but Zach and I weren't leaving. We radiated the kind of quiet menace that usually makes sensible people reconsider their life choices. Eventually, a severe woman named Alana arrived to deal with the disturbance. She spoke perfect Icosian with a thick Kothian accent, her eyes assessing us coldly. I needed proof. I needed leverage. So I reached into my pack and produced a rolled-up painting I'd liberated from Damon's room back in Siren. It was spirited, a portrait of 3 scantily clad female students, a gift Damon always displayed with pride, much to Mother's horror. Alana unfurled it with theatrical slowness, studying the suggestive poses with a raised eyebrow before turning a surprisingly amused look on me. It was a masterstroke of diplomacy, You seem to have a similar sense of humor, she noted. 15 minutes later, she returned with Diamond. He hadn't changed. Still tall, handsome, and radiating the effortless confidence that used to make me want to strangle him. But I had changed. The moment I laid eyes on him, my newly honed senses screamed a revelation that hit me like a physical blow. Diamond was open. A psychic. Of course. The impossible charisma, the silver tongue, the innate ability to navigate any social minefield. It wasn't just skill. It was a raw, untrained talent he'd been coasting on his entire life. How had I never noticed? I desperately wanted to probe his mind, to see how deep his control went, but I held back. The situation was volatile enough. And if he was open, why hadn't he said a word to me or our parents? That was a betrayal I'd need to address later. Zorian, he stammered, clearly rattled. Is that really you? Who else? I shot back, putting on my best innocent face. I was in the neighborhood. Thought I'd drop by and say hi. He eyed me suspiciously. You're not here for mother and father, are you? You're not going to try and stop the wedding. Stop it? No, why would I? I'm happy for you, I said with a perfectly straight face. But dealing with mother? That's entirely on you, brother dearest. He growled, then turned on me for using the painting as proof. You're trying to get me in trouble, aren't you? All I know about being a good brother I learned from you, I said, flashing a sickly sweet smile that didn't reach my eyes. Alana, still holding the incriminating portrait, chimed in. You must have been very popular. I ignored her and launched into my favorite childhood memory. The time Diamond thought it was hilarious to lock me out of the house for hours. The look on his face when the police officer I'd accidentally summoned for burglary arrested me was pure gold. Mother's fury when she found out, at him of course, for being an irresponsible older brother, was the icing on the cake. He paid a price for that one, I concluded, my smile razor sharp. And you learned how to pick locks just to get back in, Diamond retorted, annoyance warring with grudging respect. Man, you were a weird kid. Zach, who'd been ominously silent until now, finally spoke. What happened? Diamond explained, and Alana nodded sagely. Then he invited us inside. Pretty irresponsible, traveling all this way alone, Alana muttered. Don't look at me. Diamond laughed nervously, suddenly looking terrified of the woman. Compared to what I did, this is nothing. She raised an eyebrow. He faltered, then snapped at us to get inside before he made things worse. I followed him, a silent adrenaline rush coursing through me. The game had just gotten infinitely more complicated. The reception at the Terramachilo estate was a performance of polished, hollow theater. They treated us like royalty, a sudden influx of smiles and introductions that felt about as genuine as a glass eye. Being the center of attention in a room full of people who didn't speak my language was a special kind of hell. I could have easily bridged that gap with a stray thought, a quick, casual peek into their minds, but this was a nest of bee controllers. They specialized in mental interference. Prying into their heads would be like trying to perform surgery in a thunderstorm. I was contemplating how to gracefully retreat when a probe slammed into my mind. It was crude, aggressive, and pathetic, the mental equivalent of a toddler throwing a rock. I tracked the signal to a teenage girl across the room, who was trying to look bored while practically vibrating with guilt. I didn't make a scene. I just sent a tiny, sharp jolt of psychic shock back at her. She reeled as if she'd been slapped, eyes wide, and scrambled for the exit. Consider that a lesson in boundaries. Then I met her. Orissa, the woman who had allegedly shackled my brother's heart. She was sharp, poised, and possessed a quiet intensity that was hard to pin down. Zach, ever the refined critic, leaned over and whispered that she was a 10. I told him he was being shallow. He told me he was being a man. We were both right, but I knew Diamond. He was vain, yes, but he was also a hunter. She had to be more than just a beautiful silhouette. Diamond eventually dragged us off to his private workshop, a cluttered nest of artifacts and maps that smelled of ozone and ancient dust. He warned us not to touch anything, threatening us with casual violence that I found strangely endearing. If he only knew how much I wanted him to try. He complained about his expedition. He was chasing a phantom, a location that refused to be pinned down. He looked exhausted, the kind of tired that settles deep in the marrow. He was taking a break, trying to find a fresh perspective, but he was suspicious of how we had traveled from Eldamar to the southern reaches so quickly. He didn't believe in gates. He didn't believe we were powerful enough to bend space. He thought it was a prank, a tall tale spun by a little brother he still saw as the kid he used to lock out of the house. I looked at Zach. The plan to tell him the truth about the loop, about the key, about the end of the world, it hung in the air like a blade. We needed him, not because he was the best mage, but because he was our blood, and we were running out of time. I opened my mouth to tell him that we were trapped in a cycle of infinite failure, that we had died more times than he could count, and that the world was essentially a house of cards waiting for the wind to blow. But before I could speak, Zach took the lead. He offered a demonstration. I saw the skepticism in Damon's eyes, the patronizing amusement of a man who thought he knew exactly what his little brother was capable of. He thought he was humoring a couple of kids. He had no idea that when I opened that door, he wouldn't just be looking at a portal to Eldamar. He'd be looking at the beginning of the end of his life as he knew it. Damon did not scream. He did not run. He just went terrifyingly, unnaturally still. The man who lived his life in a constant, easy swagger had suddenly become a statue, his eyes reflecting the sprawl of Cyoria with a cold, analytical intensity that was almost worse than panic. He started running diagnostics on his own reality, divination spells, privacy wards, remote sensors, methodical and precise. Only when he was satisfied that the world wasn't a trap did he follow us. We stood on a hill overlooking the city for half an hour. I was starting to wonder if we had somehow broken his psyche, leaving nothing behind but a beautiful, empty shell. Then, he turned. The look in his eyes wasn't the brotherly affection I'd grown up with. It was the guarded, lethal calculation of a man who realized his entire worldview was a lie. He didn't rant. He didn't throw a tantrum. He treated me like a potentially hostile entity who had snatched his brother's skin. It took time, patience, and enough illusions to fill a theater, but eventually, the wall broke. When I finally explained the loop, that we were trapped in a revolving door of time, that he had lived this month 1,000 times over and forgotten every single one, the color drained from his face. He began to pace, muttering to himself, trying to solve the problem of existence like it was just another puzzle box. Seeing Diamond, the golden child, so utterly shaken, was almost as unsettling as the loop itself. We brought him into the fold, introducing him to Svim and Olenek. They were the ones who finally cemented his belief. Something about their grim, practiced competence seemed to override his skepticism. Diamond looked at me then, not with anger, but with a wary, fragile curiosity. The dynamic had shifted. I wasn't just his little brother anymore. I was the keeper of a secret that made his life look like a footnote. While he processed the crushing weight of reality, I turned my attention back to the work. The cycle continued, but this time, the momentum was shifting. Kale and Svim were buried in mountains of research, and the Black Room was no longer a lonely place of study. We were building a coalition. Then, the breakthrough came. I burst into Zach's room, heart hammering against my ribs, only to find him engaged in a bizarre, polite conversation with an Arania. Frozen Thoughts, she was called, distinguished by a milky, sightless eye and a mind that didn't treat non-psychics like sentient cattle. I didn't care about the optics. I had done it. I had cracked the secret research facility in the ceiling of the Zorian web. It was a treasure trove of linguistic and magical cross-pollination, a bridge between human artifice and Iranian web-weaving. As I explained the potential for leverage, for trading secrets for power, the air in the room felt electric. Frozen Thoughts didn't even blink at my ruthlessness. She understood the game. She knew that in a world of predators, information was the only currency that actually mattered. Zach, ever the instigator, suggested we outsource the raiding. Let the Arania do the dirty work of gathering techniques while we focused on the bigger picture. I stood there, watching them, a human, a time traveler, and an 8-legged weaver of webs, hatching a plan that would make the gods themselves blush. I was supposed to be the moral center of this group, the one who worried about methods and ethics. But as I looked at the hall of knowledge I'd just liberated, I felt that particular, dangerous spark of potential. The loop was no longer a prison. It was a factory, and we had finally learned how to run it. The Terramachula estate was a masterpiece of pearly stone and geometric obsession, a sprawling labyrinth of white walls and statues of giant, armored bees. It was the kind of place that screamed wealth and whispered danger. But I wasn't there for the architecture. I was there because the universe was a closed room, and I was finally starting to pick the lock. My brother, Daimin, was walking beside me through the outer gardens. He was tense, his mind shuddered behind a mind-blank spell that made him feel like a black hole in the local psychic field. He was still processing the fact that his reality was a disposable iteration, a single loop in a chain that stretched back decades. I didn't blame him for the paranoia. I'd spent years mastering the art of the mental shadow, and I knew how terrifying it was to realize your brother could map your thoughts like a highway. The conversation started with the family. The Terramachula were hospitable enough in that chilly, noble way that suggests they're measuring you for a coffin. I confessed I actually liked them, which earned a rare, genuine moment of connection. Then the mask slipped. I reminded him that I didn't care about mother and father's expectations. I was a failure in their eyes long before I became a time traveler, and I had no intention of ever courting their approval again. Diamond looked at me then, really looked at me, and saw the jagged, resentful edges I usually kept buried. Then he pivoted. He began to praise me. It was jarring. A man like Diamond, who viewed the world as his personal stage, offering genuine respect? It felt like a trap, even if I knew it wasn't. He admitted the loop was real. He was ready to stop playing the game and start solving it. I laid it out for him. The Sovereign Gate. The key. The 5 imperial relics that acted as the skeleton keys to the cage we were trapped in. I described the legend, the lost expedition, the jungle that swallowed an emperor, and the orb that had vanished into the humid green silence of Koth. Diamond went still. Then he started to laugh. It wasn't a chuckle. It was a sharp, jagged sound that echoed off the white stone walls. The laugh of a man who had just realized the universe was playing a massive, cosmic joke on him. He clutched his side, eyes wide and manic, staring at me with a terrifying kind of clarity. It all comes back to this, he gasped, his voice tight with dark humor. I stood there, cold dread creeping up my spine. The orb, the very thing he had been obsessively hunting, the phantom project that had kept him trapped in this region for weeks, was the exact relic I needed to break reality. We weren't just brothers anymore. We were competitors in a race for the one thing that could end the world. Diamond, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Tell me you didn't just find it. History is a graveyard of imperial egos. Awantembi Kumbastir, an emperor desperate to be more than a footnote, marched into the Kothic jungles convinced his conquest would carve his name into eternity. Instead, he found a trap, a route, and a shallow grave in a green, suffocating hell. He vanished, dragging the fabled imperial orb into the shadows with him. Centuries later, I was the only one with a heartbeat who knew exactly where to look. I had the artifact detector, the ultimate cheat code, but Diamond had the connections and the team. It was a partnership born of mutual irritation. He was a treasure hunter whose reputation was currently rotting in the jungle heat, his team on the verge of mutiny. I was the secret heavy hitter who needed his logistical support. Diamond was not content with a quiet, efficient surgical strike. No, he wanted a spectacle. He told his entire team that I was a prodigy of arcane arts, a master mage who could move through space with a flick of my wrist. I stood there, surrounded by his disgruntled mercenaries, and decided if he wanted a show, he was going to get a performance that would haunt them. I brought 4 combat golems, hulking constructs of metal and spite that clanked ominously as they followed me into the estate. The look on Damon's face? Priceless. We stepped through the gate and into the Diherna. The locals called it the Green Hell, and the name was an understatement. The air was thick enough to chew, a humid, cloying soup of rot, alien pollen, and things that breathed in the dark. It felt like walking into the gut of a patient, slumbering beast. My new guides weren't impressed by the golems. They were veterans of 1,000 bad days in the bush. A grizzled ward breaker, his skin etched with the scars of a dozen broken spells, stood next to me, his eyes scanning the canopy with the focus of a predator. Stick to the center, he warned me, his voice barely audible over the screeching of unseen insects. "Some lessons in this jungle aren't taught with magic," he said. "They're taught with time and blood." I ignored him, my senses locked onto the faint, rhythmic pulse of the orb hidden somewhere in the suffocating emerald dark. The treasure hunt was officially on, but as I looked at the shadows shifting around us, I realized the jungle wasn't just hiding a relic. It was waiting for us to make a mistake. And in the green hell, mistakes don't just cost you your reputation. They cost you everything. The jungle was a lush, suffocating wall of green that didn't just hide threats. It actively conspired against our survival. I'd walked into the Diurna with the hubris of a man who thought himself a master of perception, only to have a vine try to drag me into a sinkhole within the first hour. It was a pathetic, humiliating reality check. My golems had to bail me out, a precision-timed display of mechanical violence that was the only thing standing between me and a very damp, very permanent vacation underground. The old ward mage, a man whose skin looked like weathered parchment, gave me a look that was equal parts pity and patience. "Stick to the center," he'd said. He was right. In the green hell, age and experience usually trumped raw magical firepower. The dangers here were subtle until they were lethal. Chameleon drakes, agile, invisible, and terrifyingly intelligent, stalked the periphery of our group like ghosts. They were barely a heartbeat away from sapience. For anyone else, they were a death sentence. For me, they were psychic beacons, their minds screaming in the void like fireworks in the dark. I guided the group around them with the casual ease of someone reading a map, much to the annoyance of our scouts, who were busy trying to play catch-up with their own clumsy, beautiful gadgets. Then came the moment that changed everything. Zack, drifting through the tree line, wondered aloud why we were still searching the foliage. The obvious answer hit us like a physical blow. The orb wouldn't be sitting in a canopy. It was underground. The earth itself was the only vault that hadn't been picked clean by time. While the group prepped a geomantic ritual to map the subterranean silence, I found myself cornered by Diamond and his fiancée, Orissa. The air between us was brittle, charged with the kind of tension that comes from half-truths and long-held grudges. Diamond had been holding on to a secret for a lifetime. He was an empath, a natural, while I had been left to drown in the psychic feedback of an entire city without a single lesson. The argument erupted instantly, a messy, chaotic collision of pent-up resentment and defensive laughter. Diamond had kept his power hidden, viewing his empathy as a tool to be locked away rather than a burden to be shared. He thought he was playing it smart. I thought he was a coward who had left his brother to rot in a sensory hell. Orissa defused the shouting match, her bees humming in a rhythmic, menacing chorus that reminded us both that we were guests in her home. In the aftermath, sitting in the shadows of the camp, the truth came out. Diamond hadn't ignored my suffering because he was malicious. He'd ignored it because he was terrified. He was a man who lived his life by maximizing his own influence, keeping his cards close to his chest. But as we looked at each other, the distance between the golden child and the scapegoat finally started to shrink. We weren't just brothers or rivals. We were two broken pieces of the same machine. But as the ritual began to pulse with a deep, earthy vibration, the search for the orb took precedence. We had managed to survive the jungle, the creatures, and each other. Now we had to see if the ground beneath us was willing to surrender its prize. Beneath the suffocating canopy of the Gothic jungle, the ground was a tangled web of secrets. My brother Diamond stood before a floating, three-dimensional map of the subterranean tunnels, poking at points that looked like they'd been chosen by a blindfolded child. Zack, with the cynical wisdom of someone who had spent decades leading doomed expeditions, muttered that Diamond was just performing for the troops. But as we tracked toward the first mark, the air in my head began to hum. It wasn't a whisper. It was a beacon. I found the orb. It was sitting in a cavern beneath a nest of chameleon drakes, a location we had already swept a dozen times with every scrying spell in the book. The group protested, their professional pride bruised by the thought that they'd been staring at the prize without seeing it. But the marker didn't lie. The orb was down there, likely shrouded in ancient, spiteful wards designed to blind the mundane eye. Diamond refused to let us sneak in. He wanted a spectacle. He got one. We flushed the cenote with gas, and the jungle erupted. Nearly 100 chameleon drakes poured out of the shadows, their hides shimmering as they split into a pincer maneuver. They were smart, fast, and fueled by a territorial rage that made them fight like cornered gods. My golems were the only reason Hassana didn't end up as a lizard's lunch, their mechanical limbs slamming into the beasts with the blunt, uncaring efficiency of a wrecking ball. Zack, meanwhile, looked like he was dancing, his floating black blades carving through the chaos with a grace that made the rest of us look like amateurs. We won the skirmish, but the silence that followed was worse. The drakes retreated, but they didn't flee. They huddled at the edge of their cenote, their heads tilted back in a pathetic, rhythmic wail that curdled the blood. They weren't mourning. They were ringing the dinner bell. The earth groaned, a deep, tectonic shudder that knocked us off our feet. The water in the cenote didn't just churn, it shattered. Something rose from the depths, a mountain of dark blue scales that seemed to uncoil forever. It was a hydra, its 8 draconic heads swaying with a terrifying, rhythmic hunger. Zack, that absolute maniac, actually beamed. He looked like he'd just been handed his favorite toy. While the rest of us scrambled, already calculating the math of our own potential deaths, the monster opened its 8 throats and roared. The sound wasn't just a noise, it was a promise. We were way out of our league now, and the jungle had just decided it was feeding time. The creature that rose from the cenote wasn't a monster of nature. It was a mistake of history. It was a 20-meter-long nightmare of dark blue scales, boasting 9 distinct minds. 8 for its heads, and a singular, governing overmind that coordinated its carnage with chilling efficiency. It opened the fight with a roar that was less a sound and more a localized hurricane. While most of our group was sent tumbling like discarded toys, Zack stood his ground, already weaving a spell that turned the very earth beneath us into a jagged, red-lit field of stone blades. The Hydra was fast, unsettlingly so, but it wasn't prepared for the sheer, ruthless ingenuity of a mage who had been fighting the same war for decades. The battle turned into a blur of gore and high-stakes geometry. The Hydra didn't just fight, it cheated. It teleported across the battlefield with the casual arrogance of a god, its head snapping and regenerating with frantic speed. I found myself flying on a disk of force, frantically trying to plug the holes in our defense as the monster systematically tore through our ranks. One of our team was lost, bitten nearly in half, and others were mangled by a tail that moved with the speed of a whip. It was a stalemate of attrition. We were burning through our mana reserves, and the Hydra was burning through our will to live. Then, Zack made his move. He'd been floating 5 white orbs around the perimeter of the fight for what felt like an eternity, ignoring the monster's attacks as if they were mere annoyances. Diamond, acting on a silent cue, feigned a panicked retreat. The Hydra took the bait, charging into the center of the trap with a triumphant, murderous screech. The orbs ignited. A web of razor-thin, glowing threads snapped into existence, locking the Hydra in a shrinking, agonizing dome. It tore itself apart against the mesh, screeching in defiance as the net carved its flesh into ribbons. It managed one final, desperate teleport, reappearing at the edge of the trap, a broken, one-headed ruin of its former glory. It wasn't done. Its eyes locked onto Diamond with a hatred that felt personal. It poured everything it had left into a final, pitch-black beam of concentrated oblivion. Diamond, pale and desperate, thrust a simple mirror into the path of the blast. The sound of the mirror shattering was deafening, a crack that echoed off the jungle floor like a gunshot. The beam vanished, and the Hydra shuddered once before collapsing into the dirt, finally, mercifully dead. We stood in the silence of the aftermath, breathing heavy, our mana pools drained to the dregs. The jungle around us was a graveyard, but we had won, or at least we had survived. But as I looked at the broken body of the Guardian, I realized the real danger wasn't what we had just killed. It was the fact that someone had left such a horrific thing behind to watch over a treasure, and they clearly didn't intend for anyone to ever take it. We weren't just treasure hunters anymore. We were trespassers, and the grave we had just cracked open was starting to feel a lot more like a tomb. The dust of the battlefield had barely settled before the sharks began to circle. Goliri was dead, his life bar emptied in a single, brutal snap of the Hydra's jaws. In his place stood Alachi, a man whose grief had soured into a weapon. He didn't want justice, he wanted a target. And because I had been the one to insist on the path that led us into the cenote, I was the perfect bullseye. The accusations were loud, desperate, and predictable. Some of the team, crippled by the fight, decided my competence was the root cause of their misfortune. Daimin, ever the politician, tried to play both sides, offering silence when I needed a brother. It was Hasana, the old, weathered mage, who finally stood up for me, the only person who seemed to realize that survival in this hellscape wasn't about blame, it was about not dying. Once the wounded were shipped off to the nearest hospital, the mood shifted from mourning to greed. We returned to the cenote to scavenge. The Hydra was a gold mine of biological parts, and the chameleon drakes were just so much meat and hide. Even Damon's broken mirror, a divine artifact shattered in the fight, became a tragedy of lost revenue. But the real prize was waiting. I led them to the spot I'd marked earlier, the empty air. It looked like nothing, but it felt like a bruise in reality. Diamond finally identified it, a pocket dimension. It wasn't just a container for the orb. The pocket dimension was the orb. It was a portable, folded-up palace from the era of emperors, an architectural ghost trapped in a crystal globe. When I finally pulled it from the air, a delicate, shimmering sphere, the group swarmed me like starving wolves. Inside the glass sat a ruined, overgrown palace, so detailed I could almost smell the rot of the ancient wood. We left the group shortly after, the orb safely in Damon's hands. As we walked away, Zack wore a grin that was half dreamer, half warmonger. He wanted to use the palace as a staging ground, maybe fill it with monsters he could fight for eternity. I argued for training dummies, safer, cleaner, less likely to result in us being eaten by our own furniture. But we both knew the truth. We weren't really fighting about architecture. We were just two people trying to normalize the madness of our existence. The calm didn't last. The invasion of the Abasin base was looming, and the clock was ticking down. To get to Sudamir, we needed him to leave his fortress. We didn't need a strategy. We needed a circus. We donned the red robes of the World Dragon cult, materialized in the heart of Nyazov Dveri, and started turning the city into a pyre. Storefronts went up in smoke, warehouses became bonfires, and I unleashed a literal herd of wild boars into the town square just for the sheer, chaotic hell of it. We weren't there to kill. We were there to embarrass him, to force his hand, to drag a coward out of his hole by poking him until he snapped. We left the city in flames and waited. 5 hours later, Sudamir arrived, surrounded by a phalanx of grim-faced guards. He was stepping into a trap that had been laid with fire and panic, and he didn't have the slightest idea that we were the ones holding the leash. The kidnapping was a surgical strike. If you define surgery as dragging a man through a city in pieces, Sudamir was a fortress of a human being, so resilient to standard sedative chemistry that we had to resort to the most primitive of methods: duct tape, blindfolds, and gravity. By the time we dumped him in the cell, he was a limbless, bound caricature of a mastermind. Olenek stared at the carnage with a look of exhausted disapproval. He seemed genuinely baffled that our idea of a quick, clean capture involved amateur surgery. He wasn't entirely wrong, but I wasn't about to give a necromancer the chance to turn my soul into a light snack while we argued about ethics. The interrogation should have been a formality. Instead, it became a slow descent into a nightmare. Sudamir was eerily composed for a man who had been recently dismantled, speaking with a polite, detached air that was far more unsettling than screaming. When Olenek finally pushed the question of his soul collection, the facade shattered. 500,000 souls. It wasn't a collection. It was an inventory for a catastrophe. Wraith bombs. The concept was simple enough to make your stomach drop into your shoes. A single wraith trapped in a vessel, designed to shatter and infect a population center like a plague of locusts. One bomb, one city, and within hours, you'd have a chain reaction of death that would make a ghost story look like a bedtime tale. He didn't just want power. He wanted to hold the entire continent hostage by promising them an apocalypse they couldn't possibly contain. As he explained his plan to ignite a war between nations, the madness in his eyes flickered, changing from cold arrogance to something raw and primal. His skin began to bubble, shifting into the sickly green of a monstrosity, horns and talons forcing their way through his humanity. He was preparing to tear the room apart from the inside out. Olenek didn't even flinch. He moved with the precision of a man who had dealt with demonic tantrums his entire life, slamming a hand against Sudamir's chest. Ribbons of burning, golden script wrapped around the necromancer like a corset, snapping his transformation back into reality with a sickening crunch. A single, final touch to the forehead, and the light in Sudamir's eyes simply turned off. We left him there in the dark, a broken god complex in a cage, and turned toward the gate. The Abasin base was waiting, and the silence of the facility was about to be replaced by the sound of everything going wrong. Deep beneath the skin of the city, in a cavern that shouldn't exist, I was playing God. We had gathered a motley crew of mercenaries, battle-hardened veterans, and a swarm of psychic spiders, the Urania, all huddled in the dark like a powder keg waiting for a spark. My golems stood in the shadows like silent, armored sentinels, and for once, the math actually seemed to be in our favor. Zack walked up, his presence hitting me like a physical weight, and pointed out the obvious. I was nervous. We were about to kick the hornet's nest of an ancient lich, a being who had spent a millennium mastering the art of ending lives. But Zack, ever the optimist, just slapped my back with enough force to rearrange my organs and laughed it off. He had fought Quadakikal before, and he was still breathing, which was apparently his only metric for success. Olenek, the old war priest, didn't look up from the tactical map. He dropped a cold truth. Necromancy wasn't a battlefield tool. It was a torture method for the already defeated. It was a terrifying thought. The Lich didn't use necromancy because he didn't need to. He was already better at killing than any book could teach. I looked at my own hands, filled with alchemical glass, and felt a sudden, sharp pang of existential dread. My past self, the version of me that actually cared about caution and survival, would have had a panic attack at the sheer audacity of this plan. I wondered if the time loop had stripped away my sanity, replacing self-preservation with a gambler's addiction to high-stakes chaos. Zack, however, just shrugged off the existential crisis, already dreaming of life after the loop, of a world without resets, and of the giant monsters he planned to punch in the face. I pulled myself back to reality. It was time. I crafted a simulacrum, a milky, writhing copy of myself made from ectoplasm and soul stuff. It's always a grotesque process, watching a ball of goo turn into a thinking, breathing duplicate, but it was necessary. I left the copy with the others and slipped into the dark. The infiltration was a dance of shadows. I moved through the Abasin base like a ghost, clouding the minds of guards until they saw exactly what I wanted them to see. Nothing. The wards here were a mess, a disjointed patchwork of ego and incompetence. It was embarrassing, really. I half expected to find a sign in the hallway complaining about the lack of qualified wardsmiths. Then, the alarm screamed, a shrill, ear-splitting wail that cut through the silence. The Urania had stepped on a forgotten tripwire of ancient security. The base erupted. I didn't wait for the panic to settle. I pulled the leash, and my monster horde surged from the tunnels. Centipedes the size of trains, swarms of jellyfish that bled shields, and toads that fought with the discipline of a drilled legion. It was glorious, frantic, and entirely too short. The Abasins, surprisingly, weren't calling the Lich. They were trying to win, and they were winning. I sent the signal to my command post. A gate ripped open, and Zack stepped through, looking like he'd been waiting for an invitation to a party. He didn't ask for a map. He didn't ask for a plan. He just pointed at the main command bunker and fired a red pinprick of light that shrieked with the sound of a dying star. The building didn't just explode. It vanished. And we were just getting started. The building didn't just collapse. It shattered. Zack's attack turned the structure into a cloud of debris and bone. And with it, the Abasin command structure evaporated. It was efficient. It was brutal. And it was exactly the kind of chaos that guaranteed the Lich was coming. We had officially crossed the line from a stealth operation into a full-scale, unvarnished invasion. The battle underneath Zorian wasn't a skirmish. It was a meat grinder. Our ragtag army, mercenaries, golems, and psychic spiders, clashed against the Abasan remnants in a claustrophobic, subterranean nightmare. The air tasted of ozone and copper. I watched the chaos through the eyes of my simulacrum, a duplicate I'd manifested to maintain some semblance of control. The gate, our original objective, was a bust. The Abasans had deactivated at the moment the tide turned, leaving us with an inert pedestal of stone and metal rather than a functional doorway to the stars. We should have left. Every instinct I had was screaming to cut our losses, retreat, and live to fight a loop where we didn't have to carry our goals out in pieces. But Olenek had a different idea. If the gate couldn't work, we'd just steal the hardware. We ripped the stabilization frame from the bedrock, a tectonic excavation that turned the remaining Abasan forces into a frenzied, desperate mob. They weren't fighting for territory anymore. They were fighting for their lives. They knew the Lich, Quatakikl, wouldn't care why they'd lost his prize. He would only care that they'd failed. Then, I saw her. Taven. She was on the edge of the line, fighting a losing battle alongside a handful of stragglers. My simulacrum didn't hesitate. I ripped through the Abasan lines, my spells tearing their formation apart like paper. I forced her to retreat, playing the hero, but I was sloppy. I was stretched thin, splitting my focus between the front lines and the simulacrum. I tried to tell her the truth, that the man she was talking to was just a puppet of ectoplasm and ego, but the original, my own panicked consciousness, cut me off. He was blowing our entire mana reserve on a final defense of the gate, and my connection to reality began to fray at the edges. A volley of spells hit me. It didn't just hurt, it erased. My form unraveled, a cascade of magical tattered threads, and the last thing I saw was Taven's face, frozen in a mask of absolute, shattering horror as she watched me die. The original had his victory, but it was a pyre. We retreated with the gate, leaving behind a graveyard of golems and men. When Quatakikl finally arrived, there was no confrontation, no cataclysmic duel. He found an empty nest. The Abasans, terrified of the master who would surely punish their failure, simply packed up and vanished into the night. The invasion was cancelled. The threat was gone. But as I looked at the stolen, useless stones sitting in our base, I couldn't help but feel that we hadn't won anything at all. We had just changed the board, and the next move belonged to a Lich who now knew exactly who was playing the game. The dimensional gate shivered into existence, a doorway between worlds, and immediately vomited us into the last place on Earth I wanted to be, the Terramachula estate. Instead of a discreet, tactical insertion into the jungle, we were standing in the middle of a marble-floored receiving room. A dozen family members stared at us with the kind of cold, aristocratic curiosity usually reserved for laboratory specimens. I had half a mind to turn around and leave, but Zack had already barreled through behind me, killing any chance of a graceful retreat. My brother, Diamond, looked like a man who had bet his life on a coin flip and lost. He was effectively a gilded prisoner in his own home, surrounded by the vultures of the political elite who were circling the orb he had unearthed. The room was heavy with the scent of expensive perfume and the suffocating weight of secrets. When we finally sat down to talk, the conversation was less of a family reunion and more of a hostage negotiation. The orb was a magnet for greed, a portable pocket dimension filled with the ghost of an empire, and everyone in the room wanted a slice of the pie. I watched them, the Terramachula kin, calculating their influence and the local government's intent to seize our prize by force. They were playing a dangerous game of political chess while the dragon was already breathing down their necks. Diamond was desperate to disappear, to find some semblance of autonomy away from the prying eyes of his own benefactors. Then, Zack did what Zack does best. He shattered the tension with a blunt, reckless honesty. He proposed taking Diamond back with us to Zorian through the gate. The silence that followed was heavy, a vacuum of shock. It was a stupid, beautiful, and absolutely reckless suggestion that blew the doors off the subtle diplomatic cover we were trying to maintain. But as the dust settled, we realized we had no other choice. We traded secrets for a temporary alliance. Diamond would follow us. We would leave my simulacrum as a placeholder in his gilded cage, and we would reconvene in 4 days. Returning to Cyoria felt like inhaling clean air after being trapped in a smoke-filled room. We had the orb, but it was an enigma. I spent months training my soul just to touch the thing, while Zack, naturally, just had to nudge it with a stray thought to bend it to his will. It was maddening, a reminder that my companion wasn't just a powerful mage. He was a force of nature that refused to follow the rules of the road I had been forced to learn. Then came the final complication. Diamond, driven by some inexplicable need for closure, decided he wanted to reconnect with our siblings, Kiriel and Fortov. I watched him head off, already knowing it was a disaster in the making. He didn't understand that the siblings he left behind were not the ones he was returning to. When he came back hours later, he looked hollow, his shoulders slumped under the weight of an invisible rejection. He'd gone looking for the family he remembered, only to find strangers who were afraid of the man he had become. He asked me what had gone wrong with Fortov, his eyes filled with a desperate, childish confusion. I didn't have the heart to tell him the truth. That in our world, trying to reach back into the past is usually the quickest way to realize that the person you used to be is dead. As he stood there waiting for an answer, the heavy silence of the room was all the explanation he was ever going to get. The silence in the room was a physical weight, thick with the debris of years of missed connections and unsaid words. My brother, Diamond, sat across from me, his hands buried in his hair, looking every bit the picture of a man realizing his life was a house of cards. He kept asking why our siblings looked at him like he was a ghost, or worse, a threat. I gave him the truth, cold and unvarnished. He wasn't a villain. He was just an absence. He was the brother who was never there, the one whose existence was defined by mother's pride and Kiriel's lonely, curated memories. I broke down the reality of our little sister's life. The arranged marriage, the suffocating expectations, the quiet desperation, and watched the color drain from his face as he realized he'd never even bothered to ask the right questions. He wasn't hated for what he did, but for what he failed to be. The conversation with Fortov was just as pathetic. My brother, the grand adventurer, couldn't handle the fact that our younger brother wouldn't even open the door for him. I didn't have the energy to explain the years of petty grievances or the fact that Fortov was, quite simply, an irritant I had long ago archived in the back of my mind. It's funny, in a dark, twisted way, Diamond was desperate to save a family that had already moved on without him. But people change, or, at least, they become more tolerable. We talked about the future, about the notebooks I passed between loops, and about the sheer, soul-crushing weight of knowing that everything we built would be erased come the festival. Diamond had a proposal. He wanted to pivot, to stop playing the political martyr, and start acting like the intellectual predator he was born to be. He suggested we stop scratching at the surface of local secrets and start looking toward Koth. It was a sharp, tactical shift, a way to turn his reputation from a target into a bridge. He wanted to fund a new research initiative, and of course, he wanted my money to do it. It was so transparent, so predictably Diamond, that I almost laughed. I gave him the loan, not because I liked him, but because for once he was finally making sense. A few days later, the air in Cyoria felt different. Heavy. Taven reached out. It was a request that caught me off guard, like a sudden drop in temperature. I hadn't seen her since the blood and noise of the Abasin base, and the silence from her end had been an ominous vacuum. We met in the family training hall, a place of dust, sweat, and wood-paneled nostalgia. She didn't want the convenience of a teleportation jump to a quiet spot. She wanted the familiar. She paced the floor like a predator testing the bars of a cage, her eyes darting and sharp. When I asked her what was wrong, she didn't just hesitate. She seemed to be physically straining against the words. She looked at me, and for the first time, I saw genuine fear. Not the fear of a combatant on the front lines, but the quiet, gnawing anxiety of someone who has realized the world is changing in ways they can't control. She opened her mouth to speak, but the words died in the air, leaving us standing in the center of that empty hall, waiting for the floor to fall out from beneath us. The training hall was filled with the metallic tang of sweat and the hollow echo of our breathing. Taven paced the floor, a restless shadow. And when she finally spoke, the words didn't come out as a declaration, but as a confession of a slow-motion catastrophe. She wasn't afraid of the monsters we fought. She was afraid of the person I had become. The loop had stripped away the boy she knew and replaced him with a stranger, colder, sharper, and terrifyingly efficient. She looked at me, not with the camaraderie of a sparring partner, but with the hollow gaze of someone watching a friend walk off a cliff. She feared that as I ascended, our connection would be burned away like debris in an atmosphere. It was a bleak assessment, and perhaps it was true. The time loop hadn't just changed my skills. It had fundamentally rewritten my internal landscape. I looked at her, standing there with her strange, featureless practice doll, and for the first time I felt the urge to be brutally, dangerously honest. I reached into the past, into the version of myself that had spent years nursing a bruised ego and a secret, painful longing. I told her about the crush. I told her about the date I had asked for, the one she had laughed off as a joke. The silence that followed was absolute. She dropped the doll, the thud resonating like a gavel. Her face went through a kaleidoscope of emotions, shock, confusion, and finally, a devastating, raw realization. When she finally punched me in the shoulder, it wasn't a sparring move. It was an apology written in frustration. She wasn't laughing at my feelings. She realized she had been laughing at the timing, at the absurdity of her own advice coming back to haunt her. She was furious at my silence, at the way I had tucked my rejection away like a festering wound instead of forcing the issue. The air between us shifted, the heavy tension snapping into something entirely new. She declared a date. Not a request, not a question, but a command issued to the past. I told her I was over it, that the feelings were ghosts of a version of me that no longer existed. And it was true. But as she turned away, her face flushed with a rare, uncharacteristic shyness, I felt a strange warmth bloom in my chest. We were two broken people trying to bridge a gap that time had already widened into a canyon. The future was still an oncoming storm, and my heart was no longer hers to break. But as I stood there in the dust of the hall, I realized that maybe, just maybe, I had finally found a way to stop being a stranger to her. The loop had stolen so much, but for one quiet, impossible moment, it had given me the one thing I thought I'd lost forever, a chance to settle the score. The evening air in Cyoria felt different tonight. Usually, this city is a suffocating labyrinth of shadows and desperate people, but with the summer festival looming, it had transformed into a kaleidoscope of glowing lanterns and the frantic, rhythmic heartbeat of street vendors hawking their wares. I walked alongside Taven, the scent of roasting meat and sweet, fermented drinks drifting through the crowd. It was an anomaly of an evening, a date that defied the usual, jagged edges of my existence. We were awkward, we were clumsy, and yet there was a strange, muted harmony to it. As the night wore on, the weight of my reality began to settle back into my bones like lead. I looked at her, really looked at her, and realized the cruelty of the loop. This conversation, this fragile bridge we'd spent the evening building, was a sandcastle standing in the path of a tidal wave. In a few days, the world would reset, and she would look at me again with that familiar, suspicious, borderline hostile squint, completely unaware that we had ever stood here under the stars. I told her as much, the words bitter as bile. It's a special kind of hell, being the only one who carries the ghosts of 1,000 failed connections. She didn't pity me. She didn't offer empty platitudes. She just gave me a jab and a directive. If I wanted to be more than a friend in her eyes, I needed to stop hiding behind my robes and start building some muscle. It was absurd. It was classic Taven, and for a fleeting moment, it was exactly the kind of grounded, human nonsense I needed to stop the world from spinning too fast. We parted at the crossroads, two strangers again, walking back into the dark. Meanwhile, 3 continents away in Koth, my simulacrum was living a different kind of exile. He was tucked away in the sprawling, dust-mote-filled library of the Terramachula estate, trying to decipher a children's book. He was safe, he was hidden, and he was thoroughly enjoying the absurdity of not being the one who had to explain our parents' impending arrival to Diamond. The estate was a gilded cage, but for a simulacrum, it was a research heaven. He had even managed to strike up a strange, scholarly rapport with Torin, a man whose hobby involved harvesting the organs of nightmare creatures. It was creepy, it was efficient, and it was exactly the kind of edge we needed. Then, Orissa appeared. She carried the heavy, suffocating anxiety of a woman about to be judged by the people who owned her lover's heart. She wanted the truth about our parents, and she wanted it without Damon's filtered, optimistic spin. The simulacrum looked at her, weighing the danger of pulling the thread on that particular tapestry. My parents were a storm front, and Orissa was standing right in their path. He asked her the question that had been eating at him since he arrived. Was she just here for the bloodline? Was this just a strategic acquisition of talent? She didn't flinch. She laughed, a sound that lacked any trace of guilt. She admitted that love wasn't enough to sustain a union in our world, that interests, lineages, and power mattered. She threw the question back at him, her eyes sharp, predatory, and impossible to read. Did he really think, in a world built on manipulation and ancient, inherited power, that Diamond was marrying her for anything as simple as love? The library fell silent. The simulacrum held the book tight, suddenly realizing that in this game, the board was far larger and far more treacherous than he had ever dared to imagine. The library was thick with the scent of old paper and the kind of silence that usually precedes a storm. My simulacrum stood there, watching Orissa unravel. She didn't have the idealistic, soft-edged view of marriage that I did. She saw the chessboard for what it was, a series of calculated maneuvers where affection was a bonus, not a requirement. She was marrying into wealth and status, and she didn't care who knew it. I couldn't decide if I was appalled or impressed. Maybe it was both. When she cornered me, asking for the truth about our parents, I gave it to her raw. Ander and Sikin Kaczynski weren't just parents. They were a corporate machine disguised as a family. They were the architects of their own fortune, and they operated on a ledger of return on investment. I watched the realization dawn on Orissa's face like a light switch being flicked on. They weren't just being difficult because they hated her. They were disappointed because they hadn't yet calculated the profit margin on her existence. The operation to bring them to Koth was a circus of mirrors. We had decoys, we had misdirection, and ultimately, we had my own specialized high-level magic masquerading as a logistical miracle. They arrived exhausted, smelling of salt air and ship rot, only to pivot instantly into the role of the doting, generous socialites the moment they stepped into the Terramachilor estate. It was a terrifyingly professional performance. But the mask didn't last. 2 days later, I was summoned to a private room. My father stood like a statue while my mother paced, her energy vibrating with a toxic, stifled anxiety. They wanted to know why I had become a mystery, a black box of power they couldn't control. I didn't hold back. I told them I was leaving, that I was done with their business, and that I was going to pull Kiriel out of their clutches and teach her the magic they were so desperate to suppress. My mother snapped. The polite veneer shattered, replaced by a jagged, irrational fear. She didn't hate magic because it was dangerous. She hated it because it was a ghost she couldn't bury. She spoke of her own mother, a woman who wielded the label of witch like a weapon, who terrified the town with threats and dark whispers. To her, magic wasn't a talent or a calling. It was a curse that stained the bloodline, a hereditary trauma she was trying to scrub off her daughter's skin. She wasn't trying to stifle Kiriel to be cruel. She was trying to protect her from becoming the nightmare she grew up with. I stood there, stunned by the sheer, ugly humanity of the confession. They weren't villains in a storybook. They were just broken people trying to outrun their own history, blind to the fact that by hiding Kiriel from her nature, they were only ensuring she would never truly be free. The room was heavy with the weight of generations of secrets, and for the first time, I realized the war I was fighting wasn't just about the world's survival. It was about the very people who had raised me to survive at any cost. The tension in the room was suffocating, a thick, palpable layer of old fears and carefully curated secrets. My mother wasn't just a parent trying to protect her daughter. She was a woman trying to bury her own past under a mountain of social status and mundane expectations. She saw the potential for magic in Kiriel not as a gift, but as a contagion, a hereditary curse that had defined her own mother's life. I watched as she spiraled, describing a woman who weaponized her identity, a woman whose mere presence made neighbors bolt their doors. It was a dark, frantic confession, one that made me realize my mother's obsession with reputation wasn't vanity, but a desperate, lifelong defensive maneuver. She turned on me, her anger flaring, demanding to know where I, a boy who had never known the complications of a life beyond his own ambitions, got the right to dictate her daughter's future. Father, predictably, chose that moment to retreat into the background, wearing a faint, amused smirk as if he were watching a train wreck from a safe distance. I took the hint and withdrew. It was a Pyrrhic victory. I hadn't won the argument, but I had successfully peered behind the curtain of my family's facade. Back in the quiet, sterile space of my work, the loop hummed with its own inevitable conclusion. Zach had discovered a new, cryptic function in the orb, a vast, hollow pocket of nothingness that defied understanding. We prodded at it, two scavengers trying to decipher the mechanics of a god, but it remained a mystery. It didn't matter. The clock was ticking. The restart had been a goldmine of hard-won progress. We had dissected the abasing gate frame, peeling back its layers like the skin of a dying beast until we understood the architecture of its failure. We had broken Sudamir, peering into the grotesque, unstable alchemy of his own soul. A man who had tried to fuse the raw, unholy power of dragons and trolls into his own flesh, only to become a walking, shrieking disaster of biology. And then, the day of the festival arrived and nothing. No screams. No fire from the sky. No primordial tearing through the fabric of our world. The silence was the loudest thing I had ever heard. It was an anticlimax, a strange, lingering question mark in a world that usually promised only blood and rebirth. But then, the world shuddered. The familiar, nausea-inducing sensation of the reset washed over me. I blinked, and the scent of the library, the weight of the secrets, the crushing reality of my mother's ghosts, they all vanished. I was in Siren. The morning light was soft, innocent, and blindingly bright. Kyrielle was there, her voice cutting through the haze, wishing me a good morning as if the world hadn't just ended and begun again in the dark. I opened my eyes, the weight of 1,000 memories pressing down on me, and began again. The cenote was a beautiful, emerald green lie. It sat deep in the Koth jungle, a perfect, circular mouth in the earth that hid a nightmare. The water at the bottom looked tranquil, but the banks were swarming with chameleon drakes, creatures that could vanish into thin air and had more eyes than they had any right to possess. Zach wanted to smash them. I wanted to be subtle. We compromised by having Zach play the role of an explosive distraction while I played the ghost. It was almost comical how the drakes behaved. When Zach started throwing around high-level artillery spells, the entire pack panicked. They didn't just fight. They turtled, gathering in a terrified knot around their most precious prize, the orb. It was the perfect opening. I blurred into existence, snatched the artifact, and blinked out before the dust had even settled. The Hydra didn't appear. That was the first red flag. We spent hours in the sweltering heat, waiting for a multi-headed disaster to burst from the ground to reclaim its home. Nothing. It meant the creature was trapped, or worse, dormant, waiting for a trigger we didn't understand. Back at our makeshift base, Zach turned the orb in his hands like a fidget spinner made of ancient, forbidden geometry. He couldn't get in. I couldn't get in. We tried everything short of performing a blood sacrifice. Then, on the fourth attempt, he deployed it and the air ripped open. The Hydra didn't just emerge. It materialized in a spray of gore and fury, a multi-headed abomination of troll and dragon flesh that roared with a sound that seemed to shatter the very concept of silence. The battle was a frantic dance of survival. I spent more time trying to dissect its mind than actually trying to kill it, marveling at how such a chaotic, multi-part consciousness functioned. Eventually, the monster decided the meal wasn't worth the effort and retreated into the dense, uncaring green of the jungle. With the orb claimed and the path to Blantyre finally smoothed over thanks to our new, very cooperative Arania friends, the mood lightened. Zach started talking about building a palace inside the damn thing. I had to burst his bubble, pocket dimensions don't spawn matter. Unless he wanted to live in a tastefully decorated rock, he was going to need to build his own luxury real estate. But the real challenge wasn't the orb. It was the Guardian. We floated in that oppressive, featureless void where the sky is just a shadow of a memory. The Guardian waited for us, its eyes glowing with the cold, artificial light of the sovereign gate. We had a piece of the key now. We had leverage. Zack was blunt. He demanded answers. The Guardian, as usual, was as helpful as a stone wall. But when we finally forced the connection, using our own internal markers as a bridge to make the orb talk to the gate, the entity finally acknowledged us. It was a piece of the key, a legitimate, verified fragment of the device that locked our world into this agonizing rhythm. But as the Guardian prepared to speak, the air in the void shifted. We were asking about the pocket dimension, about the secrets hidden in that hollow orb, but the entity's gaze seemed to fix on something beyond us, something I wasn't sure I was ready to hear. What could a simple, hollow dimension possibly have to do with the collapse of time itself? The Guardian of the Threshold was a stone wall that didn't know it was a wall. It stared at us with eyes like dying stars, utterly indifferent to the fact that we had just handed it the secret to a multidimensional vault. The orb wasn't just a portable house. It was a memory bank, a way to anchor our thoughts across the shifting sands of the time loop. I could dump 1,000 notebooks, a lifetime of research, and the entire history of these doomed weeks into that hollow space, and it would stay there, waiting for me to reclaim it. It was a digital brain for a world that kept trying to wipe my own clean. We didn't push our luck. The facility housing the Black Room was a hornet's nest of researchers and security, and we had played our cards with just enough intimidation to keep them at bay. We brought the orb into the acceleration chamber, a desperate, greedy gamble to see if we could drag a luxury palace into a space-time distortion. The result was instantaneous. The system groaned, bled its mana dry, and collapsed in a stuttering, pathetic heap. Physics, it turned out, wasn't a suggestion. It was a tax, and the volume of space inside the orb was a debt the room couldn't pay. Back in the real world, my residence was under siege. Not by monsters, but by the mundane, crushing weight of public interest. Kale had been playing alchemist, accidentally creating something so groundbreaking that every guild, healer, and corporate shark in the city had come to sniff out the profit. My house was a fortress, the wards buzzing with the trapped frustration of 100 outsiders. I had forgotten, in my rush to save the world, that local zoning laws and magical permits actually mattered to people who couldn't teleport through a stone wall. We had to move on. Our next stop was the furnace of the world, a volcanic cave system in Altazia, home to Kiln Father. He looked like a gecko forged in the heart of a mountain, a creature of cooling lava and pulsing, inner fire. He was surrounded by his children, lizards he had infused with his own elemental soul, turning them into fire-spitting, sentient pets. He was a tyrant who loved his creations with a terrifying, absolute purity. To step in his cavern was to walk on eggshells made of live coal. Harm a single scale, and the mountain would come down on our heads. We offered him rare stones, kept our hands visible, and tried to speak to an ancient consciousness that measured time in geological epochs. We needed to know where the monsters, the primordials, were buried, but the earth is a jealous keeper of secrets. Finally, we turned our eyes to House Latova. They were the new nobility, fat on the profits of unique potions and paranoid about every shadow in their halls. We were there to burglarize them. It wasn't about the gold or the alchemical formulas. It was about the thrill of the hunt, a dry run for the impossible heist of the century, stealing a dagger from the heart of the Eldamarian royal palace. We were thieves practicing in the dark, carving our skills into the bedrock of reality. One heist at a time, we were learning how to reach into the most secure vaults in existence and pull out the very things that kept the world anchored to its own destruction. We were becoming the nightmare that the elite didn't even know they were building. Stealing is an art form, but let us be honest, it is mostly a tedious, nerve-wracking exercise in patience. Zack prefers the smash-and-grab approach, the kind of blunt force trauma to security that sends alarm bells screaming into the night. I prefer the scalpel. The House Latova repository was our current obsession, a fortress of alchemical secrets that stood between us and the absolute mastery of infiltration we would need for the royal palace. The irony was not lost on me. I would happily pick a lock, bypass a ward, and rifle through a man's most private research notes, yet I flinched at the thought of invading his mind. Zach found it hilarious. He saw it as a distinction without a difference, but to me, it was the difference between stealing a wallet and reaching into a soul to rewrite its history. Mind magic is too easy, too intoxicating, and I am far too aware of my own capacity to become a monster if I start treating people as nothing more than open books. 9 loops passed in a blur of frantic progress. We stopped running and started building. We turned the orb into an archive, a cold, silent vault where we stored everything that survived the reset. We learned to carve paths into the pocket dimension without needing a key, though the place itself was a graveyard. The magic inside was ancient, brittle, and rotting. The legendary palace defenses were reduced to piles of dust and rusted, pathetic traps that felt like a sick joke left by long-dead architects. Between the raids, the research, and the endless interrogation of a soul-warped madman, I found myself sitting in a meadow that existed nowhere, watching a copy of myself obsess over the geometry of destruction. My simulacrum was currently attempting to turn a simple magical rifle into what could only be described as a portable, ear-splitting cannon. The sound of his latest test firing was a physical blow, a boom that echoed across our training ground, rattling the teeth of everyone present. Taven, clutching her chest, looked at me with a mix of genuine fear and exhausted annoyance. She wanted to know why I was arming myself like a one-man army, and why my self-imposed standard for excellence was set to total annihilation. I didn't answer with logic. I answered with a promise of retribution. We were not just building toys. We were preparing for a reckoning. There is a giant spider waiting in the dark, a monster that has stood in our way for too long, and an old woman who thinks she is beyond our reach. By the time we are done, they will both learn that the most dangerous thing in this world is not a god, or a monster, or a primordial. It is 2 men who have run out of time and decided to take it back, 1 bullet at a time. Simulacrum 4 felt the ghost of a heartbeat in a chest that had never breathed. He was not just a construct anymore, not a fragile, temporary spark of ectoplasm. He was a machine, a golem-bound intelligence, built for durability and purpose. He gripped his rifle, a weapon of modern, brutal efficiency, and waited. The wait wasn't filled with the usual, gnawing dread of a long shot. This time the math was on our side. We had refined the chaos into a sequence, and the Grey Hunter, that apex nightmare of the dungeon, was about to walk into a kill box. The fight began not with a roar, but with a calculated, suffocating barrage of force. We were not merely fighting a beast anymore. We were choreographing its death. Zach hit the monster with kinetic beams that broke its momentum, while I wove a swarm of homing projectiles, buzzing like metallic hornets, nipping at its weak points. When it lunged for me, a shield of shifting, hexagonal force drank the kinetic energy of the impact, rearranging its own structure in a frantic, beautiful dance of geometry. It was a masterpiece of spellcraft, and the spider was furious. The end came in a flash of sound and disorienting light, my custom-made grenades, tuned specifically to the sensory spectrum of the hunter. It stumbled, a momentary lapse in its perfection, and that was all we needed. My simulacrums fired. The bullets, high caliber and tipped with the essence of a crystallized ooze, tore through the hunter's impenetrable carapace. It tried to run, to slink back into the deep dark to die, but it was already glass inside. The crystallization spread, turning its organs into inert, brittle statues. Its last moments were a frantic, desperate thrashing, but the cage we had built out of stone, force, and dimensional gates held firm. We carved the prize from its underbelly, an egg sac, pulsing with the life of a dozen more nightmares. Finding Silver Lake was the next logical move, though civilized interaction with the old which felt like asking a cobra to teach you how to sing. We didn't sneak into her pocket dimension. Instead, we dragged the corpse of the monster to her front door and chanted her name. She appeared, a creature of iron and spite, gripping a rod that looked older than the ruins around us. She saw the eggs and her eyes betrayed her, a momentary, greedy flicker of light that she smothered with the practiced ease of someone who has lied for a century. We didn't bother with elaborate deceptions. We told her the truth about the time loop, framing it as a cosmic music box that kept repeating the same song. She laughed, of course. She called us scammers, delusional children with tall tales of eternity, but beneath the mockery, she was listening. She tried to play it cool, to minimize the value of the eggs as if they were common dirt, but we knew better. I called her out, playing the empathy card, a little white lie, considering I was reading her greed like an open ledger. Her response was a predictable, weary pivot. She claimed we only brought one half of a puzzle, demanding more before she would trade anything of substance. She was exactly as I remembered, and as Zach pointed out, she was exactly as difficult as a legend demands. But she was hooked now. The cycle of requests and rewards had begun again, and for the first time, I wasn't just following her script. I was writing the next chapter. The negotiation with the Witch of the Pocket Dimension was not a conversation. It was a high-stakes poker game where the currency was reality, and the dealer was a woman who had spent more time alone than most people have spent living. She did not want gold. She wanted the impossible components for a dream that had driven her for centuries, a potion to reverse the decay of time. Her eyes, cold and sharp as polished obsidian, tracked us with a terrifying, predatory intelligence. When we offered to trade the Grey Hunter's remains for instruction in the art of carving pocket dimensions, she didn't just hesitate. She weighed the worth of our souls. I knew she was a master of the esoteric, a woman who lived in the folds of the world, but her arrogance was her only predictable trait. I showed her a gate, a clean, stable wound in the fabric of space that I had spent lifetimes perfecting. For a heartbeat, the mask of the cynical, bitter crone slipped. She looked at the shimmering archway with the hunger of a starving artist seeing a masterpiece. She didn't want the gate. She wanted the secret of how it was built. The escalation was instantaneous. She wanted the orb, the ancient, trapped ruin we carried like a holy relic, and she wanted my own signature spell work. I gave it to her, but I demanded more. I wanted to see the unseen. I wanted the ability to perceive the currents of the soul, a talent usually bought with the price of a dozen brutal, ritualistic murders. She mocked my morality, spitting on my hesitation, but she was a merchant of death, and the temptation of our offer was too sweet to refuse. She made us a promise, but it came with a price, the burden of gathering ingredients that would make a sane person run for the hills. Then, the true nature of her madness unveiled itself. She wasn't seeking immortality. She already had that. She was looking for a fountain of youth, a way to claw back the vitality that time had stripped away. She laughed, a sound like dry leaves skittering over cold stone, and claimed she was hundreds of years old, an ancient relic masquerading as a living woman. She turned us away with a dismissive wave, telling us to return in 2 days. She needed to tidy her house, she claimed, with a glint in her eye that suggested the mushroom cake she offered as a refreshment might be more of an experiment than a snack. We left her in the quiet of her threshold, knowing we had just struck a bargain with a monster. We had 2 days to prepare, 2 days to hunt, and 2 days to ensure that when we returned, we were the ones holding all the cards. If this was a game of cat and mouse, she had just forgotten that we were the ones who brought the poison. The deal was struck, though not without the usual friction. The spider eggs were the price of entry, and Silver Lake was the gatekeeper. She clutched the sack with a possessive, greedy intensity that suggested she was already imagining the power she would extract from them. I didn't trust her, not for a second, but in this loop, trust is a luxury we stopped being able to afford a long time ago. She sent us away with a wave of her hand, the kind of dismissive gesture one uses for a stray dog, but we left knowing the doors to her sanctuary would open for us soon enough. Returning to her cottage felt like stepping into a theater where the stage dressing was about to be stripped away. The structure itself was a shell, a decoy meant to catch the unwary, but inside lay the true architecture of her power. Her inner pocket dimension was a sprawling, surreal ecosystem, a lush, impossible garden of magical flora surrounding a workshop that smelled of ancient, burnt secrets and expensive chemistry. The training was grueling. Silver Lake was no saint, but she was a teacher of lethal competence. She taught us how to fold space like fabric, creating anchors that held reality in place so it wouldn't snap back into the void. It was a practice in extreme precision, a high-stakes origami where one wrong crease could tear your own hands off. I was burning through mana like a wildfire. Between maintaining 6 simulacrums, a personal, self-imposed madness, and struggling to grasp the anchor points, I was permanently exhausted. I spent my recovery time watching her work. She didn't use the sterile, modern tools of a city alchemist. She used a rusted, blackened iron cauldron under the open sky, boiling down salamander parts in a display of what she called old magic. It was primitive, dangerous, and inexplicably efficient. She lectured me, naturally. She spun tales of ancient witches who lived and died by the iron pot, scarred and stained by their trade, while we pampered ourselves with refined glassware and safe, sterile methods. She was arrogant, bitter, and entirely convinced of her own superiority, yet her argument held weight. Modern alchemy was a child of society, dependent on networks of supply and safety that she had never possessed. She survived because she had stripped her craft down to its raw, dangerous essence. I sat there, staring at the bubbling, foul-smelling slurry, feeling the weight of the tasks my other selves were handling across the world. One was plotting with Diamond, another was scouring archives, and a sixth was tucked away, running dangerous experiments on my own mind, trying to carve out filters for the noise of the world. Silver Lake caught me daydreaming, her voice snapping like a whip to pull me back to the heat of the fire. She needed those salamanders to fuel her quest for youth, a desperate, vanity-fueled attempt to undo the tally of her centuries. She looked at me, cackling as she prodded the cauldron, and I realized then that she wasn't just teaching us. She was showing us how to keep our own obsessions alive. I stood up, exhausted, and sent a silent command to my mental crafting simulacrum. I didn't need her moralizing. I needed the tools to rewrite my own senses. The game was far from over, and I was just beginning to learn the rules. The northern wilderness is a beautiful, deceptive grave. While the south has been tamed, paved over, and sanitized by the march of civilization, the north remains a jagged, untamed monument to things that do not want to be found. It is a place where you can find ingredients that have been hunted to extinction everywhere else, simply because the monsters that guard them are efficient at ensuring their would-be collectors never make it home. We were looking for the soul-sizer chrysanthemum. It sounds like a poetic, delicate thing, perhaps something a mage might keep in a windowsill garden. In reality, it is a botanical nightmare that sustains itself by consuming the very essence of living things. It does not grow in gardens for the same reason you do not keep a hungry wolf in your living room. Zach and I moved under a shroud of invisibility, our nerves frayed by the silence of the woods. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a threat. Every shadow looked like a trap. We were playing a game of chicken with a plant, following vague directions from a Yeti shaman who likely thought we were arrogant enough to end up as fertilizer. The flower itself looked impossibly mundane. It was a white bloom, sitting innocently on a forest floor, looking as harmless as a dandelion. That was the first lie. It was a trap laid in the quiet, a predator that relied entirely on the presumption that plants are static, unthinking objects. When it struck, it didn't use teeth or claws. It sent out a ripple of raw, psychic static that hit us like a physical blow. It was a chaotic storm of sensation that scrambled my equilibrium, turning the world into a kaleidoscope of nausea and vertigo. Zach hit the ground, his body rejecting the sheer, intrusive force of the attack. I felt it then. The flower was not just a plant. It had a mind, a primitive, alien consciousness that was now latched onto my soul, peeling away at the layers of my consciousness like a knife through fruit. It was trying to hollow me out, to leave my core as a spent battery for its own gluttonous growth. I hit back with everything I had. I didn't use a sword. I used a psychic surge that tore through its mental defenses, forcing it to retreat, to stagger as if it had been punched in the gut. But it was far from finished. It unleashed the remnants of the things it had consumed before, shaping the stolen, trapped souls of its past victims into a shimmering, defensive dome of light. It was a graveyard that fought back. When it realized we were not going to be its next meal, it did something truly absurd. It uprooted itself, weaving its roots into whip-like limbs, and began to swing through the trees like a demented botanical ape. It was the most surreal, terrifying, and hilarious chase of my life. A flower running for its existence. We brought it down, but the victory felt hollow. We had been outmaneuvered, stunned, and nearly harvested by a piece of vegetation. As we stood over the remains, the silence of the forest returned, mocking us. Zack looked at me, his face pale, and made a pact that I was all too happy to agree to. We were never, under any circumstances, going to mention this again, but as I looked at the petals, I couldn't help but wonder. If a simple flower could be this clever, what else was waiting in the shadows of the north? And what would happen when we finally met something that didn't just want to eat our souls, but wanted to break them? The cult of the world dragon is a sprawling, parasitic vine that has twisted itself into the foundations of our society. They offer loans, legal shields, and a sense of belonging to those who need it most, all while masking a rotting core of fanaticism. They are the ultimate mutual aid society for the morally bankrupt. I had spent cycles ignoring their outer associates, treating them like background noise, but Olenek was relentless. He had spent weeks in the cold, hard archives of our shared memory, picking apart the mind of a local mayor just to piece together their network. Today, that meticulous, soul-crushing work finally paid off. We met Olenek in a neighborhood where the houses were too clean and the streets too quiet. The Mage Guild had already cordoned off the property, but they ushered us through with a grim, respectful distance. Inside, the house felt stagnant. We followed Olenek down into the dark, damp belly of the basement, where he stopped before a line of industrial-sized iceboxes. He didn't say a word. He just lifted the lid of one. There he was, Vayers Boranova. The boy was frozen in a rictus of eternal sleep, his skin frosted, his expression unervingly peaceful. He had been a thorn in our side for loops on end, a dangerous, arrogant brat who possessed a level of power he was never meant to hold. Seeing him like this, reduced to a specimen in a freezer, was surreal. It was a silent, chilling answer to a question we had been asking for lifetimes. He was dead. But here, death is rarely the end of the story. We interrogated the homeowner, a young, impeccably dressed lawyer named Jornak. He was a man who clearly spent more time curating his personal aesthetic than actually reading the books he displayed on his shelves. He was arrogant, caustic, and terrified. When Zorian breached his mind, the veneer of his intellectual calm shattered like dropped glass. His thoughts were a frantic, messy scramble of self-preservation. He hadn't murdered the boy. He had simply walked into his guest room and found a corpse. A dead noble in a house with no signs of entry. It was a cold, clinical mystery. Jornak's panic was genuine, a pathetic, human reaction to a situation that had spiraled far beyond his control. He had stuffed the body into an icebox because he didn't know how to dispose of a noble, and he was too afraid to let the world know he'd been housing a fugitive. It was stupid, cowardly, and entirely believable. We left him to the authorities, knowing that in this loop, there is always another chance to get it right. We had the ingredients, and the witch was finally brewing the potion of soul perception. Silverlake paced around her cauldron, radiating a smug, insufferable confidence that made me want to pull my hair out. She admitted she had never actually made the potion before, which was roughly as comforting as a pilot telling you they had never actually landed a plane. She stirred the concoction, the vapors rising in sickly, iridescent swirls. If this worked, the veil would lift. I would finally be able to look at the world and see the ghosts in the machine, the souls of the people we were fighting, the marks of a time loop, and perhaps the truth about who we really were. The air in the room felt heavy, charged with the static of a brewing storm. We were standing on the edge of something irrevocable, staring into the dark, waiting for the light to finally turn on. And for the first time in a very long time, I had absolutely no idea what I was going to see. The air in Silver Lake's dimension is thick with the scent of ozone and things that should not be boiled. She is a woman who treats the fabric of reality with the same casual, reckless indifference a toddler shows a crayon. She promised me a potion to sharpen my soul, to let me see the invisible threads binding the world. but her process sounded more like a fever dream than alchemy. She claims a 97% success rate, a number she plucked from the air with the grace of a seasoned con artist. I didn't bother to argue. In this loop, hope is a cheap commodity, and I was buying. The liquid was a viscous, emerald sludge that tasted like copper and regret. The moment it hit my system, reality folded. My consciousness didn't just fade. It was ripped out, tossed into a kaleidoscope of screaming stars and shifting, volcanic landscapes. I drifted through a sensory purgatory for 2 days, tethered to nothing, until I finally dragged myself back to the waking world. The world looked different. It wasn't a matter of sharper vision, but a new, intrusive sense that hummed at the base of my skull. When I focused, the people around me weren't just flesh and bone anymore. They were glowing, complex geometries of intent and energy. It was beautiful, exhausting, and gave me a migraine that felt like a hot needle behind my eyes. Hiding from the fallout of my disappearance, I returned to Silver Lake, looking for a way to bridge the gap between our realities, a way to prove to her future self that the loop wasn't just a hallucination. We struck a deal over a discarded, dusty artifact, a whistle stone that was never meant to be heard. If I could replicate the key in a future life, it would be the smoking gun of my impossible claims. A small, jagged piece of stone became the anchor for a conversation I hadn't even had yet. The final days of the loop were a circus. My brother, Diamond, arrived with that annoying, golden boy confidence that makes you want to punch him and hug him in the same breath. He had a vendetta against our brother Fortov, a petty family squabble that he insisted on settling in the middle of a city preparing for a catastrophe. I played the role of the reluctant facilitator, dragging a jar of medicinal salve through the crowded streets. I found Fortov, a man perpetually caught in the orbit of his own bad decisions. His explanation for why Ivory ended up in a purple creeper patch, every single time, was both pathetic and suspiciously rehearsed. He was a master of his own misfortune, and yet he still managed to look at me like I was the chaotic element in his life. Diamond arrived on cue, crashing the moment with all the subtlety of a falling chandelier. They started shouting, their voices rising above the hum of the city, oblivious to the fact that the sky was about to tear open. I sipped my tea, watching the two of them flail, a tiny, detached amusement cutting through the mounting tension. They looked at me, demanding an ally, but I was already drifting away, mentally preparing for the end. The festival was starting. The shadows were lengthening. And as the city began to scream, I realized that for all the secrets I had unlocked, the most terrifying thing wasn't the monster at the door. It was the fact that I was the only one who knew the door was already off its hinges. The night air in Cyoria was crisp, biting enough to wake the dead. Yet here I was, standing on a street corner, feeling like a babysitter for two men who had long since abandoned the concept of emotional maturity. We had just been unceremoniously kicked out of a coffee shop. It was a first for me, a dubious badge of honor in a life defined by looping through the same month until my brain felt like oversteeped tea. Beside me, my older brothers, Diamond and Fortov, were locked in a staring contest that was far more intense than any magical duel I had ever witnessed. It was almost hilarious in a tragic, slow-motion car crash kind of way. Diamond had orchestrated this mess. He wanted to solve a family rift, but he was going about it with the subtlety of an exploding fireball. Fortov, on the other hand, was holding onto a grudge like a drowning man clutching a stone. The core of their conflict was an old promise, a vow of support that Diamond had made and, in his pursuit of professional glory, promptly forgotten. To Fortov, it was a betrayal of brotherhood. To Diamond, it was a minor detail that had slipped through the cracks of a busy schedule. As they circled each other, trading barbs that were sharp enough to cut but shallow enough to remain petty, I felt a familiar, weary detachment. It was the same way I felt about the world lately. Everyone was running around, convinced their little dramas were the center of the universe, unaware that the real stakes were so much higher. Eventually, the shouting simmered down into a pathetic, sullen silence. Fortov finally confessed the truth. He didn't hate Damon's success. He hated his own inadequacy. He was in an academy that was designed to break people like him, and he had been banking on his genius brother to be his safety net. When that net failed to materialize, he didn't just fall. He let himself rot. It was classic Fortov, lazy, shallow, and perpetually looking for a convenient shoulder to pass his burdens onto. I didn't feel sorry for him. I just felt tired. The moment the restart began again, I left the drama behind. I had a corpse to inspect. We returned to the lawyer's home, the same scene of domestic quiet. Only this time we didn't waste time on pleasantries. We moved through the house with the cold, practiced efficiency of predators. Veyers Boranova was in the icebox, exactly where he had been before. This time, with my new soul perception, I didn't just see a dead boy. I saw the hollowness of his existence. His soul had been surgically removed, leaving behind a shell that had never truly lived. It was a mimicry of life, a puppet waiting for strings that had been cut. We sat in the silence of the aftermath, dissecting the implications. Veyers was the link. Whether he was Red Robe himself or merely a mask the man had worn, he was the key to the entire disaster. We had confirmed that his death matched the state of the other soul-killed victims we had found. It wasn't an extraction. It was an erasure. Zach paced the room, his frustration mounting. He was looking for a narrative, a clean explanation for why someone would scour his memories of a specific person. I was looking for the mechanism. If Red Robe had figured out a way to enter and exit this cycle without triggering the system's defenses, he wasn't just a powerful mage. He was an architect of shadows. I had a theory about modified markers, a way of bending the rules of this prison without breaking them. It was speculation, sure, but in this world, speculation is often just a memory of a truth we haven't discovered yet. We were chasing a ghost, a man who could change his shape as easily as he changed his mind, and for the first time, I realized the danger wasn't just that he knew more than us. It was that he was probably waiting for us to figure it out. The loop was coming to an end, the clock ticking down to the inevitable reset. I looked at the frozen body in the basement one last time. There was a peace in his face that I knew, in the coming days, I would never be able to afford. The plan was surgical, elegant, and hinged on the fundamental absurdity of the universe. We weren't just guessing, we were mapping the mechanics of the game. If the temporary markers were essentially rented time, there had to be a closing procedure, a line of code that executed when the lease expired. My theory was simple. When a temporary looper ran out of time, the system wouldn't just delete them. It would default them back to their original state, as if the intrusion had never occurred. A total system restore. If Veyers was the mastermind, his death shouldn't have left a rotting corpse. It should have left nothing. Or a person, confused and ignorant. The fact that he was a soulless puppet suggested he wasn't a looper at all. He was a glitch, a broken link in a chain that stretched far beyond our current understanding. We spent the rest of the day in a dive bar on the outskirts of Syoria, the kind of place where the beer tastes like copper and the patrons are too busy drowning their own ghosts to care about ours. Zach, usually a dynamo of chaotic energy, was subdued. He spent a long time staring at a beer keg, reflecting on the path he would have walked without the loop. It was a bleak vision, a crumbling house, a hollow life, and the slow, agonizing realization that he was destined for mediocrity. He slammed his empty keg onto the table, a sudden, violent release of long-bottled fury. The room went quiet, a collective intake of breath from people who knew exactly what that kind of anger tasted like. He didn't need to explain it. I knew. I had my own memories of being an invisible, unremarkable person, and the fear of slipping back into that insignificance was a monster that never quite slept. Then the focus shifted to the hunt. We had the ingredients for the witch. We had the keystone, a master key to a door she didn't even remember installing. We rolled up to her hidden sanctuary like an invading army, golems tucked away in an orb, ready to turn the place into a crater if the greeting went south. When she emerged, she wasn't the smug, insufferable mentor I remembered. She was suspicious, defensive, and genuinely unsettled. We didn't lead with the time loop. That's a one-way ticket to being turned into a toad. We led with the bait, the rare ingredients, the perfect knowledge of her private sanctum, and the undeniable proof that we had stood in the center of her world. I projected memories into the air, hyper-detailed illusions that stripped away her skepticism. I showed her the scratch on her cauldron, the exact arrangement of dried onions, the architecture of her own life. She looked at the images as if she were staring at a crime scene. She ran diagnostic spells on her own mind, desperate to find the seams where her memories had been stitched, but she found nothing. The frustration on her face was almost beautiful. She was a woman who lived by the logic of magic, and we had presented her with a paradox that defied every law she knew. She disappeared inside her sanctum, and we waited. The tension was a physical weight, thick and suffocating. When she returned, she was shaking, her eyes wide with a frantic, uncharacteristic panic. She didn't see ghosts. She saw the impossibility of our intrusion. She had no memory of the deal, no memory of the eggs. Yet here we were, presenting her with the very thing she had been craving, as if the last month had been a dream she hadn't woken up from. She snapped. The ground beneath us groaned, and in a spray of flying mud and rock, two massive earth elementals clawed their way into existence, their eyes glowing with a cold, relentless intent. Zack looked at the towering constructs, then at me. A slow, reckless grin spread across his face, the kind of expression that usually precedes a disaster. The game was up. Now, we were just seeing how long we could survive the fallout. The air between us tasted like static and pulverized granite. Silver Lake had summoned earth elementals, hulking, mindless brutes that smelled like an open grave, but I didn't even flinch. I let the combat golems loose, a sudden, metallic clatter as they materialized, standing like silent, lethal sentinels. I didn't want a bloodbath, but I wasn't going to be the one on the floor either. She moved first, a master of her craft, slamming her foot down to trigger a web of defensive wards. The world blurred. Fog rolled in, thick and suffocating, while the very fabric of reality groaned as she tried to tear our connection to the mana currents. It was a classic move, the kind of trap that would have shredded me a dozen loops ago, but I wasn't that boy anymore. I whipped out the bluestone pyramid, a piece of artifice that felt heavy with the weight of potential. I tossed it, and it hung in the air like a second sun, erupting into a shimmering dome of amber light. Her wards hammered against my shield like waves against a cliff, sputtering and dying in the face of my countermeasures. She was brilliant, yes, but she was playing a game of chess, and I had already flipped the board. We stared at each other through the shimmering haze of our conflicting magics. The silence was absolute, a predator's pause before the strike. Then, she just let go. With a sigh that carried the weight of a century, the elementals dissolved into loose soil, and her wards retracted. She looked at us, not with the fire of a warrior, but with the weary, amused eyes of a teacher who just caught her favorite students trying to blow up the school. I didn't lower my guard. I let the golems stand their ground. We weren't here to play nice. We were here to reset the truth. I began the story. I painted the sky with illusions, showing the world suspended in the void, a fragile blue marble held within the crushing mechanism of an ancient, cosmic machine. I spoke of the gate, the cold, impossible logic of the loop, and the silence of the god machine that held us in its teeth. She didn't interrupt. She watched, her fingers drumming a frantic, rhythmic beat against her thigh. Her questions were like scalpel cuts, precise, brutal, and aimed directly at the heart of the mechanics I was trying to explain. She was dissecting the reality of our nightmare in real time. When I finally finished, the air felt thin. She looked at us, her expression unreadable, a mixture of terrifying intelligence and genuine, human fear. She had reached a conclusion that I hadn't even dared to vocalize yet. She leaned in, her voice a dry, rasping whisper that cut through the silence like a razor. She didn't talk about loops or time. She talked about the things that slept before the world had a name. "Have you ever heard of the primordials?" she asked, and the temperature in the room plummeted. The concept of a primordial is less of a creature and more of a cosmic glitch. Imagine the oldest, most powerful things in existence, beings whose very presence once rivaled the gods, only to be butchered and shoved into prisons at the dawn of time. History has a funny way of burying the inconvenient truths. The church documents are vague, the records are conflicting, and the gods themselves have spent millennia scrubbing the truth from the archives. Silver Lake sat there, looking like a dusty academic who had just discovered the secret to immortality, vibrating with that insufferable, smug confidence that makes you want to strangle her while simultaneously begging for her secrets. She claimed she could prove we were telling the truth about our loop. She brought out a book. It was disguised with a simple illusion, pretending to be a collection of mundane baking recipes. A nice touch if you enjoy dramatic flair. When I stripped the glamour away, the real title stared back. Unspeakable Cults. It was the kind of banned, degenerate filth that makes your skin crawl just holding it. Diagrams of sacrifices, descriptions of mental debauchery, and the kind of existential horror that usually keeps people awake for weeks. I found the section she wanted. It detailed a cult somewhere in the wastes, obsessed with an entity they called the Golden Feathered Worm. They were capturing travelers, drilling worms into their brains, and forcibly shunting their minds into the psychic shadow of an imprisoned primordial. The victims didn't last long, just a few hours of screaming, babbling gibberish, and bleeding out through their ears, but the cultists wrote it all down. The readings were insane, but they shared a common thread. Eyes between spaces, time moving in spirals, bones that stretched into dimensions that shouldn't exist. The book suggested that these primordials were not just flesh and blood. They were living, breathing miniature universes, masquerading as solid matter. Silverlake watched us, her eyes bright with a manic, terrifying realization. If the Sovereign Gate, the very machine that drags us through this hellish cycle every month, wasn't just a divine toy, but a hollowed-out, mutilated primordial repurposed by the gods, then everything we knew about our prison changed. We weren't just in a time loop. We were trapped in the belly of a sleeping god. The implications were nauseating. I looked at the book, at the diagrams of the horrific, worm-based rituals, and then at Silverlake. She was already moving, her indecision replaced by a frantic need to see the truth for herself. She had been studying the primordial prison buried beneath Cyoria for years, treating it as a background curiosity. Now, she realized it might be a mirror. If she was right, the prison wasn't just a seal. It was a connection. And if she could prove that the prison reacted to the loop, then she wouldn't just be validating our story. She would be confirming that the very ground we walked on, the very air we breathed, was the discarded, reconfigured corpse of a universe-shattering titan. She didn't want to wait. She wanted to go to the prison now. I looked at Zach, his face pale, the gravity of the situation sinking in. We were about to go poking a sleeping monster that had been waiting for eons for someone to wake it up. I didn't bother with teleports. I had something faster, something that didn't leave a trail for the city's guards to follow. It was time to go underground and pray that what we found down there didn't decide to wake up. The hole is not a destination for the faint of heart. It is a massive, circular scar in the earth, a bottomless throat that exhales enough raw magic to power a continent. The city of Cyoria clings to its rim like a barnacle on a sinking ship. Access is rarely restricted. Usually, the only people foolish enough to approach the edge are those looking for a long drop to a permanent solution. For us, it was the perfect place to hide in plain sight. Silverlake was a storm of contradictions. She claimed her knowledge of the primordial prison beneath us was casual, yet she navigated its dimensional anchors with the precision of a surgeon who had practiced the same procedure for a century. As I watched her cast, it became obvious. These weren't standard spells. They were bespoke, hyper-specialized tools forged in the fires of long-term obsession. She had been picking at the lock of this reality for decades. When she finally turned to us, the arrogance was gone, replaced by a cold, unsettling unease. She had seen the truth. The prison was a bridge, a structural anomaly that existed in both our reality and the artificial, looped nightmare we were trapped in. It was a conduit. She didn't like it. She pulled at her hair, a rare moment of human frailty that felt more ominous than any spell. She was terrified of what it implied, that we were in a cage designed by gods, and the cage was built out of the literal bones of their oldest enemies. Back in the safety of our warded house, the mood shifted from existential dread to the cold, clinical pursuit of power. The table was covered in divine artifacts, relics that would start a war in any other setting, now reduced to lab samples. My brother Diamond sat across from me, looking at these items with a mix of awe and moral queasiness that I found almost quaint. I don't have time for sanctity. I'm dismantling these things layer by layer, looking for the seams. If I break them, they reset at the end of the month. It's the ultimate, guilt-free experimental environment. Diamond pulled me out of the minutiae with a piece of news that felt like a punch to the gut. The final piece of the key wasn't tucked away in a dusty library or a guarded bank vault. It was in the ziggurat of the sun, buried deep in the heart of a soul-crushing desert, currently occupied by a hive of giant, sapient wasps known as devil wasps. 3 meters of chitinous, sting-wielding malice. Hundreds of them. I looked at the propaganda poster Diamond tossed at me. It depicted a sleek, experimental airship, a vanity project for a king with too much gold and too little sense. It was the only way to reach the ziggurat without dying of thirst or being shredded by a swarm of sentient horrors before we even saw the entrance. I looked at the poster, then at the artifacts, and finally back at my brother. The plan was as insane as the world we were living in. We weren't just going to raid a temple. We were going to commit grand theft aviation. Airships are the impossible dream of a grounded world. They represent our oldest defiance of gravity, yet every design feels like a cruel joke. Magic can lift a vessel, sure, but sustaining that lift requires mana in staggering, unsustainable quantities. And if you want speed, the cost multiplies until your treasury runs dry. It's a fundamental, crushing equation. Because of this, most airships are little more than sky trams, tethered to invisible power lines running through mana-rich ley zones. They are fragile, expensive vanity projects, built from scratch by teams of artisans who guard their secrets like dragon's gold. And the danger? It is absolute. A ship at sea may sink, but a ship in the sky only falls. And when it falls, no one walks away. But the Icosians of Zlotic, they see the desert not as a barrier, but as a proving ground. Roads are impossible in those shifting sands, and teleportation circles are too costly to scatter across the dunes. They need airships. They need the Pearl of Aranhal. This was the vessel I intended to steal. A ship rumored to cost more than the crown jewels of a small nation, armed with an experimental power core that didn't need ley lines. It was a flying fortress. Half of this loop was already spent, and we were tangled in a web of Silver Lake's making, so we decided to hold off on the actual theft. But I needed to lay eyes on it. I needed to feel the wards that hummed around it. The shipyard was a fortress. Defenses bristled against saboteurs, though stealing the whole ship was a concept they hadn't bothered warding against. The real hurdle? It needed a crew of 10 just to undock. Zach couldn't create simulacrums yet, so we were stuck. Plus, key components were missing, likely still in the R&D phase. I knew I could build them myself, but I needed the blueprints. I found myself reflecting on how far I'd fallen, or ascended. My younger self just wanted to understand how a train engine worked. Now, I was casually planning to hijack the most advanced piece of aerial engineering on the continent and rip its engine apart. Before that insanity, I had a ghost to confront. I was on my way to see Xenomir Allguy, the old linguist I'd consulted in my very first fatal loop. I'd avoided him for lifetimes, assuming he was an invader spy. But my deep dives into the cults and collaborators never pointed to him. I decided it was time to test him, to dangle the invasion in front of his nose and see if he'd poison my tea. As I neared his office, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. The familiar, oily psychic pressure of cephalic rats. They were in the walls, probing the air. When they brushed against my mental shields, they recoiled, but the damage was done. They were here, and they had been here in that first loop. Xenomir himself might not be an invader, but he was certainly bait. I waited 15 minutes while he argued with another student about some esoteric linguistic nonsense. Then I was in his office. I handed him technical documents I'd acquired in Aranhal, dense with airship jargon. He was a polyglot, not an artificer, so I wasn't worried he'd recognize the specific parts. He didn't betray himself. Instead, he did the last thing I expected. He told me to learn the language. He insisted that translators were a crutch and that I needed to immerse myself in the culture. He disappeared into his storeroom and returned 10 minutes later, dumping a mountain of irreplaceable Aranhal dictionaries and notes onto his desk. He just gave them to me. A total stranger. It was insane generosity. It was time to test the waters. I looked him in the eye and asked if he was a cultist of the World Dragon. He was confused, genuinely bewildered by the accusation. I pushed harder, asking if he was an agent of Ulquin Abesa. That made him angry. He was clean. The man was innocent. I sighed, reached into his mind, and erased that entire uncomfortable line of questioning from his memory. He blinked, confused, and mumbled about old age causing him to doze off. I had to tell him. It was the only way to keep him safe this time. I need to be blunt, Professor. There are cephalic rats lurking in the walls of this corridor. Spies. He paled, then went into deep thought. A minute later, he slapped his desk in revelation. Ah, not here for me, you see. The headmaster's office is right next door. Rarely used, but it's a central hub for important visitors and documentation. The wards are better inside, but the approach, they must have cut corners. That clicked into place. The rats were targeting the Academy's leadership, not a dusty linguist. He sighed, already dreading the paperwork this revelation would require. I don't suppose you could keep my name out of the report? I asked. The thought of more memory modification was exhausting. He looked at me, a silent understanding passing between us. He just nodded, accepting the burden of the report and the strange teenager who had just saved his life. The headmaster's office was indeed infested. It was a perfect dark irony. The highest seat of learning in Scioria was being systematically harvested for intelligence by a swarm of vermin beneath the floorboards. Solving the mystery felt like pulling a thread on a sweater. I had one answer, but the entire garment of my reality was starting to unravel. Training didn't stop for existential dread, though. We took to the caves, a dank, echoing system far from the city's prying eyes. Zack was hitting his stride with pocket dimensions. While I had the theoretical knowledge, he had a mana reserve that felt like an endless, thundering river. He could sustain the mental architecture of a fold in space for hours, while I was left gasping at the edges of my own limitations. It was a bitter, petty thing to witness, the way he just eclipsed me through sheer brute force. I had to shove the jealousy down, burying it alongside my fear. We couldn't afford to be petty. We were two ghosts in a broken machine, trying to learn how to pick the lock. The Urania retrievers, Ghost and Veil, were teaching me to walk in the void. They called it going dark. I called it self-lobotomy. It was the psychic equivalent of a mind-blank spell, a way to render my consciousness utterly invisible. The cost was a terrifying, suffocating sense of isolation. When I finally triggered it, the world didn't just go quiet, it died. My own thoughts became a distant, muffled echo in a tomb of my own making. It was essential. It was also, quite possibly, the most unnatural thing I had ever done to my own psyche. The real breakthrough, however, was the meeting with Silver Lake. We met in a public park, the kind of place where a conversation about reality-bending loops sounds like the ramblings of the local madman. She didn't want a blood oath. She didn't want a magically binding contract. She knew those were for amateurs. She wanted the carrot and the poison. She didn't trust us, and she was right not to. We were two variables she couldn't account for, armed with the ability to reset time whenever things went south. She couldn't hold us, she couldn't break us, so she settled for being indispensable. She dangled the secret of eternal youth in front of us, the one prize that would keep us crawling back to her, loop after loop. She was arrogant, she was infuriating, and she was absolutely right. I wasn't an alchemist of her caliber. I would need her, eventually. We parted ways with a tentative, brittle alliance. The subsequent weeks, or rather, the subsequent resets, became a blur of cold, mechanical efficiency. We were harvesting information like farmers during a harvest. We were learning the architecture of the Bakura gates, dissecting the divine artifacts I'd stolen, and watching the pieces of our impossible plan snap into place. Zack was closer to the simulacrum's spell than ever. I was mapping the invasion's network of spies. We were becoming ghosts who could touch the solid world, architects of our own escape. But as the restarts stacked up, a new, cold feeling began to settle into my bones. We were getting faster, we were getting stronger, and we were becoming more dangerous with every iteration. I just hoped that by the time we were finally ready to break the loop, We hadn't become the very monsters we were trying to escape. The clock was ticking, and the machine was beginning to notice us. The Pearl of Aranhal is not a ship. It is a leaf of blinding, arrogant white, defying the gravity that anchors the rest of the world. It is the pride of Aranhal, an aerodynamic rhombus built to swallow the horizon. To anyone else, it is a masterpiece of engineering. To me, it is the only way to reach the ziggurat of the sun before the sands of time bury my chances for good. The shipyard was a fortress of scaffolding and paranoia. We didn't walk through the front gate. We ghosted in, waiting for the perfect moment to inject chaos into their clockwork operations. I reached into the static of my own soul, pinging my simulacrums. It was time. We had captured a swarm of golden triclopses, spiteful, three-eyed monkey things with a taste for dismantling magic. We turned them loose, a furry, shrieking hurricane of destruction. The guards scrambled, as predicted, treating the infestation as a nuisance rather than a tactical distraction. That was our window. We didn't just steal the ship, we hijacked a dream. I scrambled across the deck, my hands blurring as I installed missing components on the fly, fighting the exhaustion of a 24-hour shift. The crew tried to barricade the engine room, their eyes wide with the realization that they were fighting something that didn't play by their rules. I fed my simulacrums into the meat grinder, indifferent to their losses, until the engines roared to life. We didn't just break the safety locks, I torched them. The engines screamed, crippled but alive, and we lurched into the sky. But we weren't alone. A pursuing vessel was already screaming after us, a heavy, cylindrical predator bristling with cannons. I had to build a makeshift tactical display out of pure divination and spite, projecting the enemy's position into the air. Just as I thought I had the upper hand, a second doubt appeared on the horizon. A Mesnerian interceptor, banking hard to box us in. They weren't just protecting a ship, they were protecting a national secret, and they were willing to trade their neighbors to ensure we never left the sky. I looked at Zach. The velvet gloves were off. We weren't trying to minimize casualties anymore. We were trying to survive. We turned the Pearl around, charging straight into the teeth of our pursuers. The Aranhali ship didn't fire cannons. They released their riders, men clinging to the backs of giant, straining eagles, diving toward us like falling stone. My simulacrum stood on the Pearl's outer hull, his feet magically bonded to the white metal, his golem body cold and indifferent to the gale. He didn't watch the eagles. He watched the ship. He didn't need to fly. He just needed to be there. With a sickening rip of reality, he blinked, teleporting onto the enemy's hull. He tore through their skin like wet paper and stepped into their corridor. They tried to stop him, 3 men with steel in their eyes, but he was a hurricane of blades, a severing whip of magic that didn't stop for screams. Bullets pinged off his golemic chest like rain, ignored. He was a force of nature, moving with the cold, calculated intent of a machine. Then came the fire, a spinning, blinding bolt that scorched the air and sent the walls screaming outward. Out of the smoke stepped a man who didn't fight like a scholar. He was a brute, his face obscured by a thick, aggressive mustache, sliding across the floor on a wave of telekinetic force. He didn't chant. He didn't hesitate. He swung a saber that hummed with the intent to carve a god in half. He wasn't here to negotiate. He was here to ensure the Pearl fell. The mage on the enemy airship didn't fight like a scholar. He fought like a predator who had spent his life deciding which part of a man to carve off first. He skated across the deck on a film of telekinetic force, his saber glowing with a nauseating, rhythmic red. I teleported behind him, a standard maneuver, but he didn't even turn. He simply drifted up onto the bulkhead, his boots mocking gravity, and swatted my force lance away with the edge of his blade as if it were a common housefly. I had to get dirty. I threw a wave of soul nausea at him, a low, humming frequency designed to shake the spirit loose from the flesh. It wasn't a lethal blow, but it was enough. The man stumbled, his rhythm broken for a heartbeat. That was all the leverage I needed. The severing whip caught him mid-stride, and just like that, the hallway was silent again. I took his saber as a souvenir of his poor career choices and got back to the business of wrecking the ship. The ensuing battle was a symphony of chaos. The Pearl of Aranhal was a glass cannon, all speed, no armor, and currently held together by my frantic, last-minute repairs. We turned the ship into a jagged, flying scalpel, baiting the Aranhali pursuers into a dance where the only prize was a collision with the ground. When the enemy cores finally detonated, the sky felt a little cleaner. The Mesnerian ship didn't stick around to find out if we were bluffing. They turned tail and vanished into the haze. We spent the next 5 days ghosting through the trackless desert, hunting for a Bokora gate that wasn't buried under a century of shifting dunes. The maps were garbage, ancient, unreliable, and clearly drawn by people who prioritize fiction over geography. When we finally found one, it felt less like a victory and more like a reprieve from the heat. Back in Eldamar, we called a meeting. It was the full cast of our secret, tangled conspiracy. Kale, Taven, Svim, Olenik, Daimen, and the wild card Silverlake. She sat there with a smug, knowing aura, smelling of expensive reagents and ancient grudges. She hadn't fully committed to us, and we hadn't fully committed to her. It was a partnership built on mutual suspicion and the desperate, shared need for a way out. The room went cold when Olenik saw her. They locked eyes for a few silent seconds, an eternity of unspoken history, necromantic pasts, and current righteousness, before turning away. The tension was thick enough to choke on. "You're the ones who stole the ship?" Diamond asked, his voice cracking with disbelief. "We're the ones who improved the neighborhood," Zack countered, his grin too wide for the room. "We laid it out for them. The airship wasn't just a trophy. It was a transport vessel for the impossible. We needed to hit the ziggurat of the sun, the royal treasury, and somehow, through pure, unadulterated madness, find a way to challenge the ancient Lich Quatekikl for his piece of the key. It was a plan that relied on us being smarter, faster, and more ruthless than the gods themselves." Olenik didn't stay for the finale. He looked at Silverlake, his expression hardening into a mask of pure ice, and warned us that playing with her was a surefire way to get a dagger between the ribs. He left the room without a backward glance, leaving a void where his calm, steady presence used to be. Silverlake just chuckled, a dry, rattling sound that promised nothing good. She reached for one of Kale's experimental potions, her fingers dancing over the glass. "So," she purred, her eyes dancing with dark curiosity. "You were saying something about an ancient lich?" "The Zlotic Desert is a beautiful, lethal lie. Maps make it look like a sea of golden sand, but the reality is far more jagged, broken by sun-bleached ruins and geysers that boil the earth from within. We were standing in the heart of what used to be an Icosian temple complex, the ziggurat of the sun looming in the distance like a warning. Zack and I were sweating through our protective enchantments, the heat pressing against us like a physical weight. We didn't come in the airship. It would have been an act of war, and we weren't ready to start a genocide just to gain entry. We were here to talk to the Solrotham, the devil wasps. They weren't exactly famous for their cocktail parties. They were a species defined by their sharp edges and a violent, unyielding history with humanity. "You think they'll listen?" Zack asked, flicking a pebble into the dust. "I'm still betting on a little strategic violence to clear the air." "Let's try words first," I said, though my gut was already screaming that we were out of our depth. "If they want to dance, we'll dance." I fired a signal flare into the sky. It tore through the heat haze with a high-pitched, mocking shriek, announcing our arrival to everything for miles. Within 15 minutes, the horizon blurred. 3 black shapes descended, hitting the gravel with the grace of falling anvils. They weren't just big. They were alien, glossy, jet-black chitin, spindly limbs that looked fragile but carried the strength of a piston, and multifaceted eyes that refused to hold a reflection. They clutched oversized spears like they were extensions of their own twisted anatomy. I tried to greet them with the desperate, sweating sincerity of a man who didn't want to die today. They responded with a frantic, buzzing chaos of chattering mandibles and twitching antennae. Then one stepped forward. He stabbed his spear into the earth, offered his empty palms in a universal sign of truce, and began a rapid, complex sequence of hand gestures. "I don't speak bug," Zack noted dryly. "I try to bridge the gap with my mind, pushing my intent into their psychic periphery. The lead wasp hissed like an angry cat and waved a bundle of dried bones and herbs in my face, a pathetic, superstitious ward against my magic. It was so absurdly human in its pettiness that I almost laughed. "Speak," the creature finally projected into my mind. The tone was cold, clinical, and heavy with ancient suspicion. "We seek passage," I said, careful to keep my mental barriers tight. "We bring gifts for your leadership." "Out of the question," the voice rippled through my head. "You are not of the tribe. You lust after this land because you cannot accept that it is no longer yours." The sheer paranoia was suffocating. They were terrified, and their terror was a weapon. We were negotiating with creatures who measured friendship in blood-soaked rituals we couldn't even understand. I looked at Zach. His face was a mask of bored calculation, but his aura was spiking with mana. "Things are going about as well as a tooth extraction," I transmitted silently. "Great," he retorted. "At least we have a backup plan." The lead wasp didn't wait for us to process the rejection. He pulled himself into a defensive stance, his antennae vibrating with a frequency that made my skin crawl. Then, the sky turned black. The horizon wasn't just shimmering with heat anymore. A swarm of dots emerged, 20 maybe more, moving with a predatory, synchronized speed. They weren't coming to talk. They were coming to finish the conversation before it even began. The air grew heavy with the sound of thousands of wings beating against the silence. It was a roar that signaled the end of diplomacy. "Looks like your wish for a fight is coming true, Zach," I whispered. He just grinned, his hands lighting up with a soft, hungry glow. "About time," he breathed. The Solrotham didn't care for our diplomacy. They cared for the rhythmic, insectal precision of a swarm that had decided we were meat. Buzzkill, as I'd privately dubbed our lead wasp, puffed his chest and projected his rejection with the cold finality of an executioner. We didn't give them a chance to initiate. Zach and I moved in a blur of shared intent. He hammered the air with a kinetic pulse that should have liquefied them, but their chitinous carapaces were deceptively durable, shrugging off the blow like a heavy jacket. I followed up, weaving force constructs into their flight paths, not to kill, but to break, cracking wings and joints with surgical cruelty. We wanted them to bleed, to fear, and to witness the sheer, insurmountable gap between their tribal spears and our reality-warping arsenal. When the main swarm crested the horizon, a black, buzzing cloud of impending doom, we didn't stay to be harvested. We let them taste our power, tanked a volley of their heavy javelins just to prove we could, and blinked out of existence. Back in the safety of our secret meeting room, the atmosphere was thick enough to choke a horse. Olenek and Silverlake were circling each other like predators, their mutual loathing a palpable weight. "Can we focus?" I snapped, rubbing my temples. "We're talking about Quadakikl, not your ancient, unresolved baggage." Our plan was a fragile skeleton of hope, a surgical strike near the end of the loop, when the Lich's defenses were stretched thin. We were betting everything on a soul-severing strike, a trick that had worked once through sheer, unadulterated luck. Kale was already dissecting my notes, looking for reasons why it shouldn't have been possible, while Svim poked holes in our logic with the relentless precision of a grandmaster. The revelation hit us like a cold bucket of water. A lich of that caliber didn't just have defenses. He had a living, breathing ego that viewed the soul as a castle. "You're thinking too small," Silverlake purred, her eyes dancing with dark amusement. She tossed a weathered, brittle scroll across the table. It was a trap field, a spiderweb of negation designed to pin an undead spirit to a single point in space. He thinks he's a god because he's never been caged. Zach, ever the optimist, decided that the best way to prepare for an ancient, soul-devouring horror was to turn himself into one. He grinned, eyes bright with reckless energy. "I'll be the lich. You guys try to kill me. Discount Quadakikl, coming right up." I wanted to scream. I wanted to walk out the door and never come back. Instead, I watched as the room devolved into a shouting match between a priest and a necromancer, while Kale wisely chose that exact moment to manifest his own disappearance. I sat there, sipping my fruit juice, watching Zach tackle a keg of beer like he was trying to drown his future. The contrast was laughable. We were planning to storm a ziggurat and humble a god, but we couldn't even manage a meeting without someone threatening to break someone else's nose. "We need a translator," I muttered, trying to steer the conversation back to the ziggurat. "Someone local. Someone who knows the desert." Zach wiped foam from his lip, his eyes drifting toward the window. "Nilu," he said. "She's native, she's sharp, and she's already seen enough of my bullshit that she might actually believe the time traveler bit." I looked at him, really looked at him. The sheer absurdity of our situation. Looping time, ancient liches, and now trying to drag a girl into a suicide mission in the middle of a desert settled in my chest. If this was how the world ended, at least it wasn't going to be boring. I just hoped Nilu was ready for the ride, because once she stepped into our orbit, there was no going back. The tavern air was thick with the scent of cheap ale and the heavy, suffocating weight of a summer night. Zach was halfway through a keg that should have killed a lesser man, his eyes unfocused and bright. We were talking about Nilu, about pulling her into the gears of our grand, failing machine, when the atmosphere shifted. The background noise of the room didn't get quieter, but it felt farther away. A man sat down at our table. He wasn't invited, and he certainly hadn't asked for permission. He looked like an aristocrat. Immaculate suit, skin the color of sun-baked earth, and a posture so rigid it looked carved from marble. I reached out with my mind, expecting the usual psychic hum of a tavern regular. I hit a wall. A void. Total silence. My stomach dropped into the floorboards. Mind blank is a spell for ghosts and kings. I shot Zach a look, my hand inching toward the hidden seals in my pocket. He didn't need the signal. His posture had gone taut, the casual, drunkard mask slipping to reveal the predator beneath. The stranger smiled. It was the smile of a man who owned the table, the tavern, and the ground we were sitting on. He introduced himself with a name that tasted like ancient dust and forgotten maps. Sarawada Marenta. I stared at him, my brain cycling through every contact, every enemy, every shadow I'd ever crossed in this loop. Nothing. He leaned in, his composure absolute. His soul wasn't just guarded, it was a perfect, stagnant mirror. No ripples, no fear, no hesitation. He was a soul mage of a caliber that made Olenek look like a novice. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. He wasn't just powerful. He was inevitable. He started talking about our investigations, our interference, our little conspiracy of puppets playing at war. Zach's voice dropped to a low, dangerous snarl. He was tired of games. I was tired of fear. But as the man laughed, a sound that didn't reach his eyes, I saw the truth behind the mask. It wasn't just a spell. It was a shroud. He teased us with hints of his age, his history, his reach. He was playing a game of cat and mouse where we were both, and he was the one holding the leash. I felt the sweat prickling at my hairline, the hum of mana beneath my skin becoming erratic. I looked at him, really looked at him, and forced the question out, my voice barely a tremor in the smoke-filled air. The man's grin widened, and for a heartbeat, the illusion flickered. The skin melted away like wax near a furnace, replaced by the hollow, grinning horror of a pitch-black skull. It was a sight that had haunted dreams for 1,000 years. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the mask snapped back into place. Quadakikl, the lich of the Abasin invasion, the nightmare we'd been desperately clawing toward for weeks. He reclined in his chair, tapping his fingers against the wood, waiting for us to stop shaking. "Do you think you're ready to talk?" he asked. The silence that followed wasn't just the absence of sound. It was the sound of our entire plan shattering into dust. The tavern was a hum of mundane existence. Warm light, the clink of glasses, the murmur of people blissfully unaware that a creature older than their kingdom was sitting at a table with us, nursing a drink he couldn't swallow. Quadakikl's disguise was perfect. He looked like a nobleman, a man of status and breeding, not the hollow-eyed nightmare I knew he could be. The silence at our table was heavy, electric. I was scrambling, my mind racing through 1,000 scenarios, but everything felt like I was trying to hold water in a sieve. I had expected a battle, a trap, or a sudden, explosive end to the loop. Instead, I got an invitation to chat. He looked fleshy, alive, and disturbingly comfortable. It was a stark contrast to the rattling, pitch-black skeleton he became when he took off the mask to kill. He didn't need to drink the ale he ordered, but he did it for the optics, for the lie he was spinning. Zack was holding his own, his arrogance a shield against the sheer, suffocating presence of the Lich. We were in a crowded room, surrounded by witnesses, and yet I felt entirely alone. Any move we made here would tear the city apart. If we fought, we lost. If we didn't, we were just dancing on his string. He started talking about our interference, our little raids on his supply lines. It was clinical, detached. He spoke about war like a gardener discussed weeding. His perspective was ancient, a world where the heads of conquered enemies were public displays, and mercy was just a word for the weak. He didn't care about our morality because, to him, it didn't exist. He thought we were being hypocrites, hiding our power, playing the parts of students while acting like lords. He was fishing. He wanted to know who we answered to, who was backing our play. The thought of a secret power standing behind us was the only thing keeping him from crushing us right then and there. The conversation twisted, jumping from the destruction of Cyoria to international politics. He wasn't a mustache-whirling villain planning to burn the world for fun. He was a strategist. He wanted to tilt the balance of power, to break Eldamar and Sulamnon so thoroughly that his own island would be left alone in the ruins. It was a cold, pragmatic vision, and yet there was something deeply unnerving about how he spoke of it, with a complete, terrifying detachment from the humanity he planned to sacrifice. He hadn't come to kill us. Not yet. He had come to probe, to calculate, to see if he could turn the chaos of our interference to his advantage. As the waiter brought the drinks and the conversation stalled, I realized the most terrifying part of the meeting wasn't his power or his age. It was his genuine, perverse curiosity. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, his gaze searching our faces for a crack in our resolve. "You've been digging," he said, his smile devoid of any warmth. "Surely, you didn't go to all that trouble just to kill me. Tell me, what is it you actually want?" The tavern hummed with the oblivious chatter of people who had no idea they were sharing a drink with a walking cataclysm. Quatakikl, the ancient, skeletal nightmare, looked like a smug diplomat, nursing his stolen humanity with a grin that felt like a blade against the throat. Zack leaned in, eyes bright with reckless, drunken theater. "We want the crown," he whispered. The air in the room seemed to freeze. I expected the Lich to laugh, to turn us into dust, or to simply blink us out of existence. Instead, he chuckled. It was a dry, hollow sound, like autumn leaves skittering over a tombstone. He didn't seem offended. He seemed delighted. He explained the crown, his voice dripping with an ancient, arrogant nostalgia. It wasn't just a trinket of the first emperor. It was a battery. It didn't just hold energy. It magnified his soul, forcing his mana reserves to swell to 10 times their natural capacity. He claimed a divine blessing had doubled them again, ages ago, turning him into a living engine of infinite power. My mind raced. A stabilization frame. The divine energy wasn't just a gift. It was a structure, an architecture of power grafted onto his soul. Zack pushed back, trading the truth for secrets. He dangled the portable palace orb like a piece of raw meat. He told the Lich it was a memory bank, a vault for the lost blueprints of a dead empire. It was a beautiful lie, technically accurate enough to satisfy a predator who prized knowledge above all else. Then came the trade. I pulled out the mysterious divine dagger. It was a gamble of titanic proportions. Handing a relic of unknown power to the very creature trying to burn our world down felt like handing a loaded gun to a toddler who just happened to be a genius necromancer. Quadakikel's reaction was instantaneous. He studied it, his eyes alight with a terrifying, scholarly hunger. He warned us that the gods were whimsical, cruel architects, often crafting artifacts that were nothing more than complex jokes. But this one had lasted. That alone gave it value. With a flourish that made my heart stop, he plunged the dagger straight into his own chest. It didn't pierce him. It vanished into him, absorbed like a stone into a dark, still pool. He looked at us, his posture relaxed, his soul shielded by a mystery we were only beginning to map. He confirmed the divine blessing was a soul stabilization frame, an invisible geometry that allowed a mortal spirit to hold more power than any natural vessel should endure. As he spoke, the pieces clicked into place with an ominous, ringing finality. The way his soul was structured, it wasn't just a quirk of his immense age. It was a reflection of something much larger, something that bridged the gap between the divine and the dead. He leaned back, satisfied, watching us realize exactly what he was. A man who had looked at the gods, stolen their geometry, and built a kingdom of bone and shadow on top of it. The tavern light felt suddenly dim, like a candle flickering in a draught. We were standing on the edge of a cliff, and the man who was meant to push us off was offering to teach us how to fly. If I wanted to know how to break him, I first had to understand how he was built. But staring into his eyes, I realized that some foundations are best left buried. He smiled, a dark, cryptic expression that promised nothing but pain. The conversation was far from over. And somewhere in the dark, the loop was ticking closer to the end. The ancient lich finally rose, his movements as fluid and predatory as a stalking panther. He left us with a simple, stark white card bearing a single address in the city. A physical tether to a monster who had spent a millennium perfecting the art of misery. He vanished into the tavern crowd as casually as he had arrived, leaving behind a silence that felt heavy enough to bruise. Zach and I sat there, the air still vibrating with the ghost of his presence. My hands were steady, but the rhythm of my heart was jagged. We had just stared into the maw of the beast, traded secrets with a god-tier threat, and survived by the skin of our teeth. The question hung between us, unvoiced but deafening. This restart was a powder keg, and the fuse was burning dangerously low. We had two choices. We could snap our fingers, reset the loop, and erase the stain of this encounter from history, or we could walk directly into the fire. I looked at Zach. He had been crushed by this lich more times than I could count, his plans systematically dismantled, his hopes ground into the dirt by those ancient, ruthless hands. Most people would run, hide, or beg for mercy. Zach just stared at the empty space where the lich had been sitting, the shadow of a dark, reckless grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. He pushed the massive beer mug away, his eyes locked onto mine with a terrifying, infectious intensity. He didn't want safety. He didn't want the easy way out. He wanted to see how far we could push the devil before he snapped. We had danced with the architect of our nightmares, and for the first time, it didn't feel like a death sentence. It felt like an opening move. I took a breath, letting the adrenaline burn through the exhaustion, and realized that my own fear had curdled into something much colder and sharper. The game had changed. We weren't just running from the end of the world anymore. We were starting to look for ways to break it. I leaned back, my fingers brushing the card in my pocket. If we were going to burn, we might as well make sure we brought the house down with us. After all, I'd always liked fire. The desert stretched out beneath us like a scorched, infinite quilt of red dust and jagged stone, a landscape so desolate it felt like the world had simply stopped trying. We were drifting in a stolen airship, a massive, ticking monument to our own criminal ingenuity. It was a bizarre, quiet existence. No enemies, no impending doom, just the hum of the engines and the heat radiating off the horizon. Nilu was with us. It was still baffling. We had confessed to being time travelers, to stealing a prototype ship, to existing in a reality that blinked out of existence every 30 days, and her response was essentially to ask if we had any snacks. She was currently hanging over the railing, her face alive with a frantic, infectious energy as she pointed out rock formations that looked like teeth biting into the sky. She called them Retam's fangs, whispering stories of forbidden love and doomed alliances. Zorian tried to inject some logic into the mix, mentioning pragmatism and political maneuvering, but he backed off quickly. Watching her light up was easier than correcting her. She was a breath of strange, chaotic life in a mission that had become increasingly sterile and dangerous. We eventually touched down in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by heat that shimmered in the air like a physical weight. Nilu, native to the sun-baked Zlotic lands, moved across the rocks with a grace that felt almost unnatural. I was occupied with a petty act of vandalism, carving my name into a stone pillar, when Zorian started questioning her about her family's magic. House Iljader. Divination, he suspected. Those 3 blue circles tattooed on her skin weren't just decorative. They were markers of something ancient, something that let her see past the surface of things. I watched as Zorian tried to catch a blue desert lizard for her. He did it with a flick of his mind, a casual abuse of psychic power that Nialu called cheating. She held the little creature for a moment, cooing at it with a genuine warmth that felt jarring in this harsh environment. Then, she let it go. There was a moment where she looked at the lizard, and I wondered if she saw us the same way, as temporary, strange creatures she was holding for a heartbeat before releasing into the wild. The conversation eventually drifted to the inevitable, the loop. She asked what would happen when the month finally ended, when the world stopped resetting and the clock started ticking forward. She wanted to know if we would remember this day, if we would remember her. It was a question I wasn't prepared to answer. We were playing a high-stakes game where the pieces were made of flesh and blood, and every interaction felt like riding on water. I wanted to tell her that we'd find a way, that we'd make sure this memory survived the collapse, but the truth was too heavy. She stood there in the sun, a girl who had been sent halfway across the world to escape her father's enemies, only to end up caught in our orbit. She didn't want to be forgotten, and in a world that was destined to be wiped clean, that desire felt like the most dangerous, fragile thing I had ever encountered. I leaned against the railing, watching the heat haze dance on the horizon. The cliffhanger of our own existence was always looming, but for a second I stopped worrying about the end of the world. I just looked at the desert and wondered how many more secrets this place and this girl were hiding beneath the sand. The desert sun didn't just shine, it judged. We were drifting in a stolen airship, a massive metallic scar across the sky, with a girl named Nialu who had decided that befriending two-dimension hopping, time-looping thieves was the highlight of her academic career. She stood on the deck, talking about memories as if they were postcards she could mail to the future. She wanted to be remembered. She wanted a promise that when the loop shattered, we wouldn't just vanish into the static of history. I gave her my word, though it felt like promising to catch the wind in a glass jar. She didn't need to know that for us, the world was a recurring nightmare, a puzzle box that reset every time we got too close to the solution. When we finally dropped her off in Nelantar, the silence that followed was heavy, metallic, and sharp. It was time to deal with the Lich. Quadakikal. The name itself felt like a threat carved into bone. Zach and I stared at the address on that plain, white calling card. He was an ancient, predatory riddle, a man who had outlived empires and found the current world to be little more than a tedious, poorly designed playground. We talked about him with a mixture of terror and dark, exhilarating ambition. We wanted his secrets. We wanted his crown. We were going to trade divine artifacts for forbidden knowledge, dancing on the edge of a blade that had tasted the blood of gods. It was the ultimate con. We would pull the threads of his past, exploit his theatrics, and bleed him dry of his power, restart after restart. But for now, the target was the ziggurat of the sun. We needed the Imperial Ring. Our plan was a chaotic masterpiece of misdirection. We brought a small army, mercenaries, golems, and the grim weight of Atlantic's presence, to the outskirts of a Sulrotham outpost. We opened a gate. Reality folded like paper, and we stepped through into the heart of the enemy's territory. The sight of us appearing from thin air, shimmering with high-level dimensional magic, did more to earn the mercenaries' loyalty than any gold ever could. The assault began as a jagged, violent symphony. While a decoy force of mercenaries and golems drew the devil wasps out for a frontal clash, we slithered into the shadows. We were the ghosts, the unseen hand, moving toward the ring while the world burned around us. Then the ground groaned. The Sulrotham weren't just defending their nest. They had invited a monster to the dance. From the deep, baking sands, a gargantuan worm erupted, its mouth a blooming nightmare of serrated rings. Zach's simulacrum tried to play God, turning the sand into a floating island of stone to escape the beast. It was a clever move. It lasted exactly 3 seconds. The worm didn't just burrow, it transformed. Transparent, gossamer wings, vast and shimmering like dragonflies, tore from its flanks. It wasn't just a worm anymore. It was an apex predator of the air. It banked, its massive body undulating against the gravity it clearly didn't respect, and charged. My simulacrum tried to reach into its mind, to find a nerve to pull, a weakness to exploit. Nothing. It was a wall of pure, unyielding instinct, a mental fortress of solid stone. As the flying titan bore down on our defensive line, I felt the familiar cold thrill of being outmatched. We were playing with fire, and the world was starting to show its teeth. If this was the price of a single Imperial relic, I began to wonder if we would survive the cost of the entire set. The battle wasn't just turning, it was ascending, and we were right in the center of the storm. The ziggurat was a throat, and we were currently wedged deep inside its esophagus. The chaos outside had been a tactical necessity, a sacrificial slaughter of my own constructs to keep the devil wasps distracted. But inside, it was a claustrophobic nightmare of corridors and carved stone. My simulacrum, the one that had actually breached the walls, had gone out in a blaze of glory, detonating everything he had in one final, frantic effort to bridge the distance between us. I felt his death as a sharp, cold snap in my mind. It wasn't pain, really. It was just the sudden absence of a window I'd been looking through. When the gate finally groaned open, we stepped into a graveyard of my own making. Pieces of my simulacrum lay scattered like discarded toys, ignored by the swarms that had retreated to regroup. Why left? The most dangerous path, obviously. We were operating on the principle that the universe had a cruel sense of humor and would hide our prize in the most suicidal location possible. Alanik was with us, a silent pillar of grim determination. He was scanning the walls, carvings of an ancient empire overwritten by the jagged, frantic blasphemies of the wasps. He looked ready to burn the whole place to the ground just for the aesthetic offense of it. Two elite warriors turned the corner, their spears gleaming with a polish that suggested they were the colony's chosen champions. They screeched, a sound that bypassed the ears and vibrated straight into the teeth. They didn't even get to finish their battle cry. Alanik didn't break stride. Two flickers of fire, compressed with such terrifying velocity they looked like needles, punched through their skulls. He turned to us, face still, an impenetrable mask. "Leave it to me." He wasn't lying. A literal tide of wasps poured into the hall, and for a moment, the entire corridor ceased to be a place of stone and turned into a tunnel of pure, roaring flame. The attrition was brutal. We were leaking mana, blood, and hope. One of my golems was a ruin, the other was limping, held together by sheer willpower and structural integrity. Alanik was bleeding, a jagged line of red across his chest, and Zach was running on empty, his reservoir tapped out. And then, the high priest arrived. He was a hulking, oversized monstrosity, draped in so much ceremonial trash that he looked less like a leader and more like a walking horde of shiny, useless junk. But then I felt it, the hum, the resonance. The imperial ring was looped around one of his chitinous fingers, buried beneath layers of trinkets. We were spent. We couldn't fight him, not like this. But I had one final, desperate card. I reached out with my mind, past the armor, past the instinct, and shoved. I bypassed his defenses like they were made of mist, seized his will, and forced a singular, humiliating command through his ego. He ripped the ring from his own finger and hurled it at me. For a heartbeat, the high priest stood there, paralyzed by the sheer, bewildering betrayal of his own body. Then his eyes cleared, and a shriek of pure, outraged denial erupted from his throat, a sound of such profound cosmic unfairness that I couldn't help but feel a flicker of satisfaction. Zach slammed his hand onto my shoulder. The world twisted. The stone walls dissolved into a blur of gray, and the screeching fury of the priest vanished into the silence of the void. I gripped the ring in my hand, my knuckles white, my heart still hammering against my ribs. Life is unfair, I thought, watching the familiar, comforting dark of our sanctuary settle around us. And sometimes, that's the only way to win. The Novita mansion was a colossal, hollow ribcage of a building, echoing with the sound of nothing. Zach hated it. The silence was too thick, the hallways too long, and the luxury felt like a mausoleum for a family that had forgotten how to live. We were hiding in a private study, surrounded by enough protective wards to survive a minor apocalypse, all to stare at a piece of silver. The ring. A circle of metal so underwhelming it felt like a prank. No jewels, no ornate engravings, just a dull, cold band. It was a piece of an ancient, reality-bending puzzle, and yet it looked like something you would pull out of a vending machine for a copper coin. We had spent half a day with the guardian of the threshold to understand its secrets. It was a tool for the soul, a bridge for those who couldn't, or wouldn't, rip their own consciousness apart to perceive the unseen. For me, it was redundant. For Zach, it was a shortcut to a world he was desperate to navigate. It also had a tracking feature. In theory, you could tag a soul and follow it across the world like a beacon in the dark. In practice, anyone with a lick of talent in soul magic could smell the marker like a skunk in a perfume shop. We weren't going to be tracking gods or ancient liches with it. But as Zach pointed out with a grin, it was perfect for hunting the smaller fish, the cultists and abasins lurking in the shadows. Then, reality intruded. We had to check on Kale. His alchemy lab was a claustrophobic nest of bubbling glass and pungent fumes. Kale was a man driven by a singular, obsessive ghost, the memory of a wife he couldn't save. His work was brilliant, subtle, and fundamentally quiet. Then Silver Lake blew into the room like a hurricane in a silk dress. She hovered over Kale's shoulder, her presence smelling of ozone and malice. She tore apart his life's work with the casual cruelty of a critic reviewing a finger painting. She mocked his ethics, she mocked his caution, and she made us all feel like children playing with sharp sticks. The air in the room turned sour when she suggested human experimentation. She painted a picture of a world where we were gods of the month, where the ethical constraints of a mortal life were just hurdles to be hopped over. She saw test subjects where we saw people. She saw data where we saw trauma. Kale stood his ground, a wall of stubborn, weary morality, but Silver Lake was relentless. She pivoted to a more insidious strategy: manipulation. She proposed turning governments into our unwilling research assistants. Dump the secrets, ignite the paranoia of rival nations, and let the state grind its gears to solve the puzzles for us. It was a cold, efficient, and terrifyingly viable plan. As I watched her smile, a thin, hungry expression that didn't reach her eyes, I realized that she wasn't just a guest. She was a catalyst. We were playing for the survival of the world, but in the process, were we becoming the kind of monsters we were trying to defeat? Silver Lake leaned back, her eyes sparkling with a gleam that suggested the real fun was just beginning. She had a list, and we were the ones who had to decide how much of our souls we were willing to trade to reach the end of this month. I looked at the ring on the table, then back at the witch. The loop was ending, but the game was just starting to get ugly. The store was a dusty, forgotten corner of reality, the kind of place that smells of stale air and quiet secrets. We expected a fight. Instead, we found a monster waiting in a chair. Quadakikl didn't look like an ancient, world-ending lich in that storage room. He looked like a man with too much time and a predatory stillness that made the hair on my arm stand up. He'd been waiting for us, his consciousness folded into a spare skeletal body, dissecting our movements with the clinical detachment of a scientist observing ants. He didn't see us as teenagers. He saw us as anomalies. And he was right. We were ghosts in his machine, moving through his plans like static on a radio. The deal was insane. Break into the Eldamar royal treasury, crack the vault, and snatch the crown jewels of the Empire. It was a suicide mission that required the kind of firepower only a 1,000-year-old lich could provide. His greed was his leash, and we tugged on it until he agreed. He wanted the Imperial dagger. We wanted the vault's wardstone and everything else we could shove into our pockets. The treasury was a labyrinth of death. We strolled through the corridors with enough confidence to make the guards look twice, but not enough to stop us. When the reality hit the fan, Quadakikl didn't blink. He dismantled wards that took us hours of calculation with the casual flick of a finger. He hit the ceiling with a beam of concentrated malice, bringing a mountain of stone down to block the incoming wave of defenders. It was elegant, brutal, and terrifyingly efficient. Once inside, the place was a hollowed-out horde. We didn't have time to browse. We had a deadline. Every vault we cracked felt like a heist on the history of the world. While I hunted for the wardstone, Kale's work and my own construct seemed quaint compared to the Lich's effortless power. He tracked his dagger with ease, watching us with a mix of suspicion and amusement, his simulacrum shadowing our every step like dark, mirror-image jailers. But the city of Eldamar wasn't going to let us leave with their prize. The building started to scream. The guards weren't just coming. They were folding the world around us, sealing our exits. When the walls didn't just collapse, but were actively devoured, I knew we were done. Then came the nightmare. A sphere of black, grinding metal that hit the treasury like a meteor. It unfolded into a skeletal crocodile of colossal proportions, a beast of bone and bad intentions. Quadakik laughed, a sound like dry leaves skittering over a tombstone. "Jump on," he told us. "Hold on or die. There are no second chances." The ride out of Eldamar was a blur of violence and speed. We were sitting on the back of a titan, carving a path through the city's defenses while magic shattered against the creature's ribs like falling glass. When it finally disintegrated, shattered by the weight of 1,000 focused spells, we were already outside the reach of the city's wards. We stood in the silence of the wilderness, breathing hard, the stolen treasures humming in our pockets. We had the wardstone, we had the loot, and we were standing next to the most dangerous being on the planet. The hard part wasn't the robbery. The hard part was standing next to the wolf and hoping he didn't decide you were the main course. The desert heat wasn't enough to burn away the cold certainty that we were being hunted. We were hunkered in a nameless, subterranean hollow beneath the Zlotic sands, 3 ghosts in a graveyard of a continent. Eldamar had found us again, their reach extending like a persistent, invisible hand. It was a tether, a divine umbilical cord snagged on our souls, anchored to some relic in the treasury. We hadn't felt the sting of its attachment, but it was there, humming with a frequency that bypassed every ward we'd painstakingly woven. Quatakikl, the ancient skeletal mastermind, was the one to name it. He sat in the dark, his presence a void of flickering green light, struggling to excise the divine corruption from his own spirit. He was calm, far too calm for a man who had just lost his leverage. He knew the tether's only true weakness, distance. So we ran. We opened a gate to the jagged, desolate ruins of Zlotic, a place where civilization had been ground into dust millennia ago. The tether snapped, the tension in my soul finally releasing. But the moment of triumph was short-lived. Quadakikl had been watching us. Really watching. He didn't see teenagers anymore. He saw 2 adults wearing ill-fitting masks, operating with the cold, detached efficiency of people who knew the world wasn't real. He saw the way we burned through gold as if it were sand and butchered guards as if they were lines of code. The realization didn't come with rage, but with a terrifying, hollow clarity. He shed his human skin, the skeletal nightmare underneath erupting into the dim light of the cave. He didn't want our gold or our trinkets. He wanted the truth. He hit us with everything, soul-corroding blasts, mental probes, and the sheer, raw weight of 1,000 years of magical dominance. We threw everything we had at him. I pulled the palace orb, dragging our contingency, Alanik, Silverlake, Svim, into the fray, turning the desert floor into a roiling cauldron of fire and spatial distortion. The air turned into a meat grinder of spells. The Lich was losing, and we knew it. But then he did the unthinkable. He stopped. He tossed the imperial crown and the dagger at our feet, a gesture of surrender that felt more like a threat. He looked at Svim, his gaze lingering on the man's mind, and for a heartbeat he seemed to collapse inward, the weight of a simulated reality crushing his ego. He laughed. It was a sound stripped of all malice, replaced by a profound, hollow exhaustion. He moved too fast. A blur of motion, a surge of adrenaline, and then he was on top of us. There was no grand finale, no epic exchange of spells. He simply rushed us and detonated. It wasn't a physical blast. It was a supernova of the soul. I felt my spirit unraveling, the very fabric of my identity being shredded by the corrosive green light of his dying essence. The agony was absolute, a white-hot scream that obliterated everything. I didn't wait to see the crater. I didn't wait to see if we survived the blast. My finger was already on the trigger of the loop. As the darkness rushed in to swallow the world, my final, frantic thought wasn't about the mission or the heist. It was the horrific, lingering wonder at the fact that a soul could be turned into a bomb. The world went black, but I already knew the reset was waiting on the other side. Waking up is usually a mundane chore, the kind of thing you do on autopilot while your brain negotiates with the snooze button. This time, it was a physical assault. My body felt like it had been put through a meat grinder and then reassembled by someone who didn't read the instruction manual. There was no familiar, annoying pounce of my sister, no morning light filtering through the dust of a normal room, just a crushing, suffocating silence. Then the memories hit. It wasn't a gentle recollection. It was a violent, jagged landslide. The Lich's final act wasn't just a combat maneuver. It was a soul-shattering suicide note written in green fire. Every neuron in my brain screamed in sympathy with my fractured spirit. I barely made it to the edge of the bed before my stomach decided it wanted to be on the floor instead of inside me. The aftermath was a blur of concerned faces and the hollow, clinical reassurances of a local healer who couldn't see the depth of the wound I was carrying. I was a ghost in my own body, trapped in a restart where my greatest weapon, the magic that had become as natural as breathing, was now a source of agony. Trying to shape even a spark of essence felt like swallowing glass. I was mundane. I was weak. I was effectively a teenager again, and I hated every second of it. After the endless, suffocating days of convincing my mother I wasn't dying, days that felt like a lifetime of domestic prison, I finally managed to drag myself to Zorian. I needed to find Zach. If I was crippled, he was likely in the same boat and in this world that made us both walking targets. The search for him was a haunting echo of the early days of the loop. Zori was playing the concerned guardian, organizing searches that felt more like cover-ups. It was a script I'd seen a dozen times, yet standing on the outside of the secret, powerless to fix it, made the familiar sting. I needed a tracker, a ritual to find a needle in a haystack of corrupted motives. But I couldn't cast it. I had to beg. My mentor, Svim, looked at me like I was a fever dream he wanted to wake up from. Telling him I was a time-traveling mage who had just traded blows with an ancient lich, only to end up with the magical capacity of a houseplant, was never going to go well. Being thrown out of his office felt almost poetic. I turned to Ilsa, the last thread of hope in an academy that didn't know it was already dead. I played the part of the desperate student, feeding her a version of the truth that sounded like a cry for help rather than a warning of the apocalypse. I needed her to cast the spell, to bridge the gap between my intention and my current, pathetic reality. She didn't kick me out. Instead, she did something more dangerous. She took the bait. She stared at the ritual, her eyes calculating, her mind already moving past my amateurish acting. She wasn't just looking at a spell. She was looking at a puzzle that led to the missing scion of a noble house. When she agreed to involve the academy, the air in the room shifted. I thought I was asking for a favor, a shortcut to find a friend. I didn't realize I was pulling a thread that might unravel everything. I sat there, stripped of my power, staring at a woman who thought she was helping a lost boy. If she only knew what was actually hiding in the shadows, she wouldn't be asking about tracking spells. She'd be running for her life. The game had changed. And for the first time in what felt like forever, I wasn't the one holding the cards. I was just the guy holding the leash, hoping the disaster on the other end didn't bite. The academy was a machine, and when it decided to turn its gears toward a problem, the efficiency was enough to make your teeth ache. They didn't just look for Zach. They organized a search party with the terrifying, sterile competence of an institution that valued its own reputation over individual lives. I was just the catalyst, a broken kid pointing a finger, and suddenly there was a surge of authority sweeping through the city. I was terrified, not just of the academy, but of the possibility that the tracking spell would lead to a void. If this was a loop safeguard, if Zach was simply erased from the map, my gamble would be revealed as the desperate delusion of a dying mind. The spell didn't fail. It led us to a private estate, a place that felt like a tomb tucked beneath the soil. The raid was a blur of paper pushing and steel, a bureaucratic storm that broke the guards before the first blow could even land. I found him in the dark, a hollow shell trapped in the silence of a soul-induced coma. It was a mirror of my own agony, but worse, I had struggled to remain conscious. He had simply drifted into the abyss. Accessing him was impossible. The hospital was a fortress of bureaucracy and guards, and I was suddenly the most suspicious person in the city. Tezin was sweating, casting shadows to hide his own incompetence, and I was the target they all wanted to dismantle. I didn't care about the politics. I cared about the fact that I was powerless, and powerlessness is a disease I refused to catch. I spent weeks, then days, grinding through the tedious, non-magical work of alchemy, the one discipline that didn't care if your soul was screaming. I burned through every coin I had, buying materials, refining them, selling, and repeating the cycle until I had the three concoctions that could bridge the gap between oblivion and life. The break-in was a comedy of errors and shadow work. I left a trail of unconscious staff members and hospital security in my wake, a silent, chaotic ghost of a student. I force-fed him the cures, a desperate, clumsy prayer in a bottle, and then I vanished into the night before the alarm bells could even register my presence. When he finally woke up, the conversation was clipped, cold, and heavy with the weight of our shared, shattered reality. We were both walking wounded, clinging to the edge of the month like a cliff face. Then came the peace, or at least the closest thing to it we would ever find in this loop. We stopped fighting. We stopped clawing at the walls of the world. We spent weeks simply existing, learning things that had nothing to do with saving the world. We painted, we sculpted, we studied the anatomy of our own souls as they knitted back together, scarred and changed. I discovered that there is a terrifying, beautiful clarity in looking at a piece of your own spirit, fractured and whole, side by side. It's the kind of knowledge that makes you realize you are both the architect and the casualty of your own survival. When the healing finally settled into our bones, the shift back to reality was abrupt. The peace hadn't made us soft. It had made us sharp. We weren't going to play Quadakickel's game anymore. We were done with the traps, the golems, and the desperate, messy brawls. We were going to do what we did best. We were going to outthink the monster. We turned our gaze toward the horizon, toward Blantyr, the massive, forgotten continent that loomed like a question mark in the middle of a dragon-infested ocean. We had a ship, a plan, and the cold, crystalline realization that mind magic wasn't just a tool. It was the key to the Lich's kingdom. The voyage would be a gauntlet of water, sky, and fire. But as we set our course, the air on the deck felt different. The fear was still there, a low-frequency hum beneath our skin, but it was matched by the anticipation of the coming storm. We were going back to the table, and this time, we were making sure the Lich played by our rules. The air in the private booth tasted like old money and impending catastrophe. Sitting across from us was Quadakickel, a Lich who looked more like a weary aristocrat than an undead horror. He hadn't touched his wine. He didn't need to. He was simply watching us with eyes that had seen empires rise, fall, and then get ground into dust for the sake of a hobby. Negotiating with a creature that counts its lifespan in millennia is a delicate dance. You don't ask for favors. You present a transaction that satisfies his vanity. We laid out our offering, divine artifacts and materials that would make a dragon weep with envy. It was a king's ransom for a secret. His smile was thin, sharp enough to draw blood. He pointed out the obvious. We were desperate, and he was the one holding all the cards. I watched his fingers tap against the crystal glass, each rhythmic sound a reminder that he could end our existence with a thought. I leaned into the silence. There is a peculiar kind of freedom that comes from having absolutely nothing to lose. I didn't try to play the humble student. I played the gambler who had already set his own house on fire. When I handed him the bracelet, a self-contained pocket world I'd cobbled together, I saw the flicker of genuine curiosity in his dead gaze. He wasn't just impressed, he was intrigued. And intrigue is the only currency that matters when you're buying secrets from a monster. He accepted the deal. Tomorrow, we'd begin our lessons in the architecture of space itself. But he wasn't done. He looked at us, his gaze digging into the ghost scars of our souls. And for a second, the mask slipped. He knew we were damaged. He knew we were lying. The threat was quiet, a promise to be collected at a later date, but he had an invasion to run. We were just a fascinating footnote in his current agenda. Back in the reality of our training, the true horror hit me. The man trying to enslave the world was the best teacher I'd ever had. The lessons were brutal. It wasn't that he was withholding. It was that we were simply hitting a ceiling of our own limitations. Pocket dimension magic is an art of inhuman precision, a mental game of chess played in a vacuum. We were stumbling while he was sprinting. I couldn't accept that. If talent was the bottleneck, I'd force a breakthrough. I began turning my own mind into a battlefield. I had my simulacrums pushing the boundaries of mental enhancement, trying to build a biological computer within the folds of my consciousness. It was messy. It was agonizing. Some of my constructs ended up locked in feedback loops, counting dust motes until their consciousness fractured. But there was no turning back. If I wanted to master the fabric of reality, I first had to master the machine between my ears. I started looking into the biology of things that walked through walls and folded time. If nature had found a way to bend space, I was going to carve that ability out of its hide and weave it into my own DNA. The clock was ticking. The Lich was teaching us how to build prisons for existence, and I was busy trying to reinvent what it meant to be human. Somewhere in the deep, dark quiet of my own mind, I hoped I wouldn't lose the person who started this journey in the process, because the man I was becoming was starting to look dangerously like the one we were trying to kill. The divination compass I built was a masterpiece of cold, clinical obsession. While I usually preferred to shove raw data directly into my skull until I saw God or developed a migraine, this device was different. It was an anchor. Every time I refined the design, the needle swung with more predatory accuracy, cutting through the chaotic noise of dimensional theory until the ancient Lich himself stopped looking at his own secrets and started looking at my work. He was impressed, which was a dangerous thing to be. In exchange for my tinkering, he gave us names, clues to hidden mages who knew the secret languages of space. But the real challenge wasn't the magic, it was the geography. Blantyre, a continent that felt like it had been spit out by the sea, vast and indifferent. Getting our airship there was a test of nerves. The sky was an endless blue abyss, and the dragons were the gatekeepers. They were solitary, bitter, and entirely too interested in tearing our hull apart. They attacked in shifts, solitary stalkers playing a game of patience, testing us to see if our reflexes would fray. I kept the cannons hot and the combat spells primed, dancing on the edge of a crash every single day. When the coastline finally materialized through the haze, I didn't feel relief. I felt the crushing weight of a deadline. The lizard men were the gatekeepers of the interior. They were a mess of bickering city-states and primitive politics. Navigating their bureaucracy was a slow death, so we took a shortcut. We turned the sky into a stage. We hovered our airship over their stone spires, rained down gold and rare spices like a chaotic god, and turned their curiosity into a tracking beacon. It worked. The throne room we eventually entered was a masterclass in aggressive interior design, filled with mosaics of butchery. The king arrived with a procession of ear-splitting flutes and children throwing petals, a spectacle that made me wonder if I'd accidentally wandered into a fever dream. The guards were hungry, their eyes tracing the weak spots in my armor with the casual interest of a predator sizing up a carcass. Getting the imperial ring back from the local high priest was another logistical nightmare. We tried the subtle route, then the aggressive one, only to find the enemy had simply vanished into their own fortress, playing a game of attrition. Then came the revelation. The high priest wasn't just a zealot. He was a master of a weapon we thought we understood. The knife. The blade I had been carrying, a useless relic from a forgotten palace, was part of a set, a key to a monster. My mind drifted back to the sandworm we had fought, that colossal, blind force of nature that had shredded our defenses like tissue paper. If that blade could command such a creature, then we hadn't just been hoarding loot. We had been holding the leashes to the world's most dangerous predators, blissfully unaware of the teeth we were carrying in our pockets. I looked at the dagger resting against my pack, the metal suddenly feeling heavier, colder. It wasn't just a tool anymore. It was a potential solution, or perhaps the very thing that would get us killed if we ever dared to use it. The loop was narrowing, and the monsters were no longer just on the horizon. They were waiting for their masters to wake them up. The desert was a graveyard of melted glass, a shimmering testament to the fact that we had finally cornered a monster. Quatakikl, the ancient lich, stood amidst the ruins of our trap, his skeletal form unyielding. He didn't rage. He didn't bargain. He simply danced through our barrage of disintegration rays and dimensional blades with the bored grace of a man swatting flies. The air smelled of ozone and scorched earth. It was a symphony of chaos. I watched as my simulacrums, my own extensions, my precious, complex minds, were shredded into scrap metal, sacrificed just to buy us a second of positioning. Then came the discs, thousands of them, silver slivers of death cutting through the heat haze. They were the distraction, the bait. While he was busy shielding himself from the soul-severing noise, he missed the big one, the one buried in the sand. White light erupted, a shockwave that tasted like static. For a heartbeat, the world held its breath. Then he laughed, a dry, rasping sound that rattled in my chest. He thought he had us. He didn't realize that Zack's mana-cleansing wave was just the opening act. As his defenses flickered and died, his mind blank vanishing like smoke in a gale, I struck. I didn't probe. I didn't test. I threw everything I had into the jagged, dark corners of his psyche, tearing through wards that hadn't seen a challenge in centuries. His defenses were rusted, brittle with arrogance. The feedback was visceral. A red ray of concentrated hate slammed into me, taking my arm with it. The pain wasn't sharp. It was a distant, roaring ocean. But I didn't let go. I felt the Lich's mind shatter, his control over his own bones dissolving into nothingness. He ran. He fled into the shadows of his own history, leaving behind a pile of useless, clattering white bone. I hit the ground. The last thing I heard was Zack's panicked voice, but it was already fading into a blur of gray static. 2 hours later, I woke up with a bandaged stump and a headache that felt like a drilling rig. Zack had played the amateur surgeon. It was endearing, in a morbid sort of way. We didn't have time for recovery. We had the crown, the dagger, and the terrifying truth of what they did. The crown was a battery for the soul, and the dagger, well, the dagger was a scalpel for reality itself. We gathered everyone, the Academy staff, the Arania, the people who had survived our desperate, messy planning. They stood there in the flickering light of the approaching end of restart, a sea of faces ranging from terrified to skeptical. They were the witnesses to our madness. Taven looked at my missing arm, her face a mask of pure horror. I brushed it off. What was a limb in a world that reset itself every few weeks? Zack stepped forward, a manic, hungry grin plastered across his face. The threshold was right there. The moment of truth was seconds away. Who wanted to be the first to die? The morning air in the house was thick with the usual, nauseating blend of childhood enthusiasm and the crushing weight of existential dread. My sister, Kiriel, was vibrating with a level of energy that should have been illegal. She was a tornado of noise, a 9-year-old anchor trying to drag me into a reality I had already lived 1,000 times over. I pushed her off, not out of malice, but because her presence was a siren song to a past I couldn't afford to revisit. Bringing her into this loop, a recipe for a psychological disaster. Once the house fell silent, I didn't waste a second. I spawned a simulacrum, a jagged, unfinished ghost of myself, and sent it to hunt. The cephalic rats were the city's hidden pulse, and they needed to be silenced before our growing army of time loopers became their prey. It was a cold, calculated move. It would irritate the Lich, yes, but war isn't about being polite. It's about ensuring you're the one left standing when the dust finally clears. Then came the waiting. The knock on the door sounded like a judge's gavel. Ilsa Zalady stood there, looking exactly like the teacher I had known for lifetimes. But the moment our eyes locked, the air between us sparked. She remembered. I felt the ripple of her memories, the sheer, unadulterated trauma of a month lived, died and recycled. She wasn't just my teacher anymore. She was a survivor. We moved through the motions of a standard meeting, but the subtext was a minefield. She didn't want to know the mechanics of the loop. She wanted to know why the world kept trying to kill her. We sat in the quiet of my home, two people adrift in a sea of stolen time, discussing the invasion of Zioria like we were analyzing a lecture. The disconnect was jarring. I felt numb. I'd seen the city burn, watched the blood turn the streets into a river, and analyzed the invaders' memories until their cruelty was just another line of code in my brain. To her, it was a visceral nightmare. To me, it was just the Tuesday that wouldn't end. She stared at me, horrified, when I mentioned my mastery of mind magic. It occurred to me then that to everyone else, I was becoming something alien, a natural mind mage, an architect of realities, a creature that had been awake for 8 years while the world slept. We agreed on the train ride, a mundane mechanical escape toward a city that was currently a ticking time bomb. My brother, Fortov, hovered on the periphery, a reminder of the family ties I had long ago decided to cut for the sake of the mission. Ilsa judged me for it, but she didn't know the math. You don't bring the weak to a war against a god. You just don't. As the train pulled away, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks felt like a countdown. Kiriel was already starting to interrogate Ilsa, her curiosity a sharp contrast to the grim reality hidden behind our polite smiles. We were headed toward the center of the storm, and as I looked out the window at the passing world, I realized that for the first time in a long time, I wasn't just trying to survive. I was trying to win. But in this game, the price of victory is usually the person you were when you started. The train ride to Zioria was a masterclass in controlled chaos. Ilsa, usually the bastion of academic decorum, was visibly vibrating with the strain of suppressed knowledge. She was watching me, really watching me, as I performed parlor tricks with illusions to keep Kiriel occupied. To anyone else, they were just lights and shapes. To her, they were evidence of a terrifying efficiency. We spoke in the silence of our minds, a telepathic tether that bypassed the clattering noise of the tracks. She finally saw the math behind my existence. 8 years of simulated eternity, the crushing weight of infinite resources, and the cold, unyielding pressure that had forged me into something that wasn't quite a student anymore. She wasn't just jealous. She was realizing that the time loop wasn't just a phenomenon. It was a factory, and I was its most productive machine. When we finally hit the platforms of Zioria, the city felt different. Not because it had changed, but because I had. Waiting for us was a lineup of ghosts, people who in any other timeline would have been strangers or corpses. Svim, Kieran, Taven. They stood there like a grim, welcoming committee, the weight of their new memories etched into the tension in their shoulders. We sequestered ourselves in the shadows of the city, away from the prying eyes of the mundane. The questions weren't about the world, though. They were about the tether. Could the markers be pulled? Could we be unwritten? It was a room full of people realizing they were holding a ticking bomb, and the only ones who knew how to defuse it were 2 teenagers who had grown up in the crossfire. I caught Taven pinching my arm, a reflex from a version of me she had seen mangled in the desert. It was a sharp, biting reminder of the trauma that now bound us together. We weren't friends. We were conspirators in a reality that wasn't supposed to exist. Days bled into one another, and the ripple effects of our little army began to tear the standard timeline to shreds. The usual obstacles, the rats, the conspiracies, the wasted weeks of building trust, were bypassed with a clinical efficiency that felt almost eerie. We were tearing through the obstacles that had once taken me months to overcome in a matter of hours. We made for Koth, aiming for the Imperial Orb and the promise of a monster. But the Terramatular estate was already a buzzing hive of paranoia and inquiry. My brother Diamond, ever the optimist, had collected a crowd of people who all wanted the same thing: to know why their reality was fraying at the edges. I stood there, exhausted, listening to the cacophony of questions about the nature of existence. I had built an army, yes, but looking at their faces, I realized I hadn't built a team. I had built a mirror, reflecting all the desperate, terrified questions I had been asking myself for years. I looked at Zach. We were the architects of this mess, And as the day stretched on into a grueling interrogation, I realized the hardest part wasn't fighting the lich or breaking the loop. It was living with the fact that we were the only ones who could make the madness stop, assuming, of course, we didn't lose our own minds in the process. My brother Diamond was the sort of person who could sell a drowning man a glass of water and make him feel like he got a bargain. As I watched him handle the gathering of bewildered, terrified, and highly competent trackers, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of professional respect, followed immediately by the usual headache his mere existence caused me. They weren't just listening to him because he was a Terramachula, and they certainly weren't just here because he was charming. They were here because, somewhere in the back of their minds, the reality of the loop was starting to settle like cold iron. The mission was simple in theory, but nightmare-inducing in practice. We were asking these people to cross a dimensional threshold to a continent that felt like it had been designed by an architect with a sadistic streak, Blantyre. Jungle, monsters, and enough ancient mystery to kill a lesser team in a heartbeat. Without their specific, obsessive skill sets, the staff we needed was just a needle in an infinite, continent-sized haystack. We were effectively outsourcing our desperation to the most capable people we could find. Diamond started blustering about his influence, but I already had the solution. Money. Not just coin, but the kind of absurd, resource-hoarding wealth that Zach and I had managed to aggregate through 1,000 cycles of repetition. I could fund a small war, or perhaps more practically, I could make sure the Terramachula leadership didn't look too closely at the absurdity of our requests. The look on Damon's face when I offered to dump a small fortune into his lap was a bizarre mosaic of greed and genuine existential terror. He knew that kind of wealth didn't come from a simple job. It came from something that had stopped being a game a long, long time ago. I found Zach at the front gate, looking entirely too cheerful for someone whose future was currently being held together by duct tape and high-level magic. He was vibrating with that same dangerous, unfocused energy he always got when he was thinking about monsters. I didn't even have to look at him to know what was in his head. The Hydra. I looked at the gate, then back at my brother, and finally at the open road that led into the unknown. I had enough power to move mountains, enough knowledge to rewrite the laws of the local reality. And yet here I was, asking about the legal ramifications of keeping a prehistoric apex predator as a house pet. My life had become a series of increasingly absurd decisions. But as I walked toward the gate, I realized the humor wasn't in the absurdity. It was in the fact that, in a world that was going to reset itself into nothingness in a few short weeks, the legality of anything felt like the most hilarious joke I had ever heard. The only thing that mattered now was how many pieces of the puzzle we could fit together before the clock stopped ticking for good. The jungle was a claustrophobic hellscape of rotting vegetation and predatory silence, until the Hydra decided to turn it into a demolition derby. 8 heads snapped like whips, pulverizing trees and turning the underbrush into a confetti of splintered wood. I was sprinting, my lungs burning, guided by the cold, disembodied ectoplasmic eye hovering above my head. It was a digital map of my own death, allowing me to see the monster behind me without ever needing to look. If I turned my head, I was meat. If I stopped, I was a snack. Zach was trailing behind, treating the most dangerous encounter of our lives like a weirdly intense game of tag. He was playing with the dagger, waving it like a conductor's baton, while I burned through my mana reserves just to stay one step ahead of the multi-headed wrecking ball. Then the idiot did it. He didn't just stand his ground. He teleported directly onto the monster's back. For a second, I thought the air had run out of the world. The Hydra pivoted, 8 sets of jaws ready to atomize him, but then the dagger sank deep into the flesh. The motion stopped. The monster stiffened, its momentum dying in a heartbeat. It wasn't just stopped, it was colonized. Zach had hacked the creature's biology, turning a force of nature into a very large, very confused house pet. He fell off, of course, landing on a rock with all the grace of a sack of wet flour, but the Hydra stayed down, humbled by the steel in its spine. We called her Princess. It was a stupid, ironic name, and the Hydra seemed to know it, staring at me with a mix of reptilian confusion and pure, unadulterated hatred every time I got close. She was the perfect bodyguard. If your idea of a bodyguard is a giant, scaly wall of teeth that wouldn't let me within 10 feet of my own partner. We had the orb. We had the muscle. But the ziggurat of the sun was a different breed of headache. It was a fortified nightmare protected by a massive sandworm that could literally rewrite the geography of the desert if we poked the wrong hole in it. Zach wanted to use Princess as a battering ram. I wanted to stay alive. The friction between our plans was starting to wear thin. We eventually pivoted to the neighboring Sulrotham tribes. The idea was to build an alliance, though Zach's version of diplomacy looked suspiciously like walking into a meeting room with a nuclear weapon and saying, "Be our friend or else." It wasn't the moral high ground, but in the desert, the moral high ground usually just got you buried in the sand. As we looked out over the horizon, the talk turned to tumbler toads, creatures that could smell the seams in reality. If the Hydra was our hammer, those toads were our skeleton keys. They were the key to finding the hidden reservoirs, the pockets of space where forgotten civilizations had tucked away their secrets. The loop was ending, the pressure was mounting, and for the first time, I felt like we were actually catching up to the secrets this world had spent millennia trying to keep buried. Everything was finally moving, but looking at the glint of the dagger in Zach's hand, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were just finding better ways to destroy ourselves. Finding a tumbler toad is like trying to hunt a ghost that actively dislikes being found. They exist in pockets of reality that are technically nowhere, using those spaces as glorified hideouts. To track one, you don't look for the creature. You look for the ripples they leave in the desert sand when they pop in and out of existence like a malfunctioning hologram. It was a tedious, brain-melting task, but compared to trying to track a phase spider, it was almost pleasant. Zach and I were diving into the deep end of forbidden biology. Blood magic. The very phrase tastes like copper and bad decisions, but in our current state of desperate acceleration, it was the only ladder long enough to reach the top. I volunteered to go first, which felt like volunteering to test a parachute made of tissue paper. Zach, surprisingly, was the voice of reason. He had the mana reserves of a minor god and a medical background that made him far more suited to the self-mutilation required to reshape one's own life force. He didn't blink when he agreed. It wasn't bravery. It was the cold realization that we had run out of time for the polite, safe way. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the Terramachula were turning the continent into a stage for their own confusion. We had them scouring Blantyre for an imperial staff that looked like a mundane piece of kindling. It was a masterpiece of misdirection. While the spy agencies of the world tripped over themselves, trying to decipher why a noble house would sink a fortune into a literal stick, Zach and I were busy poisoning the well. We leaked alchemical recipes and spell schematics like we were dumping toxic waste into a local water supply. It wasn't about helping people, it was about creating so much noise that our own activities, the bizarre, time-bending, impossible things we were doing, blended into the background radiation of a chaotic continent. We paid a visit to the time magic facility in Scioria, masquerading as government ghosts. Cranton, the head researcher, was a man whose curiosity was only matched by his greed. He looked at our imperial orb, a pocket dimension with the potential for massive temporal dilation, and he didn't see a dangerous artifact. He saw a career-defining project. I handed him a promissory note that could buy a small town, and he didn't even flinch. He just wanted more. More money, more staff, more authority. We promised him both. We gave him the resources of a nation, and, more importantly, we gave him us. Svim, Silverlake, Zach, and me, the best dimensionalists in the game, disguised as his new, slightly annoying subordinates. Watching him process the paperwork for his own corporate takeover was almost funny. He thought he was playing the political game, unknowingly signing on to be the anvil upon which we would hammer out the future of time itself. He asked if the orb was related to the mysterious gifts appearing all over Altazia. I didn't confirm it, but the look on his face told me he already knew. We walked out of the facility with the plans set in motion, leaving Cranton to stew in his own ambition. We'd be back in 3 days. By then, the facility would be our lab, and we'd be 3 steps closer to figuring out why the world kept resetting. As we stepped into the cold, damp air of the lower tunnels, I realized that if Cranton actually pulled this off, if he managed to turn that orb into what we needed, I was going to owe him a debt I wasn't sure I could ever pay. But that's a problem for the version of me that actually makes it out of this loop. Meetings used to be simple. A damp cave, a crumbling ruin, or a forgotten park bench. The location didn't matter as long as it was quiet and the world was trying to kill us. But the dynamic has shifted. Now, we're managing an entire cast of characters, a dozen souls dragged into our personal purgatory. We've traded the solitude of the wilderness for the velvet-curtained, ward-protected halls of the Novita estate. It is comfortable. It is safe. It is excruciatingly domestic, a jarring contrast to the ticking bomb in our heads. The room is a chaotic mosaic of human ambition and magical absurdity. In one corner, a giant spider is engaged in a philosophical firefight with a spell formula teacher, both of them so obsessed with arcane theory they've forgotten that the world might not exist in another few weeks. They are blissfully unaware of the fragility of the walls surrounding them. Near a map-strewn table, Olenek and Kieran are locked in a silent, grim deliberation. They speak in gestures and short, sharp words, like men drafting a suicide note for the universe. Everyone else gives them a wide berth, sensing that whatever they are calculating involves more blood than ink. Then there is Zack, loud and relentless as always, trying to bully the luminous advocates into teaching him mind magic. They refuse, he persists, and I know exactly how this ends. He is a steamroller in a world of glass. Eventually, everything just gets out of his way. I find my own solitude at a table littered with stolen divine artifacts. They are cold, heavy, and utterly unresponsive. Svim approaches, his expression a masterpiece of weary disappointment. He's been grading the same student papers for what feels like an eternity, a repetitive hell that would drive a lesser man to madness. He calls it tempering his resolve. I call it a tragic waste of time. He asks why I bother with these divine relics, questioning if my energy wouldn't be better spent on the loop itself. It's a fair question, but he's missing the thread that ties it all together. I suspect the markers that tether us to this loop aren't just arcane engineering. They're divine in nature. If Red Robe managed to rewrite the rules of our prison, he didn't do it through brute force. He did it with the help of someone who has spent centuries studying the mechanics of the gods, Quetzalcoatl. If the very foundation of our loop is built on divine architecture that we are fundamentally incapable of perceiving, then we are not just fighting a war. We are children trying to dismantle a watch by throwing rocks at it. Svim stares at the artifacts, his silence heavy with the implications. Centuries, he muses. That's how long the Lich has had to master the secrets we are just beginning to stumble over in the dark. I don't respond. I just keep staring at the artifacts, waiting for a spark of light that, deep down, I'm terrified might never come. Princess has lost her home. It is a strange thing, being a multi-headed hydra in a world that wasn't built for your scale. With the palace orb currently undergoing invasive surgery by our time magic researchers, she is stranded in the Gothic wilderness. She is a serpent of pure terror, yet she is remarkably flexible. I have watched her squeeze into spaces that should have snapped her spine, but the logistics of moving a mountain-sized apex predator across the map are turning our lives into a logistical nightmare. Portals are expensive, mana is finite, and Princess is perpetually offended by the concept of waiting. Our recruitment tour of the local Solrotham tribes is underwhelming. We are walking into settlements that look like ant-holes, with tribes that lack the defensive wards and the divinely touched monsters that made the Ziggurat tribe so formidable. It turns out that access to the dungeon is a double-edged sword. Most species have the common sense to avoid building their homes on top of a subterranean hellscape. The Ziggurat tribe is the anomaly, shielded by a massive, local sandworm that acts as a terraforming god. We were intercepted by an emissary group we didn't expect. 12 of them, landing with deliberate non-aggression, clearly blocking our path. And they weren't from the local village. They were from the Ziggurat itself. They knew we were coming. They didn't come to fight. At least, not yet. They came to ask what it would take for us to just go away. It was a bizarre, almost civilized negotiation. We didn't give them a straight answer. Instead, I crafted a crude, metallic replica of the Imperial Ring, a bait hook cast into the dark. We handed it to their priest, watching his faceted eyes scan the object with a mixture of confusion and growing dread. They sent an invitation to talk the very next day. Ibak, our translator, thinks it is a suicide mission. He is convinced it is an obvious trap. He is not wrong, but he is a man measuring the world in inches, while we are measuring it in lifetimes. When we finally stood before the ziggurat emissary again, he did something unexpected. He performed a ritualistic, buzzing incantation, burning incense as if the air itself needed to be bribed into obedience. Then he spoke in a fractured, rhythmic human tongue. It was a bridge of language built over a chasm of mutual hostility. We left a back behind. The man had enough survival instinct for the both of us and followed the emissary into the guts of the ziggurat. The halls were empty, silent, and hummed with the oppressive weight of a 1,000-year-old secret. Every step toward the temple felt like walking into the mouth of a beast. We reached the high priest's chambers. The guards were waiting. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and ancient dust. I could feel the presence of the real ring, pulsing like a heartbeat through the stone, just feet away. The high priest looked at us with eyes that had seen too much. He knew we were coming. He knew we were dangerous. And yet, he invited us into his home. As the temple doors groaned shut behind us, cutting off the light of the desert, I realized we weren't just here to negotiate. We were here to see who would blink first. The silence in the room was absolute, until the priest began to speak. We were expecting a bloodbath, or at least a very aggressive interrogation. Instead, we were walking into the lion's den to be handed the keys. The high priest of the Zorian, draped in the shadow of a massive, sacred fire, looked down at us with eyes that held the weight of centuries. The air was thick enough to chew on, dry and scorching, and the silence was heavy, vibrating with the kind of tension that usually precedes an explosion. Then he just let go. He pulled a ring from his finger and tossed it, a dull flash of metal cutting through the orange gloom. He handed it over like he was passing a salted nut at a dinner party. It turns out the angels, those silent, distant deities who had effectively ghosted the world, had left a memo. They had warned their children, the Zorian, that a certain kind of mage would come knocking, and they were told to just open the door. Hand over the prize. Don't fight. Don't ask questions, just surrender. It leaves a bitter, metallic taste in the back of my throat. Are we being led by the nose, by divine entities who stopped talking to the rest of the world ages ago? Was the entire loop just a script we were handed, and we're only now realizing we aren't the authors? I looked at the ring in my hand. It was real, cold, heavy, and pulsing with a secret energy that made the hair on my arm stand up. The heavens gave the order, and the children obeyed. We just happened to be the ones standing in the right place at the right time. Life, as it turns out, is mostly just waiting for the next catastrophe, and I was about to be reminded of that in the most annoying way possible. The scene shifted from the sterile, unsettling quiet of the ziggurat to the humid, suffocating green of the Blantyre jungles. Diamond was leading a group through the undergrowth, hacking at vines like he was trying to exorcise the entire forest. I was there, along with a few others, dragging our baggage through the mud. Among them was Taven. She was vibrating with a level of excitement that I found deeply suspicious, treating the whole expedition like a summer vacation gone rogue. She was burning carnivorous plants to a crisp for fun, a human flamethrower with a grin. Then there was Kerma, clutching a divination compass I'd forged for her, looking like she was trying to calculate the trajectory of her own sanity. We arrived at a village that smelled like damp earth and bird song. The local kids were convinced I was a fairy. A fairy. I am a mage who has died more times than I can count, and I'm being poked by a miniature lizard child who thinks I'm a whimsical woodland sprite. I hated that place from the moment I stepped foot in it. I was sitting on a log, obsessively cleaning my glasses and praying for the meeting to end, when the world just glitched. 1 second I was alone. The next, a lizard man was sitting right next to me, draped in bone jewelry and wearing a deer skull like a trendy hat. He hadn't just walked up. He had arrived by folding reality. He wasn't on my sensors. He wasn't in my perception. He was just there like a sentence missing its subject. He spoke in perfect, flowing Icosian, looking at me with eyes that seemed to see right through my skin to the marker beneath. He was the sage, the one who supposedly knew everything. He claimed he liked me because I'd made a mud construct to entertain the children, a gesture of convenience I'd intended purely to get them to stop touching me. I asked him how he'd snuck up on me. He just tapped his staff, his scales cracked like old parchment, and told me he was ancient. Secrets are the currency of the old. and he had pockets full of them. I looked at his staff, the heavy pearl on top, the twisted wood, and I checked for that familiar divine spark. It wasn't the artifact we were looking for. He was just a whisper in a room full of shouting, and for the first time in a long time, I realized I had absolutely no idea what kind of game he was playing. The sage stared at me with eyes that seemed to belong to another century. He didn't speak for 15 agonizing minutes, just tapped his bone-adorned fingers against his staff and traced intricate, jagged geometries into the dust. The silence wasn't just quiet. It was heavy with the weight of things forgotten. When he finally broke it, his voice was like dry leaves skittering over stone. He didn't have the answers. He had something worse. He spoke of a dragon mage, a creature known as the Violet-Eyed Disaster, a legend of greed who had been systematically harvesting artifacts across the continent for centuries. If the staff we were hunting was as important as we suspected, she was the reason it hadn't been found yet. She probably held it, guarded by scales and arrogance. My stomach did a slow, sick roll. Dealing with dragon mages is a hobby for people who find death to be a fleeting inconvenience. I turned to ask him for more, to press him on the details, but the space beside me was empty. Just dust and ghost trails. He had vanished into the air like a bad memory. I wandered back to the camp, the absurdity of the situation gnawing at me. But the real surprise was waiting at home. I didn't wake up to a sound. I woke up to the sensation of drowning. Ice-cold water crashed over me in a violent, suffocating deluge, pulling me from sleep into a frantic, gasping panic. I slipped on the wet sheets, scrambling for my glasses like a man clawing for air. When the world finally came into focus, I found my sister, Kyrielle, huddled in the corner, clutching an empty bucket with a look of terrified resolve. She looked at me, trembling. She had read somewhere that the only way to expose a doppelganger, to force it to drop its human mask, was to shock it in its sleep with a dousing of water. She was convinced I wasn't her brother. I was too capable, too magically powerful, too nice. It was a bizarre, heartbreaking indictment of how much I had changed, and a sharp, stinging reminder that I had been far too careless. The madness of it was almost impressive. She had chosen to perform an exorcism with a bucket of creek water. I didn't scream at her. I didn't break. I just stood there, dripping, feeling the damp chill soak into my soul. I gave her the exact same treatment, plunking her down directly into the puddle I had left on the mattress. She shrieked, rightfully indignant, but the look of betrayal on her face faded into something quieter, something more curious as I finally started to talk. I couldn't tell her everything, the loop, the deaths, the sheer horror of the abyss we were walking toward, but I gave her enough. A glimpse of the shadow behind the curtain. Days blurred into weeks, and restarts bled into one another like ink in a downpour. The search for the staff, the constant grueling training, the cold, clinical mastery of dimensions. The projects were beginning to ripen. We were building an army, a library, a legend. 5 more cycles down. 5 more lifetimes of preparation for a catastrophe that felt closer with every breath. The water from the bucket was dry, but the cold remained, waiting for the next drop to fall. The great northern forest, a place that textbooks describe as a nightmare of monsters and hidden death, but in the soft, golden light of midsummer, it is almost painfully beautiful. If you are strong enough, if your skin is thick enough to survive the bite of the wild, you can actually stop to breathe. I was sitting on a sun-warmed boulder with Taven and Kale, playing a game of cards that felt absurdly normal compared to the cosmic horror of our reality. 5 loops, 5 lifetimes of training in the black rooms, pushing our magic to the breaking point. Taven was a combat specialist who had earned her scars in a dozen skirmishes, and Kale was the kind of person who could probably survive a hellscape by eating the right roots. I watched Taven try to peek at my hand with a subtle spell. I crushed her magic before it even tickled my defenses. She pouted, then caught herself, settling back into her facade of indifference. Kale just chewed on a raw, yellow root with the oblivious grace of a creature that knew exactly which plants would kill him and which would just give him a stomachache. I didn't cheat, of course. It's hard to find joy in a game when you can map every card in the deck the moment they hit the table. My legs throbbed with a dull, persistent ache. the price of living a life of constant motion in a world that wasn't supposed to last. The mood shifted when the inevitable silence settled over us. Cale broke it, his voice quiet. The end of the temporary markers. The deadline we had been running from for nearly a year. We had dismantled the divine foundations of those markers, piece by piece, tearing apart threads of godhood that were never meant for mortal hands. We were so close. We were mapping the architecture of eternity, yet the final, perfect solution remained a ghost just out of reach. If we had 5 more restarts, or maybe 6, we might have solved the riddle. But we didn't have 6. We had 13, and then the void. Taven shrugged, a terrifyingly casual gesture for someone facing potential non-existence. She had died in a past restart, decapitated by a troll, and she had learned that death was less of a final act and more of a momentary inconvenience. Cale agreed. It was just a year, a blip in the grand scheme of things. I reminded them that we still had our escape hatch, a physical exit, a leap into the dark. The problem wasn't just the math, though. The problem was the human cost. If we successfully stepped out of the loop and into our original bodies, what would we be? Interlopers in our own lives? Would we steal the place of the people we used to be? Or would we watch from the sidelines as our originals fumbled through lives we had already mastered? I told them my plan. I'd nudge my original self, mentor him, fix the mistakes I had made, and if there was no room for me, I'd find a new horizon. Taven bit her lip, confessing that she was far too impulsive to stick to any plan, and Cale just wanted to be with the person he loved, regardless of where or when they were. The air felt colder then. We had already lost 3 of our own. People who couldn't handle the existential weight of living the same month over and over. People who had chosen to forget rather than continue. With this being the last cycle for the temporary markers, the pressure wasn't just building. It was fracturing. We were standing on the edge of a precipice, staring into the abyss, and I could only hope that when the time came to jump, we wouldn't all fall in different directions, or worse, push each other off. Magic is not a permanent state of being. It is a fickle, fading ember that begs to be anchored, lest it flicker out and leave you with nothing but charred potential. For mages, the traditional path, carving sigils into one's own flesh, is a special kind of masochism. You aren't just tattooing your skin. You are inviting a short circuit to happen inside your nervous system. The result is usually a messy, explosive end to a career that ended long before it actually stopped. But we had found a better way. We had learned to tether our power directly to the soul, using our own mana reserves as the foundation. It was an expensive trade-off, a permanent tax on our own inner fire, but it granted a stability that was absolute. Then, we layered blood magic on top. By weaving our own life force into the ritual, we could bypass the limitations of our own ignorance, gaining an instinctive, primal mastery over the new abilities. It was dangerous, messy, and required the kind of precision that makes surgeons tremble, but we didn't have the luxury of safety. We were chasing time. With the deadline of the loop hanging over us like a guillotine blade, we gathered our inner circle, Silver Lake, Svim, and Diamond. We weren't here to play with small tricks. We were here to tear a piece of reality from the world and lock it into a box. The project was simple in theory and nightmarish in practice. We were building a portable pocket dimension, a miniature replica of the Great Palace Orb. I stood at the edge of the ritual circle, my simulacrums pulsing in perfect, terrifying synchronization with my own mind. I had absorbed the dimensional instincts of a tumbler toad, paying a heavy cost in mana for the ability to sense the subtle, sickening folds of space. Beside me, Zack hummed a melody, his presence surrounded by the warped gravity of a void-soul deer, while Diamond, the prodigy who had learned more in a year than most mages learn in a lifetime, stood ready with the lethal grace of a phase spider. Silver Lake was a whirlwind of calculations, and Svim remained the immovable object, the anchor of our sanity. We moved as one. The air began to shriek. We wove filaments of raw light into a dome that felt like it was straining against the very fabric of existence. Every time we pushed, reality pushed back, tearing open jagged, inky gashes into the void. We sealed them, then tore them open again, dancing on the knife's edge of a catastrophe that could erase us all. Sweat stung my eyes. The ground beneath us groaned, the earth itself protesting as we began to excise a chunk of land, compressing it, forcing it into a shape it was never meant to take. Then the final push. The bubble of reality collapsed, turning into a pitch-black heart that beat with a rhythmic, sickening intensity. Zack hurled the glass anchor into the center, and in a single, deafening boom, the space vanished. When the dust settled, the house and its garden were gone. In their place sat a shallow, silent crater. Floating in the center, suspended in the air like a forbidden treasure, was a globe of glass. Inside, a perfect, miniature world hung in the silence. We had done it. We had made a home that could be carried in a pocket. But as the adrenaline faded, the cold truth of our situation returned. We stared at the globe, knowing it was a masterpiece of dimensional craft, yet it was a drop of water in an ocean of failure. The gateway out of the loop was still a theory, a wish whispered in the dark. The air turned sharp with the familiar, bitter scent of Silver Lake's ambition. She didn't want a masterpiece. She wanted a way out, and she didn't care whose soul we had to burn to get it. The argument that followed was as old as the loop itself, a familiar refrain of resentment and desperation. We were running out of time, and the gaps between us were widening. I looked at the globe, a tiny, fragile, perfect world, and realized it was the only thing in this life that was truly ours. We had built it from nothing. We would have to do the same for our escape. Whether we survived the final act or simply vanished into the static, we were at least going to go out as the architects of our own destruction. We had 13 cycles left, and for the first time, I wasn't sure if that was a blessing or just more time to watch everything we built crumble. The endgame was never going to be a clean, triumphant march. It was going to be a slog through the mud, fueled by spite and the desperate hope that 5 more minutes in a time-dilated room would be enough to cheat fate. We had turned the palace orb into a makeshift laboratory twice now, and the returns were diminishing. Every attempt to bend time was just another scratch in the wall of a prison we didn't know how to escape. But we had a lead. The violet-eyed disaster, a dragon mage who treated the laws of physics like polite suggestions. She could teleport with a speed that defied the heavy, lumbering nature of her kind. We caught up to her in the crags of Blantyre, and the resulting fight was a symphony of chaos. Fire burned white-hot, cold enough to turn the air to glass, only to be swallowed by Zack's spatial shields. The mountain shook, golems were reduced to shrapnel, and the sky filled with the ozone-sharp scent of unleashed power. We wore her down, bit by agonizing bit, until she had nowhere left to run. When she finally fell, she wasn't just defeated. She was exhausted by a game of cat and mouse that we had already mastered. We didn't fight with honor. We fought with the knowledge of a dozen failed lives. The loot was anticlimactic. A staff, a simple, unassuming rod that looked like something a shepherd might carry, yet it was the final piece of the key. We had the orb, the ring, the dagger, and now the staff. The crown had been the hardest, a theft that had put a target on our backs so large it could be seen from the stars. But we had them all. The set was complete. The air in the sovereign gate felt heavy, charged with the static of 1,000 broken possibilities. The guardian of the threshold flickered into existence, a statue of cold light that seemed utterly indifferent to the fact that we were holding the keys to its own prison. Zack was practically vibrating with impatient, sarcastic glee. He practically shoved the items into the guardian's non-existent hands. The entity paused, its light dimming, then flaring. "Everything is as it should be," it droned. "Do you want to claim your privileges?" Zack barked a laugh. "Give me everything." The entity's voice was mechanical, hollow. "It is done. The gate is now unbar. Unbar. Unbar." The sound began to loop, a glitch in a god's vocal cords. It wasn't just a stutter. It was a digital scream. The guardian's head snapped at an impossible angle, rotating until I heard the sickening crack of metaphysical bone. Its torso began to ripple, bulge, and shift as if something, or someone, was trying to claw its way out from the inside. "What the hell is happening?" Someone behind me shrieked. I looked for Zack. He wasn't there. I looked for the others, Diamond, Silver Lake, Svim, but the void had swallowed them whole. I was alone, standing in a featureless nothingness with a broken god. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, trapped bird. I tried to pull back, to trigger a reset, to flee into the safety of a fresh loop. Nothing. The path behind me was erased. The guardian stopped twitching. The silence that followed was worse than the seizure. Then, the surface of its body began to rupture, but not with light. Eyes. 1,000 of them, opening all at once, covering the entity's skin like a plague. Insects, predatory slits wide, weeping human eyes, eyes that burned with cold fire. They all blinked in unison, then swiveled, locking onto me. My mind turned to slush. The reality of the world felt like it was peeling away, leaving me exposed to something ancient, something that had been waiting for the door to be unbarred. And it wasn't here to grant us an exit. It was here to feed. The entity that replaced the guardian did not look like a man, a god, or a monster. It looked like a catastrophe in human skin. It didn't just speak. It boomed with a resonance that vibrated through my very teeth, a sound that felt like it had been dredged up from the floor of the universe. It called itself Panicseth. The name alone felt like a physical weight, a gravity that threatened to collapse my lungs. A primordial, a being that didn't just predate the world, but probably snacked on civilizations before they learned how to count. The eyes were the worst part. 1,000 different lenses of agony and observation, blinking out of sync, turning my soul into a microscope slide. Then, the shifting began. It wasn't just physical, it was a psychological assault. The entity was a mirror, cycling through faces I knew, faces I trusted, faces I loved, all to see which one would break me first. When it mimicked my sister, Kiriel, with her lip quivering in that perfectly rehearsed mimicry of innocence, something in me snapped. Not into fear, but into a cold, sharp blade of rage. It wasn't just a monster. It was a salesman, a cosmic, predatory salesman offering me a way out of the meat grinder in exchange for my soul's signature on a contract that would set a god of ruin loose on reality. I refused. My voice sounded small in the void, but the word held. The entity seemed disappointed, but it didn't argue. It didn't rage. It simply flickered, and suddenly, the weight of 1,000 eyes was replaced by the cacophony of the living. The void shattered, and I was back in the Sovereign Gate. My friends were there, screaming, disoriented, clutching at their own minds as if they had just woken from a collective nightmare. The silence between us was short-lived. The noise rose up. Panic, questions, the frantic heartbeat of a group that realized they had just touched something that should never have been disturbed. I scanned the room, my eyes darting from face to face, counting the survivors of the void. Zach was there. Diamond, Svim, the others, they were all breathing, all terrified. But as I swept my gaze across the circle of faces, the air in the room seemed to vanish. I counted again, slower this time. The nausea that had started in the void didn't fade. It intensified, turning my blood to ice. Silver Lake was gone. The most dangerous, brilliant, and treacherous mind in our group had vanished. A cold, sinking dread took root in my chest. If Panicseth was looking for a partner to drag out of this cage, it wouldn't have picked a hero. It wouldn't have picked a saint. It would have picked the one person whose ambition was just as vast as its own. I looked at the spot where she had stood moments ago, now empty and hauntingly still. I didn't know what deal had been struck in the dark, but looking at the others, none of whom had any idea that our greatest asset had just become our most terrifying liability, I realized the true trap hadn't been the contract I rejected. The trap was already closed. The exit from the Sovereign Gate was not a triumphant departure. It was a retreat from a crime scene where the body was still cooling. Panicseth, or whatever nightmare had usurped the guardian of the threshold, had simply vanished, taking the machinery of our exit with him. But that wasn't the true weight in the room. It was the sudden, hollow absence of Silver Lake. We found her body in the cold light of the facility, looking like a discarded marionette whose strings had been cut by a master thief. No struggle, no blood, just a soul vacuumed out of existence. Zach, fueled by a rage that smelled of ozone and scorched earth, reduced her to ash before any of us could blink. I wanted to scream about evidence, about the loss of our greatest mind, but Atlantic's hand on my shoulder anchored me. It was done. The most dangerous woman in our orbit had made her final deal, and we were left to sweep up the dust. Memory editing the facility staff was a tedious, brain-scrambling chore that left me with a migraine sharp enough to cut glass. But we needed the silence. We needed the Novita estate. Back at the base, the debriefing felt like a funeral wake for a future that hadn't even happened yet. The reality hit us like a tidal wave. Panic Seth wasn't just a prisoner in the hole beneath the city. He was the cage itself. Every loop, every death, every agonizing attempt to get it right, we had been performing for an audience of one. A primordial god entity that had been watching our every move like a bored scientist observing ants in a glass container. The discussions were chilling. Each of us had been pulled into a separate pocket of the void, a psychological gauntlet tailored to our darkest fears and desires. Panic Seth was a mirror, using our own memories, our own faces, our own lost loved ones against us. It was a masterclass in manipulation, and it was horrifying to realize just how easily it could have broken us if we hadn't been so hardened by the cycle. We compared notes. Panic Seth didn't read minds. It was simply a global observer with perfect recall, cataloging every tragedy and joy we'd ever experienced. It was the difference between a telepath and a stalker who had been following us for 1,000 lifetimes. The terms of the contract were deceptively simple and just as deadly. It would eject our souls into a fresh body in the real world, an escape from the loop. The price? A death pact. We would have 1 month to set the god free. If we failed, a kill switch embedded in our new, borrowed flesh would trigger, ending our lives before the summer festival reached its crescendo. It was an exit strategy written in blood. Looking at Svim, Kieran, and the Urania, I realized the terrifying implication. The door was open, but it was guarded by a monster that viewed us as nothing more than useful tools. Silver Lake had taken the bait. She had gambled everything on a primordial's promise, and now she was gone. I sat in the dim light of the estate, the silence between us growing heavy. We had spent so long trying to escape the loop, only to realize the loop was sentient, watching, and waiting for us to choose our poison. And now, the question wasn't just how we were going to get out. It was whether we would still be human by the time we actually made it to the other side. The air inside the Sovereign Gate had shifted. It was no longer just a neutral, waiting space between realities. It felt watched. Every shadow, every flicker of light, carried the weight of a gaze that was not human. When we returned, the Guardian was there, pulsing with that same, cold, indifferent light. But the dynamic was fractured. When I spoke, the entity didn't just ignore me. It acted as if I were a ghost, a glitch in the background noise of the universe. It was only when Zack spoke that the Guardian shifted its focus, its entire existence leaning toward him with a mechanical, unsettling precision. I stood in the void, feeling the sharp, cold sting of rejection. I was the anomaly, the error in the code that the system had finally flagged for deletion. The Guardian didn't hide its disdain. It was a bureaucratic machine of the cosmos, and I was a red ink typo in its ledger. The reveal was almost funny in its clinical cruelty. The moment we presented the key, the system had run a diagnostic. It found the corruption, and I was it. The Guardian spoke of correction procedures, of resetting the loop, of pruning the dead weight, which apparently was me. Zack, the golden boy of the loop, was the only one with the clearance to even be acknowledged. The power he had supposedly gained by completing the set was a farce. It wasn't a new ability or a secret weapon. It was an eviction notice. He had effectively locked the door to the house, and I was the squatter being tossed out onto the street. I couldn't help a grim, dark chuckle. Here I was, having spent a lifetime, or a dozen, mastering the mechanics of the world, only to be classified as a bug that needed to be patched out. It was the ultimate, cosmic insult. Zack looked horrified. He paced the void, shouting at the light, demanding to know why the system couldn't just accept me as an equal. The Guardian, for its part, sounded genuinely apologetic. It was sorry really, but the rules were the rules. The system was broken, and it was doing its best to sweep the broken glass under the rug before the next cycle started. I looked at my hands, feeling the phantom itch of reality beginning to fray. The loop was tightening. The system was purging its errors. Zach was still arguing, his voice echoing in the vast, empty space, trying to bargain with a machine that didn't know how to feel pity. But I had stopped listening. I was already calculating the distance between the exit and the inevitable end. I was a ghost in the machine, and the machine had finally caught up. The question wasn't how to fix the error. The question was how much I could break before the next reset wiped me from existence. The Guardian was waiting. The loop was ending. And for the first time in a long time, the walls of my prison weren't just closing in. They were starting to glow with the cold, bright light of a system reboot. The weight of my own expiration date shouldn't have felt this heavy. Or maybe it should. Knowing the universe had flagged me as a critical error, a typo in the grand design schedule for deletion, didn't make me panic. It just made me cold. A dull, rhythmic dread pulsed at the back of my skull, steady as a heartbeat, demanding I do the only thing I knew how to do. Keep moving. Zach looked at me like I was already a ghost, his face a mess of jagged guilt and raw terror. I forced a smile, though it probably looked like a jagged scar. We were all on the clock. My clock was just ticking a little louder. The Guardian didn't wait for us to leave. It shuddered, tore itself apart, and reshaped into the female avatar of the primordial. Panicseth. It stood there, a masterpiece of stolen flesh and borrowed expressions, watching us with an intimacy that made my skin crawl. It didn't want Zach. It wanted me. The offer was simple. Sabotage. Break the controller's mind, pull the plug on his exit, and I could walk free. It was a deal with the devil, but the devil was being surprisingly transparent. It wasn't asking for my soul. It was asking for my spite. It compared itself to me, a prisoner looking for a way out. It claimed the city's destruction was just an unfortunate byproduct, like a boot crushing an ant hill. The casual, sunny smile at war, while describing the total erasure of my home, was the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. But then it turned its attention to Zach. The warning was subtle, a drip of poison in a glass of water. It told me we were enemies. It told me that no matter the smiles, no matter the camaraderie, we were two sides of a coin destined to clash. When we snapped back into our physical bodies, the silence of the research facility felt louder than any roar. Zach was a hurricane of frustration, smashing equipment with a reckless abandon that sent shards of glass flying. I caught a loose piece of machinery midair, steadying it with a flick of my mind, watching him pace like a caged animal. He grabbed my shoulders, his eyes searching mine for some sign of doubt. He asked me if I believed the monster's lies. I looked at him. I looked at the boy who had been my comrade, my headache, and my only constant in this shifting purgatory. I knew the truth. His mind was a locked room, potentially rigged with triggers and compulsions we hadn't even discovered yet. I knew that the moment we stepped out of the loop, everything could change. I told him no. I told him I believed in us. It was a lie, or at least a half-truth, but it was the only armor I had left. As he relaxed, I watched the way the light caught his face, trying to see the seams in the mask. I needed to trust him, but in a world that was actively trying to rewrite us, trust felt like holding water in cupped hands. The room was a wreck, the mission was in shambles, and I was running out of time. I had a deadline to keep, a god to outmaneuver, and a friend I wasn't entirely sure was still my friend. And for the first time, I wondered if Panicseth was right. If the price of survival was the one thing I couldn't afford to lose. The pile of blueprints on my desk had started to look less like a master plan and more like a tombstone for our ambitions. Svim and Olenek were looming over me, their silence heavier than the stacks of parchment. And honestly, they were right. We were chasing a ghost, and the ghost we actually had, the fickle, self-serving Silver Lake, had vanished, taking half our leverage with her. My mentors were no longer suggesting minor course corrections. They were proposing a descent into a darker, much more efficient kind of villainy. The conversation was surgical in its brutality. We weren't just researchers anymore. If we wanted to survive the ticking clock, we had to become the very thing that made people lose sleep at night. The plan was a jagged, uncomfortable pill to swallow. We were going to stop asking for help and start demanding it. We were going to drop the masquerade of academic cooperation and reveal ourselves as the future-touched anomalies we were, using that knowledge to strong-arm the brightest minds in the region into our service. Blackmail, coercion, the casual application of mental intrusion to rewrite the unwilling into the cooperative. I looked at my hands. They were the same hands that had studied the intricacies of time, but Svim was asking me to stain them. He wasn't asking for my morality. He was asking for my utility. He wanted me to be the bogeyman who made the world's most brilliant mages agree that working for us was the only logical choice. And then came the kicker, the cult of the world dragon. Those wretched, opportunistic fanatics who had sacrificed children to feed a primordial hunger. They wanted to bring the cultists into the fold, feed them the secrets of the gods, and then harvest the results, or their brains, depending on how stubborn they turned out to be. It was twisted. It was absolutely, horribly logical. We were building an engine of progress out of stolen labor and coerced belief. I looked at Olenek, the man of faith who had spent his life battling the darkness. He stood there like a statue of iron, his silence a tacit endorsement of our descent. He didn't blink. He knew the cost of the path we were about to walk. We were turning into the monsters of our own stories. We were going to kidnap the intellectuals, blackmail the powerful, and partner with the very people who wanted to watch the world burn, all for the sake of a single selfish goal, getting out of the cage before it collapsed on top of us. I leaned back, the chair groaning under my sudden shift in posture. The room felt smaller, the walls leaning in as if to listen to the blueprints of our moral decay. If this was what it took to win, the victory was going to taste like ash. But the alternative was erasure, and I had never been one for giving up. I picked up the maps, the ink smearing slightly under my thumb. If we were going to fall, I decided we might as well make sure we brought the rest of the world with us to the finish line. The question wasn't whether we would do it. The question was which of us would still be human by the time the cycle finally broke, and what kind of ruin we would leave behind in our wake. We were standing in the middle of a war zone that used to be a wheat field, and frankly, the local farmer was going to be furious about the lack of harvest. The landscape was a jagged mess of craters and frozen stone, a testament to the fact that we had been spending our afternoons playing a very lethal game of tag with an ancient lich. The battle wasn't just about survival anymore. It was a negotiation. Every spell we hurled, every blast of kinetic energy that shook the dirt, was a signal. We were showing the lich that the people who had swiped his favorite accessory, the imperial crown, weren't just lucky thieves. We were a problem he couldn't ignore. The fighting was intense, a blur of motion and magic that defied common sense. My simulacrum had already sacrificed an arm to stop a green energy arrow that would have turned my lungs into compost. I didn't even blink. I was busy weaving invisible discs of pure force, throwing them at the lich like a cosmic frisbee, while Zach, who had decided that wearing the stolen crown in a battle was a great way to taunt our enemy, commanded a multi-headed hydra to turn the lich's defense into a chew toy. It was absolute chaos. The Eldamarian Eagle Riders had tried to interfere, and let's just say their intervention was cut painfully short by the lich's irritation. When the smoke finally cleared, and we were left staring at each other across a desolate stretch of burned earth, the silence was almost deafening. Zach, hidden behind a blank white mask and twirling the crown on his finger, hit the lich with the ultimate power move, an invitation to talk. The meeting itself was surreal. We sat in a quiet corner of a local restaurant, the lich disguised as a man, while Zach and I sat barefaced, playing the part of desperate, reckless gamblers. We didn't need to tell him about the time loop. We didn't need to beg for his soul. We just needed his expertise. And we had the perfect leverage. Zach performed the piece of theater with a grin that was probably visible from space. He opened a dimensional gate, a tiny, flickering window into a random, empty patch of the deep ocean. He looked the lich in the eye and explained that if we didn't get what we wanted, the crown was going for a permanent swim. The horror on the lich's face was almost worth the entire stressful restart. To a being as old and as power-hungry as him, the idea of his greatest tool being lost to the bottom of the unsearchable sea was effectively the same as watching it melt into slag. We had him. We weren't just asking him for help. We were offering him a chance to be the primary investor in the most ambitious time magic project in history. We were betting our lives on a gamble, and for the first time in a long time, the house looked nervous. The clock was still ticking, and the shadows were getting longer, but as we walked out of that restaurant, I couldn't help but feel a flicker of dark, ironic hope. We were making deals with monsters to save the world, and honestly, the sheer absurdity of it was the only thing keeping me sane. Next stop, turning the most dangerous necromancer in history into our personal tutor, assuming he doesn't decide to turn us into dinner first. The folder I slapped onto the table wasn't just paper and ink. It was leverage. It was the roadmap to every secret, every buried ambition, and every failed experiment scattered across the continent. Watching Quadakikle's eyes dart across those pages was like watching a predator realize it had just walked into a gold mine. He wanted to know the price. He was an ancient entity of cold bones and calculated malice. He didn't do favors, and he certainly didn't believe in the kindness of strangers. He wanted to know how he could trust us not to vanish the moment he gave us what we needed. I did the one thing he didn't expect. I gave him the crown. Right there. No tricks, no hidden clauses, just a piece of godlike jewelry pushed across the table. The silence that followed was heavy enough to crush a lesser man. The Lich was stunned, his human facade flickering for a heartbeat to reveal the void beneath. He didn't know whether to laugh at our stupidity or respect the sheer, arrogant confidence of our play. We were gambling our survival on the honor of a monster. But the real kicker wasn't the crown. It was the question, why help a creature like Panicseth walk free? The Lich's answer was chillingly pragmatic. He wasn't afraid of the primordial. He was banking on the angels. In his twisted, brilliant mind, the divine guardians were the exterminators, and he was just the guy holding the door open. He was betting the house that the cleanup crew would arrive before the beast could ruin his long-term real estate investments. The arrogance of it, the sheer, terrifying audacity. It was almost refreshing. Bringing the cultists into the fold was a separate nightmare. We had them bound, gagged, and humiliated, the only language they seemed to speak fluently. They were fanatics, the kind who would sacrifice their own shadows if it meant gaining a scrap of power, but they were also the most qualified idiots on the planet to help us decode the primordial prison. We sold them a lie that was technically true. The Sovereign Gate was the master key. They didn't need to know it was also our ticket out of the game. Watching them handle the gate was like watching a child play with a live grenade. They were so focused on the shiny surface, so drunk on the promise of their dark god, that they couldn't see the exit door standing right in front of them. The facility we built was a testament to our collective insanity. We had rerouted the very pulse of the earth, spent the treasury of a small empire on rare materials, and carved a labyrinthine tomb beneath the city that defied everything the local geomancers thought was possible. We were running out of time, and the weight of the project was starting to show on everyone. Even the Lich looked uneasy, his skeletal fingers drumming a rhythm against the cold stone of the lab. We were building a monument to our own desperation, a clockwork trap designed to squeeze every last second out of reality. I stood in the center of the sprawling, pulsing complex, watching the wards hum with a light that felt like static on my skin. We had kidnapped our allies, bribed our enemies, and lied to the universe itself. The line between savior and villain had blurred into a smear of gray. And yet, as the final seals clicked into place, a strange, dark thrill raced through me. We were on the edge of something impossible. Either we were going to break out of this cycle, or we were going to leave the world a crater in our wake. For the first time since the loop began, I didn't care which. I just wanted to see if we could actually pull it off. 6 days to the end. The final countdown. We had built our masterpiece, a prison forged into a key. And now, we were stuffing ourselves inside the Imperial orb like sardines in a gilded, dimension-warping can. It was claustrophobic, it was terrifying, and it was the only way to squeeze 5 months of grueling prep work into a single afternoon of real-world time. Quadakikle stayed behind. Smart guy. Had he stepped inside, the moment the orb's hatch sealed, he would have been dismantled into his component bones. There's a certain dark humor in letting the most dangerous entity in history help you build your getaway vehicle, only to plan his betrayal from day one. I felt a flicker of guilt about the cultists, the poor saps we'd brainwashed into helping us. But that passed the moment I realized they were likely planning to stick a knife in our backs the second the ritual finished. I had my own secrets, of course. While Zach was busy with logistics, I pulled a private team, Svim, Daimin, and a few of my most trusted Arania into a corner of the orb. We weren't just practicing mind magic anymore. We were hunting for the cheat code to bypass the unbypassable. The mind blank spell. I wanted the ability to reach into a person's psyche, even when they were shielded by the strongest defenses in existence. It was obsessive, maybe a little unhinged, but in a world that reset every month, paranoia was just a survival instinct. The day of the ritual, the air was thick with the static of a dying world. We gathered in the hole, a place that had become the epicenter of our final gamble. The sovereign gate stood on its dais like a silent judge, waiting for us to commit the ultimate act of magical arson. We were ready, or so we told ourselves. The first tremors hit like the heartbeat of a titan. Then, the ceiling tore open. The breach wasn't just a failure of containment. It was a doorway for something that hated existence. Thorns, tentacles, and an eye, a three-lobed, abyssal horror, spilled into our reality. It was chaos. Taven was down, bleeding out in the rubble, and one of the Arania was turned into a visceral, twitching mess before my eyes. I didn't have time to mourn. I started burning everything, not just mana, but my own life force, pouring my vitality into the spells keeping that nightmare at bay. Zack and Daimin were doing the same, our bodies fraying at the edges as we forced the Imperial Orb to act as the bridge between two realities. We succeeded, but at a sickening price. The exit portal swirled into existence, a black, pulsing hole surrounded by light, but it wasn't empty. The guardian of the threshold arrived. It didn't speak. It didn't negotiate. It simply raised a hand, and the light shattered. It was a massacre. Beams of pure, celestial energy hunted us down, swerving in the air like predatory insects. Ilsa Nora, two of the Arania, just gone in a flash of white. We were standing on the doorstep of freedom, our hands outstretched toward the real world, and behind us, the floor was littered with the bodies of the people we'd dragged into this madness. The exit was open. The cost was paid in blood. Now, all we had to do was step through and pray that the real world wasn't worse than the one we were leaving behind. The air was thick with the copper tang of blood and the ozone of failing magic. It was all falling apart. The Guardian, a celestial statue of indifference, didn't even flinch at our desperate fusillade of spells. It stood there, an immovable object of cosmic judgment, while the primordial beast, a nightmare of chitin and razor spikes, tore through our ranks like a lawnmower through long grass. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, uneven rhythm. Outside the chamber, the world was shaking. Quatakikal and his merry band of fanatics were hammering on the walls of our ritual space, and the Imperial Orb beneath us, our only hope of a bridge, was webbed with hairline fractures. It was wheezing under the strain. Then, the slaughter started. Kale, trying to shield his daughter, didn't even have time to scream as a beam of white energy erased them both. Kieran, a pillar of strength, was cleaved in two by that grotesque, multi-armed horror. The air was a chaotic swirl of viscera and desperation. Daimin, he looked at me, a strange, haunting calm in his eyes. He didn't run. He didn't beg. He took a knife and carved into his own wrists, pouring his life force into the stabilization wards with the frantic precision of a man painting his own tombstone. He was buying me seconds. Seconds purchased with his heartbeat. Svim and Zack screamed at me to go. They were the anchors now, their faces gaunt, their magic flaring as they fought to hold the collapsing bridge steady against the crushing weight of reality. I made the choice. I broke the formation. I ran. The path to the exit was a gauntlet of nightmares. Every step was a battle against physics and the gnashing, bone-chilling cold of the primordial's reach. And then the spike hit. It wasn't a clean wound. It was a ruin, a visceral explosion that punched through my back and shredded my chest. The world tilted. Gravity suddenly felt like a suggestion I was no longer interested in following. I felt the light fading, the familiar, suffocating pull of the grave. But I had a secret. a contingency woven into the very marrow of my soul. As my body slumped to the floor, leaving the fight behind, I didn't die. I detached. I became a wisp of consciousness, a frantic, desperate spark of intent streaking toward the real world. Behind me, the tunnel collapsed, swallowing Svim, Zach, and the rest of the world. I was the only one left. The transition was a blur of agonized navigation. My mana, once anchored to my physical form, was unraveling, a frayed rope snapping in a hurricane. I was fading, losing the ability to think, to hold, to be. I was a ghost searching for a harbor in a vast, indifferent sea. I found it. A heartbeat, a room, a body. Mine, but not quite. Possessing myself was a blur of friction. My original soul, the one that had lived through the mundane safety of the pre-loop, never stood a chance against the hardened, jagged consciousness I had become. It was like a candle being smothered by a storm. I opened my eyes. The ceiling, the dark, the silence. I raised my palm. A ghostly, flickering orb of white light hovered there. A small, trapped thing. It was me. The version of me that hadn't seen the world burn. The version of me that was innocent, naive, and hopelessly soft. For a heartbeat, I stared at the remnants of my own soul. It was a mirror of everything I had traded away. And then, with a closed fist, I let it go. There was no room for two of us in this world. I sat up, the sheets sliding off my skin. The night was cold. My room was silent. I cracked my knuckles, the sound sharp and final in the quiet air. I was back, and I had a mountain of work to do. The transition wasn't the clean, heroic rebirth we'd theorized. No, it was a messy, psychological collision. I'd successfully hijacked my own original body, but the anchor, that bizarre piece of extra-dimensional tech I'd tied to my mana reserves, had snapped the moment I hit the real world. Now, my internal energy was a hurricane, a chaotic storm of raw power that felt like trying to hold a live grenade with trembling hands. I stood in the suffocating dark of my childhood bedroom. It was quiet, save for the frantic hum of my own internal instability. I didn't have the luxury of a slow recovery. I needed to move, and I needed to move yesterday. With the surgical precision of a man who died 1,000 times, I spun a ritual circle on the floorboards. It was a gamble. I was reaching out across the continent, trying to find a flicker of a soul marker I'd shared with Zach. The silence that followed was agonizing, until, like a flare in the void, I felt it. He was out. He'd made it. A jolt of relief burned through my chest, sharp and cold, followed by the exhaustion of a mana reserve that was rapidly draining to zero. I wasn't just me anymore. I was a hive of intent. I split my focus, crafting simulacrums like a desperate architect building a fortress out of smoke. 4 of us. For minds, one singular, exhausting goal. My parents were asleep in the next room, blissfully ignorant that their son was currently a walking magical paradox. I had the means to pull them to safety, to force their hand, but I couldn't. I held on to a fragile, stupid hope that if I played this right, I could keep their world normal. It was selfish. It was dangerous, but I couldn't bear to rip the normalcy out of their lives just yet. I sent my copies into the night. Cyoria was a hive of shadows. One of my simulacrums reached Jornak's house, moving with the practiced caution of a cat in a room full of glass. The house was a tomb of ransacked drawers and empty closets. Evacuation. Red Robe wasn't just a threat. He was a professional. He'd taken his secrets and his people, leaving behind nothing but the echoes of a life abandoned. I stared at a small, discarded dragon statuette on the floor, the cold weight of the realization sinking in. The board was being reset, and I was playing catch-up. Meanwhile, in the tunnels, my other self found a war zone. The Zorian Arania, my former allies, my teachers, were being butchered. Red Robe's puppet, a shimmering, relentless simulacrum in a blood-red shroud, was tearing through the web. It wasn't a fight. It was an execution. He didn't speak. He didn't gloat. He just moved with the terrifying, unhurried rhythm of a machine. I joined the fray, a blast of white-hot incineration aimed at his spine, but he shifted with a grace that made my teeth ache. We locked eyes, or at least the approximation of them behind his mask, and the air between us crackled with the static of two ghosts fighting for control of the future. The web was burning. I was bleeding mana, and the real game had only just begun. The red-robed simulacrum stared at me for a heartbeat, flickering like a dying bulb, before triggering a recall spell. A blur of motion, a static pop of displaced air, and he was gone. He didn't fight to the death. He didn't grandstand. He just deleted himself like a line of bad code. I let the tension bleed out of my shoulders, though the Urania were still vibrating with post-battle adrenaline. They watched me with multiple, lidless eyes, waiting to see if I was a friend or just another monster wearing a human face. I didn't offer a hug. I didn't offer a fist. I just offered the truth, weaponized. The matriarch, Spear of Resolve, was a towering mass of black chitin and cold intellect. I didn't hold back. I peeled open my own mind and forced her to look at the wreckage of the future I'd lived through. I showed her the secrets they buried deep, the trade routes only they knew, and the names of the spiders who had died in my arms while I was too weak to save them. The silence that followed was heavy enough to crush bones. When she asked why she should believe me, I didn't offer flowery promises. I just pointed out that if she didn't, I'd just walk down the street and offer my services to the next web over. It was a bluff, but it was the kind of cold, calculated leverage she understood perfectly. They were mine now. But while my clone was busy playing politics with spiders, my original self was having a much worse night at the Novita estate. I arrived to find the place looking like a battlefield. Beams of raw, destructive energy were chewing through the wards, and Zach was on the floor, leaking life onto the rug. He was a mess. Red Robe had nearly finished the job, and I'd only just arrived in time to watch his simulacrum dissolve into nothingness, leaving behind a very broken, very lucky teenager. I tried to scoop him up, but I've always been a scholar, not a weightlifter. I had to dump half my remaining mana into a basic lifting spell just to keep him from dropping. He looked up at me, pale as a ghost, and had the audacity to crack a joke about my fitness routine. I told him to shut up, stuffed a handful of stolen, high-end healing potions down his throat, and started dragging him toward the nearest hospital. We were two of the most powerful mages in existence, and here we were playing house burglar to save our own skins. As he drifted, he mentioned something that made my blood run colder than the night air. He'd watched the loops after I left. He'd seen my old self, the me who had no idea the world was a repeating nightmare. He'd talked to the version of me that was still naive, sensitive, and blissfully unaware that he was just a temporary placeholder in a broken world. The question hung between us, heavy and jagged. What did I do with that other me? I told him I'd sent that soul to the afterlife. It was brutal, sure. But how do you explain to a boy that you've essentially overwritten him? That you've stolen his life, his body, and his future? I couldn't keep him in a jar, and I couldn't let him watch me inhabit his skin like a parasite. I had done the only thing I could. I'd given him the mercy of an end. Zach looked at me with a mix of horror and understanding. I just kept walking. There was no time for guilt. There was only the mission, the mounting body count, and the terrifying realization that I was the only thing standing between this world and a very permanent extinction. The silence between Zach and me was heavy, the kind that usually followed a funeral or a confession. I sat there in the dark, the weight of the city pressing against the walls, and thought about the version of me I'd just snuffed out. The old Zorian, the version who hadn't walked through hell. Maybe I was just a monster with a savior complex, a guy who committed a cold-blooded murder to keep his own conscience clean. But Olenek had told me about the afterlife, and if there was any justice in the universe, the boy I'd erased was sitting in a field of sunlight somewhere, completely unaware of the nightmare I was currently drowning in. I didn't want to talk about it. I shook off the gloom, forced my knuckles to crack, and hauled Zach up again, whispering a prayer of thanks for the invention of basic physics and gravity-defying spells. My mana reserves were basically a dry well, and I had to spend the rest of the night playing scavenger, raiding hidden caches just to afford the materials for a decent golem. Because apparently, being a god-tier mage doesn't stop you from needing to pay rent. While I was busy playing the role of a desperate, under-resourced sorcerer, my third copy was having a much more irritating time. I'd tracked Silver Lake's lair down, but the place was quiet. Too quiet. I could have played the stealth game, using divinations to peel back her defenses layer by layer, but I was tired, I was irritable, and I didn't have the patience for a chess match. So, I did what any reasonable person would do. I stood outside her pocket dimension and screamed every obscenity I'd learned over the last dozen loops until she finally stomped out to shut me up. She was furious, spitting venom and threats about poisoning my entire lineage. I just stood there, watching her, and realized something important. The time-looping version of her hadn't come to visit. She was still just the same paranoid, nasty old which she'd always been, completely oblivious to the fact that a version of herself was out there, potentially ready to gut her for her lunch money. I threw an illusion stone at her, told her to change her locks and burn her secret entrances, and teleported away before she could do more than kick a rock at my head. I left her alive, though I still wasn't sure if that was a tactical error or a lingering shred of mercy. But life isn't just about tactical errors and magical warfare. Sometimes it's about a little girl in pajamas. My second simulacrum had spent the night guarding the house, and he was bored. Really bored. So, he did the only sensible thing. He traumatized my little sister, Kiriel, by screaming at her until she fell out of bed. The look on her face when she realized it was me was pure, unfiltered chaos. We played around with magic for a while, just a brother and a sister in a world that was rapidly turning to ash, until my original self sent a mental ping telling me to stop wasting mana on frivolities. I watched her face drop when I told her I had to leave. She looked like a puppy left in the rain. I thought about the promises I'd made, the ones I'd forgotten in the blur of 1,000 restarts. I promised her the world. I promised her magic. I promised I'd take her with me. My original self would probably kill me for the tactical risk, but I reached out and touched her shoulder. The spark in her eyes when I asked if she wanted to come to Scioria was worth every disaster that was about to rain down on my head. I was officially an idiot, but for the first time in a very long time, I felt like a human being again. And then, I realized just how much trouble I'd just bought myself. Sometimes I wonder if my own ego is my greatest enemy. I create copies of myself, these simulacrums, and yet I act shocked when they turn out to be impulsive, short-sighted, and frankly kind of jerks. I knew the drill. The moment I craft a copy, it knows its expiration date. It doesn't care about the long-term fallout because in its mind, it's already dead. It just wants to have fun. And yet, I still tasked a copy with the delicate diplomatic mission of telling my little sister, Kiriel, that her dream trip to Scioria was canceled. Naturally, the copy didn't say no. Instead, it bonded with her, promised her the moon, and effectively trapped me in a corner. When I finally confronted the copy, it basically shrugged and told me to be the bad guy myself if I had the guts. So here I am, back in Zorian, ready to break a little girl's heart. I walk into the house, and Kiriel is already staring at me with those suspicious, narrow eyes. She isn't just asking if I'm taking her, she is daring me to try and back out. She stands there, hands on her hips, pouting with a ferocity that suggests she is prepared to declare war on the very concept of broken promises. I realize then that I don't have the stomach for it. The look of pure, unadulterated hope on her face is a weapon, and it's one I am entirely defenseless against. I don't cancel the trip. I just make an excuse about missing school books and retreat to my room, feeling like the biggest coward in the country. Then came Ilsa. The academy teacher arrived to drop off the paperwork, and I had to play the part of the polite, naive student. It is a surreal, unsettling experience. In the loops, she was my mentor, my ally, someone I had grown to respect and rely on. Now, she looks at me with professional, impersonal curiosity. She doesn't remember the thousands of hours we spent together. She doesn't remember the secrets we shared or the battles we fought. To her, I am just another student, a younger brother of a successful mage, a kid with potential. It feels like living in a ghost town where all the inhabitants are wearing the faces of people I once knew. I find myself constantly checking my own behavior, terrified of dropping a mask and revealing too much, terrified of treating them like the friends they once were. It's a quiet kind of misery, walking on eggshells in a world that feels both hauntingly familiar and deeply wrong. The fear that this is just another layer of the loop, another elaborate illusion waiting to shatter, clings to me like frost. The train ride to Syoria only makes it worse. Usually, this is when I would be working, pushing my limits, mapping out the next steps of our survival. But with Zack shattered and vulnerable, I have to play it safe. I have to play human. So I sit there, trapped in a train compartment, trying to avoid using even a flicker of magic to keep Kiriel entertained. I am reduced to drawing pictures and telling watered-down stories, acting like a normal, boring teenager. It is maddening. But then, the compartment fills up. Ivory, a quiet girl with her nose buried in a book, and Bjorn, a chatterbox who just won't stop talking. Kiriel is in her element, bombarding them with questions about the academy, about magic, about whether or not we have to fist-fight giant spiders to graduate. She is so bright, so full of life, and so completely oblivious to the fact that we are heading directly into the mouth of a storm. I look at them, these strangers who feel like old friends, and I realize that if I lose this, if this isn't real, if I have to wake up back in that room in Siren, I don't know if I can do it again. I am terrified that the reality of this world is as fragile as a spider's web, and one wrong move will snap it all into nothingness. But for now, the train keeps moving, and for now, I am just a brother taking his sister to school. I just hope that's enough to keep the nightmare at bay. The train journey was supposed to be a standard, boring affair, but it had turned into an impromptu social hour. My companion for the ride was Bjorn, a chatterbox who possessed the uncanny ability to ask exactly the wrong questions at the most inconvenient times. He was obsessed with the recent incident at the Novita mansion, treating it like the latest celebrity gossip instead of the magical devastation it actually was. I sat there, nursing my pride and my secrets, listening to him speculate about imaginary mage regiments while I knew the truth was much uglier and infinitely more dangerous. I was playing the role of a normal, unassuming student, which is perhaps the most difficult spell I have ever had to cast. Every time I mentioned Zack, I had to suppress the urge to tell them the truth about the collateral damage and the reality of the threat we were walking into. My simulacrums were busy, of course, doing the heavy lifting in the shadows while I sat on a train and made small talk. They were constant, grating voices in the back of my mind, mocking me for my choices and constantly criticizing my inefficiency. I really need to stop making them so snarky. When we finally pulled into Syoria, the station was a chaotic surge of humanity. I found myself shoulder to shoulder with people who were just starting their journey into the world of magic, all wide-eyed wonder and ignorance. It was a sharp, painful reminder of what I had lost. The luxury of seeing the world as a place of endless possibility rather than a board game where the stakes were extinction. After shaking off my accidental travel companions, I made a detour. I needed to find Nachka. Seeing her crying over a fallen bike in the park hit me with a visceral, jagged sword of nostalgia. I fixed it, of course, earning me a chorus of digital grumbling from my own copies about wasted mana. They don't understand. They are programs. I am the one who has to live with the ghosts. I had a debt to pay to the past, and keeping that little girl safe was the only way I knew how to start clearing the ledger. We ended up at the home of Nachka's mother, Ray. The storm outside had turned into a full-blown wall of water, a deluge that seemed intent on washing the city away. It was a cozy, trapped existence, listening to the rain lash against the window panes while I sat there, a fraud among friends who didn't know who I really was. Ray was kind, observant, and entirely too perceptive. She looked at me and saw someone important, a scion of status and talent, while I just felt like a tired survivor playing a part that was beginning to chafe. I watched Kiriel and Nachka whispering in the corner, two little lights in a world that was rapidly dimming, and felt the familiar, cold, creeping doubt. Am I really out of the loop? Or am I just dreaming this quiet, domestic normalcy before the sky falls in? I took the tea Ray offered, the steam curling against my face, and stared out into the dark, churning city. I had everything I had wanted, the world, my family, a chance to set things right. Yet, as the thunder rolled, I couldn't help but feel that I was standing on the edge of a cliff, waiting for the ground to crumble. I'm safe for the night. But in this city, safety is just another word for a target. And I have the feeling that tomorrow, the storm isn't going to stop at the door. The tea is hot, but the cold settling in my marrow has nothing to do with the temperature. Ray watches me with eyes that see far too much for a normal mother of a shifter child. She talks about the storm as if it were a test of patience, a force to be weathered rather than fought. She is right, of course. Some things you cannot punch, burn, or teleport away from. Some things you simply endure while the world turns to ash around you. Or at least, that is what I tell myself while I pretend my hands aren't shaking. While I sit here playing the part of the polite house guest, the war continues in the dark, frantic periphery of my existence. My simulacrums are out there, busy little ghosts of my own making, clawing at the underbelly of this city. They strike at cults and invader hideouts, but it is like trying to drain a swamp with a teaspoon. Red Robe is 2 steps ahead, always moving, always shifting his pieces before we can even blink. The caches we raid are drained of their secrets, the bases are warded to hell, and the enemy slips through our fingers like smoke. Below the surface, the true nightmare unfolds. The Arania are locked in a silent, savage war with the cephalic rats, a skirmish of blades and psionic screams that no human will ever know about. I let my copies join the fray, holding the line just enough to keep the rats from overwhelming their masters. It is a pathetic game of tag, really. Neither Red Robe nor I are showing our full hand, both of us terrified that one wrong move will bleed our reserves dry. I can feel him out there, or at least the shadow of him. He is waiting. I am waiting. We are 2 predators circling a kill that neither of us is quite ready to claim. My other copies are playing a different kind of game, the kind that involves moving pieces off the board entirely. I have scattered my family like dust in the wind, whisking my parents away to the coast, erasing their memories to keep them safe from the fire I know is coming. Kale and his daughter are hidden under my nose at Amaya's, tucked away like fragile glass ornaments. It feels like I am stripping my own life apart just to keep it from being burned, a desperate, surgical kind of protection. I keep coming back to the same, maddening question. Why is Red Robe so passive? I hold a nuclear option in my pocket. One word to the central government, one formal warning about the coming invasion, and his entire plan collapses into ruin. He should be trying to kill me with everything he has, not dancing around the edges of the board. It makes no sense. The logic of a sane man suggests he should be terrified. Instead, he seems distracted. I stare out at the rain, the water blurring the lights of Cyoria into smears of sickly yellow and gray. If he isn't afraid of me, it is because he has already solved the riddle I haven't even found the edges of yet. And that, more than anything else, is what keeps me awake. The storm is getting louder. I have a sinking feeling that when it finally breaks, nothing I've done to prepare will be enough to stop what's coming next. And the only thing worse than the wait is knowing I'm the one who invited the collapse. The transition from the loop back to real life is a jagged pill to swallow. I keep waiting for the reset, that phantom tug at the back of my mind that signals the end of the month, but it never comes. It is just real, constant time, stretching out ahead of me like a desert. When I catch myself thinking in terms of restarts, I have to physically hit myself to knock the habit loose. It is a slow, bruising process of deprogramming. Zach and I met at the Academy Fountain, a place that felt like a museum exhibit of a past I barely recognize. We talked about the future, about research and mana stabilization, but it all felt like building a house on a fault line. We are trying to plan for next year while the ground beneath us is clearly preparing to swallow the city whole. The news from Benesek hit like a punch to the gut. Brutal, unexplained massacres in the villages of Holacker. While we had been playing tag with Red Robe in the shadows of Cyoria, he had been carving a path of blood across the neighboring country. The psychological weight of it is suffocating. I want to rush out there, to force the issue, to drag the government into this and end the threat, but that is the path of a martyr. If we expose the truth too early, the vultures in the capital will tear us to pieces along with the enemy. Taven showed up later, bright-eyed and ready to pull me into the fray, oblivious to the fact that I am already drowning in it. Every interaction feels like a minefield. I want to reach out to these people, these ghosts of my looping past, but every connection I make is another potential casualty. I am protecting them by keeping them in the dark, or at least that is the lie I tell myself to sleep at night. We are playing a high-stakes game of poker, and I am fairly certain Red Robe is holding the only card that matters. I feel like I am standing on the deck of a sinking ship, watching the horizon, waiting for the wave that will finally tip us over. I just hope that by the time it hits, I have figured out how to swim. The silence of the house tonight is ominous. My simulacrum stands guard, a hollow shell of myself, while I lie awake, listening to the city breathe. Somewhere out there, the pieces of a ritual are falling into place, and all I can do is wait for the next report to confirm that the world is ending, one village at a time. The air in the room is stale, thick with the smell of floor wax and the nervous sweat of students who still think this year is going to be about passing grades. I sit there, a silent observer in a play I have already seen a dozen times, fighting the urge to tell them all to just run. My mind is a war room, constantly buzzing with the cold, hard logic of survival, while everyone around me is busy pretending that life is just a sequence of lectures and homework. Taven is still angry, pacing around, demanding a fight because I dare to treat her like a civilian. She doesn't understand that my hesitation to involve her isn't about arrogance. It is about the fact that the world is currently tearing itself apart in the shadows, and I am the only one holding the map to the slaughter. When I tell her I am learning from the Urania, she looks at me like I have grown a second head. I suppose I have, in a way. I am no longer just the boy she knew. I am something stitched together from 1,000 failed timelines. The reality of our situation caught up with us in the form of cold, grim reports from Holacker. Red Robe isn't just playing a game. He is clearing the board. We found the villages, or what was left of them. It wasn't war. It was a harvest. Thousands of lives snuffed out just to feed a machine of infinite hollow rage. When we showed the details to Olenek, the look on his face was a death sentence for my remaining optimism. The Well of Souls. Wraith bombs. The enemy isn't just preparing for an invasion. They're preparing to turn our home into a graveyard. And yet, here I am, sitting in a classroom, listening to the drone of an instructor who has no idea that the sky is about to fall. The irony is almost funny, the dark, suffocating kind of funny. Then the door explodes inward. Veyers Boranova strides and like he owns the wreckage, his clothes a mess, his eyes burning with that familiar predatory orange glare. He looks at us not as classmates, but as obstacles to be ground into the dirt. I feel the tension in the room spike, a sharp, metallic tang of impending violence. The lecture hasn't even started, but the performance is already off the rails. I catch Zach's eye, and we share a look that needs no words. We are the only two people in this room who know that this arrogant, angry boy isn't even the biggest problem we have to deal with today. The school year has officially begun. I just hope we survive to see the end of the first period, because I have the sinking feeling that once the class ends, the real nightmare starts. The ghost of the time loop still haunts the halls of the academy, and today it walked through the door in a pair of rumpled, pathetic clothes. Veyers Boranova. I stared at him, my mind racing through 1,000 scenarios. Was this the mastermind? The man behind the mask? The traitor who had shattered our world? He stood there, eyes burning with a volatile, unhinged orange glow that felt like a match dropped in a powder keg. But as he began to bicker with the teacher, the aura of mystery evaporated into a cloud of petty, adolescent entitlement. This wasn't a dark god in human skin. This was just a boy who hadn't learned that the world didn't revolve around his tuition payments. It was infuriating. Why would the person pulling the strings let this happen? Why drag the real Veyers out of hiding just to play out this tired, pathetic scene? The classroom descended into chaos. A fire Drake familiar, sensing the instability radiating off Veyers, decided to play judge, jury, and executioner. Fire blossomed, books incinerated, and students scattered like panicked insects. While the room burned, Zach and I stood as islands of calm in a sea of flames, silently shielding our classmates while the rest of the world thought we were just terrified witnesses. It was the perfect distraction. In the heartbeat between a scream and a roar, I breached the mental shielding of Veyers' pendant. It was a surgical strike, a silent, brutal intrusion. As the chaos reached its peak, I dove into his mind. I wanted answers. I wanted to know the name of the shadow that haunted my memories. I found nothing. No secret plots, no hidden masters, no grand design. Just a rotting landscape of resentment, bruised ego, and a desperate, burning need to be noticed. He was a vacuum of spite, a man so obsessed with his own grievances that he couldn't see the apocalypse brewing in the corners of his own life. Later, in the quiet, gilded safety of the Novita mansion, the pieces finally clicked together. I looked at Zach, who was still trying to wrap his head around the sheer pettiness of it all. The realization settled over me like a cold shroud. Red Robe didn't scrub the memories of Veyers from Zach's mind because Veyers was dangerous. He did it because Veyers was a noise, a constant, screaming, repetitive annoyance that happened in every single cycle. A glitch in the system that kept trying to crash the party. If Veyers had been this obnoxious in every single timeline, it was no wonder Zach had eventually gone blind to his existence. Sometimes the most effective way to deal with a pest isn't to kill it, but to forget it ever existed. But that leaves the most chilling question of all. If Veyers is just a loud, irrelevant ghost of a life that no longer matters, then who exactly is the one still pulling the strings from the dark? Because whoever they are watching us right now, and they're not nearly as predictable as Veyers. The air in the park is unnervingly still. It is one of those summer evenings where the heat clings to your skin like a damp shroud, thick and suffocating. A fountain splashes in the distance, a rhythmic, mechanical sound that should be relaxing, but feels more like a ticking clock counting down to something catastrophic. I am standing before a ghost, or at least the young, vibrant, dangerous version of one. Silver Lake looks like she belongs on a pedestal, not here, lounging on the rim of a fountain like a queen surveying her subjects. Her skin is flawless, her eyes bright with a sharp, predatory intelligence, and she wears her new, youthful skin with the casual arrogance of a person who has cheated death and plans to do it again. She is a walking contradiction, a relic of a past that should have been buried, yet here she is, offering me a seat. I don't sit. I don't trust the ground, the air, or the way she looks at me. I think about the raven watching from the rooftop, a silent sentinel of a bargain struck in the dark. It is a pathetic, desperate thing, clinging to this world with everything she has, but even I can recognize the razor-sharp edge of the trap she has laid. She speaks of death pacts, her words dripping with a sick, twisted kind of sincerity. She claims the game we are playing is rigged, that the very person I call an ally is operating under a death sentence that includes everyone I have ever trusted with the truth. The weight of it hits me in the gut. For a moment, the world goes quiet. The laughter of people in the park, the distant hum of the city, the chirping of insects, it all fades into a static buzz. If she is telling the truth, then my existence is a ticking bomb. If she is lying, she is just another viper waiting for me to turn my back, so she can sink her fangs in. It is a classic move, the kind of psychological warfare that makes my head ache. I look at her, really look at her, and see the hunger in her eyes. It is not just about the mission or the loop. It is about the desperation of a creature that knows the walls are closing in. She wants to tear down the foundations, to see if she can scramble through the wreckage before the ceiling collapses. I walk away without a word, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Every step toward the edge of the park feels like walking away from a precipice, yet I know I am stepping directly into the path of something far worse. I have a meeting to arrange. The man behind the mask wants to talk, and now I finally understand why. This isn't just about winning a game anymore. We are all bound by invisible, jagged chains of ancient intent, and the only way to break them might be to burn the entire board to the ground. I keep walking, and the silence of the night feels heavier than before, as if the world itself is holding its breath, waiting to see which one of us blinks first. The encounter in the park felt less like a conversation and more like a carefully orchestrated interrogation by a predator who had forgotten how to hunt. Silver Lake, or whatever illusion of her was currently mocking the laws of nature, had left me with a bitter aftertaste, the metallic tang of a truth that hurt more than a lie. I left her there, my skin crawling, convinced that the woman I spoke to was nothing more than a decoy, a puppet operated by the real threat lurking somewhere in the shadows. I walked through the city, my footsteps echoing against the damp cobblestones, deliberately choosing the darkest, most desolate alleys to clear my head. I knew I wasn't alone. I had known since the moment I left the fountain, When the shadows finally peeled themselves away from the brickwork to reveal Zack, I didn't feel relief. I felt a cold, sharp dread. He had been tailing me, his presence a silent weight against my back, fueled by the same paranoid instincts that were currently steering us both toward a cliff's edge. The air between us turned brittle as we confronted the reality of his so-called instincts. It wasn't a choice. It was a cage. Divine intervention, he called it, a bargain struck with celestial entities that viewed our lives as nothing more than ink on a ledger. The sheer, suffocating weight of it was enough to make my lungs burn. He looked at me then, and for the first time I saw the cracks in the armor. He wasn't just some hero on a quest. He was a man walking toward his own execution, trying to convince himself that the walk was worth it. The absurdity of it was almost enough to make me laugh. We were trying to save a world that didn't know it was burning, all while the people who were supposed to be our greatest assets were either trying to stab us in the back or were already resigned to turning into dust when the clock ran out. He admitted it in his own way. The death pact. The quiet, terrifying certainty that when the month ended, his time would be up. He wasn't planning on taking me down with him. A small mercy, I suppose, but that didn't change the fact that I was now effectively tasked with keeping a dead man walking. I looked at him, slumped against the cold, uncaring stone of the alleyway, and wondered if the gods above were watching us with anything other than cold amusement. Maybe they were bored. Maybe they loved watching us struggle, the way a child loves watching an ant colony struggle to rebuild a mound that is about to be crushed under a boot. We were trapped in a narrative written by things that didn't know our names. But as I watched Zack try to reconcile his integrity with his inevitable end, I realized that I wasn't quite ready to let the story end on their terms. If there was a way to break a pact with a primordial, there had to be a way to tell the angels to shove their divine contract where the sun doesn't shine. I just had to figure out how to do it without getting us both erased from existence first. The path forward was dark, winding, and likely led straight to a grave, but I had never been one to follow the map anyway. I turned away from him, my eyes fixed on the horizon, ready to burn the whole thing down if that was what it took to stay alive. The air in the tavern was thick with the smell of stale ale, sawdust, and the nervous sweat of people trying to escape the encroaching dark of a city that never felt quite safe. I sat across from Zack, watching him nurse his drink like it was the only thing keeping him tethered to the physical world. In his eyes, there was that familiar, hollow look of a man who had realized he was merely a cog in a cosmic machine he didn't understand. I wanted to rip the truth out of his head, but every time I probed, it was like touching a void. It wasn't just silence, it was an active erasure. The moment my consciousness brushed against the concept of his angelic contract, the data simply ceased to exist. It was a digital ghost, a file that deleted itself the second you tried to open it. The psychological tension in the room was a physical weight. I asked him if he wanted to kill me for what I was doing, for the way I was picking at his mental scabs. He looked at me with a terrifying kind of detachment and admitted that once upon a time, he had tried to hunt down Red Robe with a single-minded, murderous fury. He had been a predator once, scouring the world for blood. That version of him was gone, replaced by a guy who just looked tired of living under a divine death sentence. The sheer, staggering incompetence of the powers at play was almost funny. The angels had bound him to a contract that dictated his very survival, yet they hadn't bothered to give him the user manual. He was walking toward an executioner he hadn't even met yet, bound by rules that were invisible, untouchable, and seemingly authored by a committee of gods who had forgotten how to communicate with mortals. We were reaching a crossroads. I could sit back and watch him fade into the inevitable, or I could do the one thing that was guaranteed to get us both erased from reality. I could call the managers. I suggested we summon them. The angels. The silence that followed was heavy enough to crush the table between us. Summoning celestial beings was a great way to end up as a smudge of carbon on the floor, especially for me, someone who shouldn't technically exist outside the loop. But what was the alternative? Sitting here, drinking overpriced beer while waiting for the calendar to flip? Zack stared at his glass, his knuckles white. I could see the gears turning, the internal conflict of a man who didn't want to die but was terrified of what it would cost to live. He had tried to play by the rules, tried to be the hero, tried to keep his hands clean. But the rules were rigged, and the hero's reward was a grave. I looked at him, feeling a sudden, sharp surge of kinship. We were both just scavengers in a ruin, trying to figure out why the ceiling was collapsing. If I had to burn, I was going to make sure the ones holding the matches felt the heat first. I stood up, the chair scraping against the floor like a scream in the quiet tavern. We had a ritual to prepare, and if the gods wanted a contract signed in blood, I was going to show them exactly what happens when you try to bully the wrong people. The game was no longer about winning. It was about rewriting the terms of our own existence. I left him there with his drink. I had work to do, and somewhere, miles above the reach of ordinary men, I suspected something was already beginning to watch. The air in the temple doesn't just vibrate. It hums with a terrifying, hollow authority. We are here to haggle with the divine, and I feel like a sacrificial lamb holding a shopping list. My mana reserves are scraped bone dry, a vacuum left in my chest where my power used to be. It is a nauseating sensation, like suddenly losing the ability to breathe. Yet there I stand, staring at a nightmare made of burning wood and judging eyes. It does not look like a herald of heaven. It is a geometric horror, a cross-shaped aberration of black timber and writhing orange flames. Those eyes, so many of them, do not just watch. They peel back the layers of my consciousness, cataloging my sins, my failures, and the pathetic, frantic nature of my existence. The world has vanished. The priests, the chanting, the cold-faced church officials, all stripped away, leaving only me, Zach, and this towering, resplendent monstrosity in a pocket of reality that feels like the space between heartbeats. The silence is absolute, save for the booming, multi-layered voice that vibrates in my marrow. When it speaks, the sound is like a landslide of glass and gold. It claims to be here to help, but there is no warmth in its light. The revelation hits like a punch to the throat. Zach, the man who has been living under the shadow of a death pact, never actually knew he had signed it. The gods didn't just manipulate us. They gaslit the very person carrying their burden. They pulled the strings of his soul while he was looking the other way, convinced his own instincts were just his own thoughts. The absurdity of it is almost enough to make me scream. We are fighting a war against things that are older than the stars, and we are doing it with contracts we didn't know we signed and memories that were never ours to keep. The angel looms, its spectral wings blurring the air, its presence an intrusive, overwhelming weight. It speaks of boundaries and secrets, acting as if our lives are just variables in some grand, celestial equation that we are too insignificant to read. I look at Zach. He looks like a man who has just been told his entire life has been a fever dream. The anger is there, simmering just beneath the surface, but it is eclipsed by a cold, hard confusion. If you don't know the rules, how can you play the game? And if the dealer is the one who created the table, what chance do you have of walking away with your soul intact? The angel's gaze shifts toward me, and I feel that cold, analytical weight again. It knows. It knows exactly what I am, why I am here, and how desperately I am trying to rewrite a script I was never meant to hold. My time is running out. The air is thinning. The creature's manifestation is flickering, the fabric of this space beginning to tear at the edges. I have one chance to find a crack in the logic, one moment to push back against the tide of divine interference. I open my mouth to ask the question that could get us both erased, but the angel's eyes shift, locking onto mine with the intensity of a dying sun. And for the first time, I think I see a flicker of something other than cold, distant calculation. It isn't pity. It is something much, much older. The entity in front of us wasn't just a visitor from a higher plane. It was a cosmic bureaucrat with a sense of humor that felt like a razor blade to the throat. When it casually dropped the truth, that Zach had essentially walked into a dream and signed a contract he couldn't read, didn't understand, and definitely didn't have the legal clearance to survive, I felt the familiar, crushing weight of divine incompetence. The angel spoke of goals and thresholds, of tests designed to break a man's spirit before he even realized he was in a race. They hadn't wanted a savior. They had wanted a pawn who could endure the crushing monotony of an infinite loop until he became perfectly calibrated for their needs. And the kicker? They hadn't even told him how to leave the loop because they didn't trust his moral fortitude. Apparently, in the eyes of the divine, A desperate man is a liability, but a broken one is just a tool. I watched Zack struggle to find words, his face a map of conflicting traumas. The absurdity hit me then, a dark, hysterical laugh bubbling in my chest. We were fighting for the fate of reality against entities that viewed us with the same clinical detachment a scientist might reserve for a petri dish of mold. Then came the document. It wasn't a scroll or a magical pact. It was a digital nightmare of legal text, a cascading waterfall of burning characters that filled the air between us, scrolling faster than my eyes could track. It was every nightmare of fine print, every predatory clause designed to strip a soul of its agency, encoded in a language that felt like a migraine set to music. It was a death warrant disguised as a mission statement. Restrictions on mind magic, prohibitions on political upheaval, orders to neutralize anyone who dared to look under the hood of his own life. The contract wasn't just a set of rules. It was a cage constructed from the very fabric of divine law. When I finally managed to scan the deluge of text, my heart sank. It wasn't a contract. It was a checklist for a disposable asset. The entity's time was waning. The air in our pocket dimension began to ripple and tear, the reality of the temple bleeding through the edges. It gave us one last crumb of information, a cryptic warning about the world's self-destruct mechanisms. The gods, it seemed, were paranoid architects who had booby-trapped the planet with scorched earth protocols, ensuring that if anything truly threatened their order, the entire game board would be incinerated. Before vanishing into the void, the entity reached down, its branch-like fingers slicing through the solid stone floor as if it were soft, warm butter. It didn't cast a spell. It just reshaped reality with the casual ease of a child playing with clay. The cube it thrust into my hands was cold, smooth, and heavy with the weight of a promise that felt more like a threat. A final battle. It didn't offer a prediction. It offered an inevitability. The entity dissolved into nothingness, leaving us standing in the ruined silence of the temple, the smell of ozone and burnt stone hanging thick in the air. The cube in my palm felt like a ticking clock. We were no longer just players in the loop. We were now the protagonists of a story we didn't write, holding a key to a door we were terrified to open. I looked at Zack. He looked older, a lifetime of secrets etched into the lines of his face. We had the terms, we had the tool, and we had a deadline. The gods weren't coming to save us, and frankly, I had stopped expecting them to. If this was the end of the world, I decided we were going to make sure the architects had to watch us break their rules first. I tightened my grip on the stone cube. The game was far from over. The air on the academy roof is thin, sharp, and smells like ozone and impending catastrophe. We stand in two lines, a mirror image of grudges and cold, calculating magic. My heart hammers against my ribs, not from fear, but from the sickening realization of how deep the rot goes. Across from us, the man who calls himself Red Robe, the man I spent countless loops hunting, the man who was supposed to be a monster, stands in the center of his own wreckage. He finally drops the mask. The familiar, spoiled face of Veer shimmers and dissolves like oil on water, revealing someone infinitely more dangerous. It is Jornak, the lawyer, the background character who managed to hide in plain sight while we were busy playing heroes. He doesn't look like a villain, though. He looks like a man who has stared into the abyss of his own world's corruption for so long that he decided to burn it down just to see if the ashes were cleaner. It is a twisted, pathetic kind of noble. Beside him, the Lich Quatakikl is a statue of absolute, frozen power, watching us with the detached interest of an ancient scholar observing an ant colony. And Silverlake, that chaotic, self-serving force of nature, is busy conjuring a chair out of thin air, looking like she is settling in for a particularly entertaining play. Her presence is a jagged edge in an already fragile negotiation, a reminder that in this game, your greatest enemy might just be the person who finds your misery amusing. Jornak doesn't waste time with speeches about ideals. He speaks of necessity, of a world so broken that the only cure is a firestorm. He talks as if mass murder is a budgetary adjustment, a bitter pill the world needs to swallow. It is the kind of logic that makes me want to vomit, yet there is a terrifying clarity in his eyes. He is convinced he is the only sane person in a madhouse. The truce offer comes as a weapon, not an olive branch. He holds up a nondescript brown stone, etched with a flame that seems to pulse with a sickly, internal rhythm. It is a suicide vest for a civilization. He tells us with terrifying, soft-spoken precision that he has spent his loops planting bombs in the hearts of every major city, laying the groundwork for a war that would turn the continent into a graveyard. The silence that follows is absolute. The wind catches my hair, but I don't feel it. I am looking at the stone, and I know he isn't bluffing. This isn't a negotiation. It is a hostage situation where the hostages are 500,000 people, and the timer is held in the hand of a man who thinks he is saving us. He has already won the first move. By revealing the threat, he has effectively paralyzed us. If we attack, he kills them. If we wait, he prepares for the final strike. I look at Zach, then at Olenek and Svim. The frustration in their posture matches my own, a collective, burning urge to end this. But we are trapped. The sheer, staggering weight of his preparation. The years of loops he used not to save the world, but to map out its destruction, is now our prison. He offers us a delay, a period of quiet before the storm, but it feels like he is just giving us time to watch the fuse burn down. I think back to the angelic contract, the cold, geometric horror of the entity that sent us here, and I realize the truth. The world is a house of cards, and we are just the ones tasked with standing in the middle of the room while the draft picks up. Jornak smiles. It is a weary, broken smile. He isn't asking for an agreement. He is announcing our surrender. And as he stands there, bathed in the midnight light, I realize the most terrifying thing of all. He might actually be right about the corruption, and that is exactly why he has to die. The cliffhanger is heavy in the air, a question waiting for an answer we aren't ready to give. I tighten my hand around my wand, the wood cold against my palm. The truce is a lie, the offer is a cage, and the only way out is through a fire that might consume everything we are trying to protect. What do we do when the person holding the matches thinks he's the fire department? The roof of the academy is a stage set for a funeral. Only the bodies haven't dropped yet. The air is so thick with tension it feels like static electricity, the kind that makes the hair on your arm stand up and your instincts scream that the world is about to snap. Standing there, watching Jornak, the lawyer who decided to play God with 500,000 lives, I realize the board is tilted. He isn't playing for power anymore. He's playing for survival, and a cornered man with nothing left to lose is the most dangerous thing in existence. He dangles that brown stone like a detonator. It is an arrogant, chilling admission. He spent his time not building a future, but mapping out the architecture of our destruction. He has dragons, he has wraith bombs, and he has a plan that turns an entire continent into a chessboard for a suicide pact. Zach is standing next to me, his presence a frantic storm of suppressed energy. I reach out with my mind, the mental link a frantic bridge between us. The news about Oganj hits like a physical blow to the stomach. A dragon mage is bad enough. A dragon mage with students, and an alliance with 30 others? That isn't just a threat, that is an extinction event. I can feel the weight of it, the crushing reality that we aren't just fighting one man. We are fighting a tide of predatory power that has been gathering in the shadows while we were busy learning how to throw fireballs. Jornak's offer is a trap wrapped in a tuxedo. A truce. A pause. He wants to drag the inevitable out until the summer festival, to keep us from interfering while he sets his final act in motion. It is a terrible deal, a raw, screaming insult to our intelligence. But as he explains the consequences of refusing, the cold logic sinks in. If we push him, he burns it all. The cities, the people, the very soil we're standing on. He is holding the fuse, and he is inviting us to watch the timer. The silence that stretches out between us is heavy, a vacuum of unspoken violence. Svim's voice cuts through the tension, a blade of dry, biting cynicism that makes me want to laugh, though the humor dies in my throat. He asks the question that should be obvious. Would you accept this? Jornak's answer is a brutal, honest admission. He doesn't care about the cost, as long as he's the one standing in the ruins. Then Silver Lake adds the final, bitter seasoning to the pot. She dangles a lure about the contract, a twisted hope that maybe, just maybe, There's a loophole in the divine fine print. She suggests a solution that sounds like a suicide mission. Release the primordial, then immediately seal it back up. It's a gamble that makes my skin crawl. It's the kind of plan that relies on doing something impossible, with a ticking clock counting down to our erasure. We are standing on the edge of a precipice, staring down at a fire that wants to consume us all. I look at the cube in my pocket, then at the man who would burn the world to save his own ego, and I realize the truth. The truce is a paper shield. The only thing keeping us from each other's throats is the mutually assured destruction of everything we've ever known. I don't know if we can beat the clock. I don't know if we can survive the month. But as I look at the horizon, the city lights flickering below like dying embers, one thing is crystal clear. If this is the game we are playing, the rules are about to change. And God help anyone who thinks we're going to play by theirs. The negotiation room, if you could call a windy rooftop that felt like a pressure cooker. Silver Lake, looking youthful and dangerous, was busy throwing out ideas that sounded less like plans and more like desperate, high-stakes gambling. Her logic was terrifyingly cold. Release a world-ending entity, let it get slapped by the divine security measures, and then push it back into its box before the universe decided we were all redundant. It was the kind of plan you'd expect from a genius who had finally lost her mind. I looked at her and wondered how many years of isolation it took to reach the point where the apocalypse was just a minor scheduling conflict. But then the conversation shifted. The ancient lich, Quadakikal, stepped into the light of the discussion like a shadow deciding to speak. He wasn't there to help us win. He was there to advance his own agenda. I took a chance, using a cryptic sequence of gestures I had picked up in the wilds of Zlotic, a hidden language of movement that shouldn't have meant anything to anyone who hadn't walked those same cursed paths. It was a gamble, a tiny, vibrating string of communication meant to bypass the ears of the others. He caught it. The air between us grew heavy, charged with the unspoken acknowledgement of enemies who understood each other too well. When the truce was finally struck, it left the taste of ash in my mouth. We were all liars, all waiting for the perfect moment to break our word. As the others faded away into the night, I stayed behind, waiting. Moments later, the lich returned, his presence a chill that made the very atmosphere feel brittle. He didn't want to talk about war. He wanted to talk about mistakes. He leaned in, his voice a dry, rasping secret that chilled me to the bone. He warned me about Koth. He warned me that the lawyer, Jornak, had been busy playing with fire, reverse engineering gates to build a trap that would swallow everyone I cared about in one efficient, brutal stroke. Why tell me? Because even a monster can't stand an upstart. The lich wanted Jornak dead, and he didn't care if I was the one holding the knife. He was a creature of ancient, patient ego, and he wasn't about to let a mere mortal turn the world into his personal fiefdom. The interaction was a surreal, high-wire act of manipulation. We were two predators agreeing to ignore each other for just long enough to ensure a third, more annoying threat was removed from the board. Later, wandering the square with Spear of Resolve was like walking through a dream where the nightmare had taken a holiday. People moved around us, their lives so fragile, so blissfully ignorant of the fact that their reality was held together by a fraying thread. They played with their balls and argued about nothing, while a giant, intelligent spider walked beside me, her limbs dexterous enough to catch a toy and return it with a gentleness that felt like a mockery of her nature. She was honest about the web, about the secret of the loop. It wasn't just a piece of information anymore. It was a contagion. Everyone knew. And the thought of trying to scrub those memories, of trying to force a collective amnesia on a species defined by its connection to one another, felt like trying to unbreak a mirror with a hammer. She looked at me then, her many eyes reflecting the chaos of the city. She told me the truth I'd been avoiding. To erase the loop from my mind wasn't just a procedure. It was a lobotomy. The loop was the scaffold upon which I had built my identity, the fire that had forged my perspective. Without it, I wouldn't just be different. I would be empty. The city around us buzzed with the rhythm of 100,000 heartbeats, a ticking clock of people who didn't know their world was currently balanced on a razor's edge. I thought about the cube in my pocket, the cryptic weight of it pulling at my coat. We were running out of time, out of options, and out of allies who weren't playing their own private games with our lives. The real danger wasn't just the primordial waiting to tear the world apart. It was the fact that to stop it, I might have to become exactly the kind of person I've spent my entire life trying not to be. And the worst part? I'm starting to wonder if I'm already there. The world is a house of cards held together by nothing more than willpower and a terrifying amount of mental exhaustion. Sitting across from a giant, intelligent arachnid in a restaurant that exists only between the folds of our own consciousness, I feel the weight of every secret I am carrying. It is a lonely kind of power, knowing that the people around us are just echoes of my own mind, flickering pixels in a simulation of normalcy that I am desperately trying to perfect. The transition back to reality is violent. One moment, we are surrounded by the clatter of silverware and the buzz of simulated chatter. And the next, we are back in the damp, unforgiving stone of a subterranean cavern. The contrast is visceral, a cold slap of reality that leaves me feeling hollow. I have been playing God, sculpting entire universes to test the limits of our perception, but all I have managed to create is a mirror for my own inadequacies. But then, the game shifts. The matriarch, in her infinite, multi-eyed wisdom, decides that our line of communication is too precarious. She is not content with being a passive player in this disaster. She needs a tether. I expect some hardened veteran, maybe an old, grizzled scout with 1,000 battle scars. Instead, the shadows in the corner of the cavern stir, and something small, fast, and aggressively friendly bursts into the room like a spider-shaped caffeinated earthquake. The creature doesn't just enter. She vibrates with an intensity that is frankly exhausting to behold. She is all legs and boundless, unearned optimism. And before I can even process the sudden change in status quo, she is circling me, her movements frantic and inquisitive. Then comes the voice in my head. It isn't the cold, calculating telepathy of a master manipulator or the weary warnings of a lich. It is bright, bubbly, and terrifyingly enthusiastic. She wants to be friends. I stare at this creature, this enthusiastic seeker of novelty, and I realize that my carefully constructed, gritty, desperate war against the end of the world has just been derailed by a tiny, spider-shaped bundle of joy. She is looking at me with those unblinking, pitch-black eyes, waiting for an answer to a question I never thought I would have to navigate. I wanted an ally, a strategic asset to help me thread the needle of fate. Instead, I've just been assigned a social obligation with 8 legs. I look at the matriarch, who is watching the scene with something that feels suspiciously like amusement, and then back at the small, bouncy Urania who is currently waiting for me to validate her existence. There is no way to fight a primordial horror while being interrogated by someone whose primary goal in life seems to be making new friends. Or maybe this is exactly what I need. Because if the world is going to end, I suppose I would rather face it with someone who thinks everything is a grand adventure. But beneath the humor of the moment, a chilling thought takes root. I am building a web of my own, a network of secrets, illusions, and dangerous alliances, and every new connection is just another string that can be pulled, severed, or turned into a noose. I have survived loops of fire and ruin, and I have stared down monsters that would turn a lesser man to dust. But how do I handle this? How do I keep my sanity intact when the end of the world comes knocking, and my new partner in crime is busy trying to figure out if I want to play tag? The cave feels smaller now. The darkness seems to be pressing in, eager to see how long I can keep up this facade of control. I take a deep breath, look at novelty, and prepare to say something that might just be the most dangerous thing I have ever done. I'm going to let someone else into my head. And God help me, I have a feeling that is going to be the most complicated, terrifying, and hilarious mistake of my entire life. The truce is a fragile, shivering thing, held together by mutual suspicion and the desperate hope that nobody decides to light the fuse before the month is out. Above ground, Cyoria breathes a temporary, heavy sigh of relief. But beneath the surface, the gears of war haven't stopped turning. They've just gone quiet. We are all dancing on a knife's edge, spying on each other's shadows, cataloging threats, and waiting for the other side to blink. I'm holed up in a Novita Mansion workshop that looks like a mad scientist's fever dream. My table is a graveyard of half-finished dreams and dangerous potential. Blueprints that would drive a normal architect to insanity. Heaps of scrap, and golems that stare back with dead, unfinished eyes. It is the only place where the frantic static in my head finally fades into a hum of mechanical precision. Then there is my new shadow. Novelty. An Urania with the attention span of a hummingbird and the curiosity of a cat on an acid trip. She scuttles across my workbench, inspecting my work with hairy, twitching legs, treating my volatile magical components like toys. It is bizarrely nostalgic. She reminds me of a version of the world that doesn't exist anymore, a simpler time when my only friends were eight-legged weavers of minds. I catch myself wondering if it was all worth it. The loss, the trauma, the sheer, crushing weight of the loop. If I hadn't made those desperate, reckless gambles with the web, would I be better off? Or am I just the byproduct of a tragedy that needed to happen? Novelty's voice cuts through my existential dread like a sugary knife. She's obsessed with my secret project. She wants to know if it's a golem, or a weapon, or something that transforms into a giant spider, because, apparently, everything is objectively better with spiders. I tell her it's a secret, but that only feeds the fire. The more I try to keep her out, the more she vibrates with excitement, her entire body a jittery display of unearned confidence. I decide to humor her, closing my eyes and pulling at the threads of my own mind. I visualize the schematics, running complex simulations that would take a normal mage weeks of agonizing paperwork to calculate. My mind is a lightning-fast forge, hammering out the kinks in my design, correcting failures before they even manifest in metal. It is a lonely kind of brilliance, the ability to build a world in your head and then discard it just as easily. A small metal sphere on a chair catches her attention. I react instinctively, snapping a telekinetic leash around her before she can even blink. She freezes, indignant and visibly rattled. The casual, invisible power I wield is an accident of my history, a reflex born from too many cycles of life and death. I have to remind myself that to anyone else, I look like a monster, a teenager who moves objects with the flick of a thought and guards his secrets like a dragon. I explain that the sphere is a prison, a pocket dimension designed to swallow horrors whole. Her reaction is priceless, a mix of confusion and morbid curiosity. She wants to go inside. She wants to see the empty, echoing void of a jail cell. I promise her a tour of something bigger, something grander, when this is all over. A palace. A princess. The thought of introducing her to that particular chaos brings a dark, twisted smile to my face. She pushes, asking if we were friends in the future, if this strange, oscillating dynamic we have is a ghost of a life I've already lived. I tell her the truth, sort of. She was a teacher once in a world that burned. She bristles at the idea of me as the master, but the ego doesn't last. She wants to learn my magic. She wants to see the world through human eyes, even if just for a day. It's a dangerous request. We're in the middle of an apocalypse, and here I am promising spider lessons like it's a summer camp. I say yes, of course. It's one more promise on a list that might never see the light of day. She cheers, proclaiming patience her greatest virtue, and I have to fight the urge to laugh at the sheer, beautiful absurdity of it all. The room grows quiet again as I tune her out, my focus snapping back to the metal plate under my hands. The silence returns, heavy and expectant. The truce is holding, but the clock is ticking, and somewhere in the dark, the end of the world is waiting for us to finish our little game of make-believe. The tavern is a tomb of memories. The air is thick with the scent of cheap ale and stagnation, a familiar perfume that brings me right back to my days as a wide-eyed novice. I sit in the corner, a middle-aged nobody with a fake mustache and a suit that screams mediocrity, waiting for the one man who can actually help me navigate the wreckage of this city. Has lush etc. My old mentor. He arrives, rumpled and tired, looking exactly like the man who taught me how to read the weave of the world. Watching him, I feel a pang of something close to pity. He has no idea that the city he walks through is already a corpse, just waiting for the final blow. When we lock eyes, I can see the wariness creep into his posture, an instinctual reaction to a stranger who clearly doesn't belong. I don't play games. I hand him the truth in a leather folder, a collection of documents that detail the gutting of our home. As he reads, his composure unravels. The glass hits the table with a sound like a gavel. He is horrified, as he should be. He realizes that the conspiracy is deep, systemic, and utterly impossible to fight from within the law. I am the shadow in the corner, the herald of a disaster he isn't prepared to face. When I dissolve into nothingness, a swirl of blue ectoplasmic smoke, he is left with nothing but a crinkled envelope and the weight of a city's impending doom. The transition is jarring. One moment I am a ghost in a tavern, and the next, I am sitting in Amaya's kitchen, surrounded by the warmth of a life I am fighting to keep alive. My family, my friends. It is a surreal tableau. The laughter of children playing with dolls, the rhythmic slap of playing cards on a wooden table, and the serious, measured tone of adults navigating the mundane. Svim is there, a pillar of academic sternness amidst the domestic chaos. He is my anchor, the chosen face for an evacuation that no one knows they need yet. He holds court, talking about standards and the decay of education, playing his part with the same terrifying precision he uses to teach me the fundamentals of magic. I watch Taven from across the table. She is watching me back, her eyes narrow and sharp. She senses the shift. She knows that the boy who once fumbled his way through basics has been replaced by someone who walks with the terrifying confidence of a man who has lived 1,000 lives. She is waiting for the right moment to pull the thread. I look down at my hand. A royal flush of cards, a perfect set of circumstances in a game that doesn't matter, while the real game is being played with the lives of everyone in this room. The tension is a physical weight, a hum at the base of my skull. I am a master of secrets, a puppet master of reality. Yet here I am, playing cards in a kitchen, dreading the moment the laughter stops and the real world crashes through the door. I catch Svim's eye, a brief, almost imperceptible nod. The plan is in motion. We are dragging them towards safety, even if they fight us every step of the way. The sun is dipping below the horizon, casting long, ominous shadows across the floorboards. Each tick of the clock is a countdown. Each laugh is a distraction. And I am just waiting for the inevitable moment when the illusion finally breaks and the nightmare I've been trying to outrun catches up to us all. The air in the kitchen is thick with the scent of tea and the casual, terrifying normalcy of people who have no idea their world is about to shatter. I sit there, fingers tracing the edge of a card, my mind a million miles away. I am watching Taven. She is a storm waiting to happen, a warrior in a world that thinks it's peaceful. Every fiber of my being screams that I should drag her to safety, lock her in a cellar, or erase her memory if it means she survives the coming fire. But I remember the suffocating grip of my own family, the way they tried to cage me for my own good. Am I any different? Just another heavy-handed architect of someone else's life? I bury the thought. It's too heavy for today. Across the room, my little sister, Kiriel, is busy showing off her new doll. To everyone else, it's a sweet, hand-painted plaything. To me, it is a masterclass in deception. Beneath that porcelain exterior lies a lethal array of wards and kinetic dampeners. It's a murder machine disguised as a childhood memory. Svim, watching from the corner with his usual unreadable gravity, doesn't even blink. He knows. He recognizes the craftsmanship of a man who builds safeguards like he's building a fortress against God himself. But the real, gnawing dread comes when I disconnect. A wave of data washes over me from my simulacrum, carrying the cold, sterile reality of Zach's angelic contract. The document is a nightmare of divine legalism, a masterpiece of cosmic entrapment. The logic is simple, brutal, and entirely outside the reach of human empathy. The primordial's release is hardwired to the divine safeguards. If those fail, Zach dies. It's not a choice. It's a mathematical certainty. And the silence, the way the contract enforces the secret of the loop, is a suffocating absolute zero. The angels don't just want the secret kept. They want it erased from the fabric of reality. An ominous thought pricks at my consciousness. What happens when the month ends? When the contract dissolves into nothingness? The angels are playing a long game, And I am starting to suspect that for us to be truly successful, we have to be removed from the equation entirely. Dead heroes are so much easier to manage than living ones with dangerous memories. The only sliver of light in this dark room is the realization that perception is the contract's blind spot. If Zack doesn't know, the contract doesn't know. It's a narrow, jagged loophole, but it's a path forward. I have a date with my past. My brother, Diamond. I have dragged his name into this mess, turning his life into a target for Red Robe's machinations. I have to warn him. I have to talk to him. And I have to do it without shattering his world, using the very notes he wrote in a reality that technically never existed. I look at the door. I know it's coming. The invasion is a ticking clock, and every step I take feels like walking on thin ice over an abyss. I'm not just playing cards anymore. I'm playing for time, for family, and for the hollow, desperate hope that I can survive the consequences of my own genius. The game is shifting, and I think I'm holding a losing hand. The gate of the Terramachilo estate is a fortress of iron and ego, but it doesn't matter. I'm not the boy who fumbled through his own life anymore. I am a storm that has already passed, waiting to be acknowledged by the one person who thinks he knows me best. My brother, Diamond, finally steps out, his presence a mixture of familiar arrogance and a grating, annoying charm. He is so utterly, dangerously alive, and he has no idea that the version of me he remembers is a ghost. Watching him, the past hits me like a physical blow. The last time I held this conversation, it ended in a sacrifice that burned through his very essence. I owe him a debt that can never be repaid, written in the ashes of a timeline he doesn't even know existed. And yet, he stands there, puffing out his chest, completely blind to the fact that I am essentially a walking, talking paradox of his own creation. I don't play the humble brother. I bring him the truth, served cold and sharp. I tell him the world is rotting from the inside, that a primordial nightmare is waking up beneath Zorian, and that he is a target. It is a ridiculous story, a fairy tale of monsters and gates, and I love the way his skepticism fights with the mounting horror in his eyes. Then I drop the weight of the Imperial Orb into his hands. The silence that follows is exquisite. He is a master of the craft, but he is a child in the face of what I carry. As he tears through the notebooks, the journals of a life he lived but cannot recall, I watch his confidence shatter. He paces like a caged tiger, reading the frantic, desperate scrawls of his own hand, demanding answers I cannot give. The irony is almost enough to make me laugh. He wants to know how I could possibly have these secrets, while I just want him to realize that the ground beneath his feet is already crumbling. He accuses me of being an imposter. He is not wrong. The real Zorian is gone, a casualty of the very loop that forged me. I am the shell, the memory, the terrifying accumulation of every mistake he ever made. And as I stand there, forcing my brother to accept a warning that will likely cost him everything he holds dear, I realize the cruelest joke of all. I have spent my entire life trying to escape his shadow, only to realize that I am the one now casting the darkness. He doesn't need to believe in me. He just needs to believe the threat. Because if he doesn't, when the gates finally open and the sky turns to ash, I will be the one holding the wreckage of a life I didn't truly live, wondering if he would ever have called me brother, if he knew exactly what it cost to make me this way. The sun is setting, casting long, jagged shadows across the path, and I know I have said too much. The pieces are moving. The board is set. Now, I just have to wait for the first blow to fall, and hope I haven't just signed his death warrant in ink. The clock is ticking, and the silence in this room is screaming. Diamond is clutching those notebooks like they are the only thing keeping him tethered to reality, his knuckles white, his eyes searching for a logic that I know he won't find. He wants an explanation, a neat little bow to tie around the chaos of his stolen memories. I offer him a deadline instead, the summer festival. It's a classic move, the kind I used to pull when I knew the world would end before I ever had to pay the piper. But this time, the world is not resetting. This time, the bill is coming due. He agrees to come with me to Zorian, driven by a stubborn, brotherly need to verify the impossible. He thinks he is just checking on our sister. He has no idea he is walking into a trap set by fate itself. Elsewhere, the air is thick with the scent of ozone and ancient, hungry gods. Zack and I stand before a flickering, sinister bonfire in the heart of the Zlotic desert, facing a high priest of the Solrotham. They know we are coming. The angels have whispered in their ears, pulling strings in a cosmic puppet show that makes my skin crawl. Why this tribe? Why these devil wasps? The divine hierarchy is a black box, and I am starting to hate everything that comes out of it. We secure their help, but it feels less like an alliance and more like drafting soldiers for a war they don't truly understand. While the real me maneuvers in the desert, a simulacrum is busy painting graffiti on the crumbling walls of Cyoria. To the passing eye, it is just urban decay, just another amateur mage flexing their ego. But as the last line is drawn, a blue sigil flashes, a heartbeat of raw power. I am wiring the entire city into my own nervous system. Every alley, every room, every whispered betrayal is now a ripple in my mind. It is lonely, being the only one holding the map to the coming storm, but somebody has to play God if we want to survive the apocalypse. I find myself humming a dark, sarcastic tune about telepathy nodes as I walk, my shadow dancing against the stone. 99 nodes on the wall, and I am the only one who knows the music is about to stop. Back at the academy, I sit across from Tinami. She is sharp, perceptive, and dangerously curious. I'm dangling the secrets of the Urania in front of her like bait, needing the resources of House Aope for the slaughter ahead. I tell myself it's a fair trade, that this isn't a zero-sum game, but I can feel her eyes dissecting my lies. She thinks I am just a driven, slightly mysterious student. She doesn't know she is talking to a man who has died more times than she has taken a breath. Above the Ayaska mansion, I am drifting on currents of cold air, cloaked in feathers and hunger. I am a bird of prey, a shape-shifted ghost circling the flock of iron beaks that guard the enemy's stronghold. They are slaves to a brutal, blackmail-fueled control, but animals have long memories and deeper grudges than humans ever will. I don't need to fight them. I just need to remind them how to hate their masters. One by one, I am poisoning the signals, turning their keeper's own tools against them. The summer festival is a whisper in the distance now, growing into a roar. The city feels it. The people feel it. A heavy, suffocating weight has settled over the streets, a premonition of fire and blood that no amount of normalcy can hide. Every preparation is a desperate prayer. I am pulling every thread, stacking every deck, and praying that when the curtain finally rises, there is still a stage left to stand on. The countdown hasn't just started, it is screaming, and I am right in the center of the blast zone. The countdown is a physical weight, pressing down on the city of Cyoria like a storm cloud that refuses to break. We have spent the last few days playing the part of frantic shepherds, scattering our friends and family into 5 different sanctuaries. It is a desperate, fragmented strategy, a hedge against a future where I have already seen everything go up in flames. My brother, Daimen, is the anchor in this chaos, though his cooperation is bought with promises of secrets I am not yet ready to pay. He keeps demanding an explanation, a narrative that makes sense of the madness, but I just keep pointing him toward the horizon and telling him to wait. But you can't save everyone, not when they are determined to be the architects of their own tragedy. Taven is a wildfire waiting to burn itself out. She views the coming invasion as her graduation ceremony, a chance to shed the label of a student and become a legend. She doesn't see the target painted on her back. She doesn't understand that to the enemy, she isn't a hero in the making, she is just a lever to move me. Every time I look at her, I see the ghost of a choice I am too terrified to make. Do I shatter her dreams to keep her breathing, or do I let her walk into the fire, hoping she's as fast as she thinks she is? Then there is Ray. She is a fortress of practicality, refusing to abandon a home that is all her family has left. She would rather risk the blade than face the ruin of poverty. I spent days trying to map out a way to break her resolve, but she beat me to the punch. She summoned me. The meeting is a collision of worlds I never intended to intersect. I walk into her home and find Hazlush, the detective who once taught me how to read the weave of fate, sitting across from Rainey. My classmate looks like she has been hollowed out from the inside. Her hands are shaking, clutching a cup of tea that has long since gone cold, her face a map of absolute, crushing defeat. She barely registers my presence. To her, I am just a student, a background character in the drama of her life. She doesn't know that I am the one pulling the strings of the city, or that the man sitting across from her is investigating the very conspiracy that is currently eating her world alive. When she finally speaks, the words hit me like ice. Her brother is gone, kidnapped, a piece of leverage, a pawn in a game she doesn't even know is being played. I look at Ray, who holds my gaze with a terrifying, knowing intensity. I look at Hazlush, who is calculating the angles of this disaster in silence. And I look at Rainey, whose grief is a beacon that will draw predators to our doorstep. The web is fraying. My careful surgical plans are being torn apart by the messy, human reality of people who just want their loved ones back. I am a master of time, a manipulator of minds, and an architect of impossible defenses, but none of that seems to matter when I am standing in a kitchen, looking at a girl who has just lost everything. The invasion hasn't even begun, and I am already losing. The door clicks shut behind me, and for a second, the house feels like a coffin. I have a choice to make, one that will cost me more than I can afford. I open my mouth to speak, but the words feel like ash. The clock is still ticking, and now I am running out of time. The air in the house is thick, not just with the scent of tea and nervous tension, but with the suffocating realization that the chessboard is being overturned. I stand in the center of Ree's home, a student in name, but a ghost in reality, listening to the pieces shift. My enemies, in their cold, bureaucratic quest for primordial essence, have dragged a random student into their meat grinder. They probably don't even know her name. To them, she is just an inconvenient variable. To me, she is a reminder that the world doesn't care about my carefully calibrated plans. The detective Hazlush is sharp. He is watching me, cataloging my movements, sensing the discord between who I am and who I am pretending to be. Then there is Ray, a cat shifter who smells the truth on my skin better than any lie I could manufacture. She knows I am pulling strings. She knows I am the shadow behind the evacuations, the boy who was supposedly just a student while his brother, the golden boy, suddenly descends upon the city like a herald of disaster. Rainey is the center of this storm, her grief radiating in waves that make the very air feel jagged. Her brother is gone, and she is terrified. She thinks this is a simple kidnapping, a transactional nightmare where money talks and captives walk. She is wrong. She is playing a game of checkers while the rest of us are watching the floor drop out from under the world. Then the realization hits. It's not just an accident, it's an opening. I see it in the way the pieces align. By kidnapping her brother, they haven't just created a victim. They have created a doorway. I don't need to chase them through the dark. I need them to think they have one. I look at Rainey, seeing past the panic to the potential of a weapon they never anticipated, and I tell her I can help. The room shifts. Hazlush goes silent, his body language snapping into a predator's focus. The game has changed. But while we trade secrets in the safety of a home, the real nightmare is already ticking in the dark. In a forgotten warehouse in Luja, where the rod of neglect masks the rod of magic, we find it. It is an egg of shadows, a black, pulsing bulb etched with spirals that suggest something ancient and hungry is waiting to hatch. It is a wraith bomb, a disaster condensed into a container, capable of turning city districts into ghost-ridden graveyards. Zach, Olenek, and I stand in the suffocating quiet, staring at this weapon of mass erasure. It is perfect. It is refined. It is a masterpiece of death, designed by a man who has had a lifetime to perfect the art of our undoing. There is no way to disarm it. There is no way to turn it off. We are like children trying to defuse a supernova with a pair of rusty tweezers. Olenek is resigned, his faith in the church's containment grid struggling against the sheer, inevitable scale of the ruin. He wants to trigger them, to force the conflict before we are ready, to burn the cancer out even if it costs us the city. I look at the bomb, then at Zach, and then back into the darkness of the warehouse. We are running out of options, running out of time, and the summer festival is no longer a celebration. It is a funeral. And the worst part? I still don't know how many more of these eggs are waiting to hatch in the dark. We are standing in the throat of a ticking time bomb. The object before us is a black, pulsing oval of shadows, vibrating with the trapped screams of ghosts that never should have been pulled from the void. It is a masterpiece of malice, a wraith bomb. To touch it is to invite your own soul to be shredded. Yet here we are, debating the morality of containing the apocalypse versus burning it to the ground. Olenek wants to trigger them all, to force a final confrontation on our terms before we are swallowed whole by the carnage. He is tired of the waiting, tired of the shadow games, and I can hardly blame him. But I am not ready. I am still searching for a way to break the design, to pull the teeth from Jornak's jaws without losing the city in the process. There is a dark, heavy silence in the room as we study the surface of the bomb. Every now and then, a face flickers beneath the glossy black skin, a desperate, distorted mask of someone clawing to escape. I catch Zack watching Olenek, perhaps wondering if the battle priest sees his own past mirrored in the wreckage. None of us talk about the ghosts we carry. We don't have the luxury. We have decided to strike in 2 days, the eve of the festival. It is a gamble, a desperate reach for victory before the board is cleared. Silver Lake has vanished, retreating like a cockroach when the lights get too bright, which is the most reliable thing she has ever done. The mercenaries are mobilizing, paid in blood and secrets to ensure our failure. The walls are closing in, and I can smell the ozone of the coming storm. Just outside the city, I have built a temple to desperation. It is a spherical chamber, a bizarre synthesis of high-end alchemical manufacturing and insane amounts of capital. The walls are a labyrinth of shimmering sigils, and blood-red circles trace the floor in a pattern that would make a sane mage faint. Floating in the air, tiny dimensional gates flicker like dying stars, each one a thread leading to a location I suspect is holding the kidnapped children. It is extravagant. It is absurd. It is the only way. Lush and Ray stand at the periphery, looking at the construction with a mixture of awe and genuine, existential horror. To them, this is a display of power that belongs to a kingdom, not a student. I stay in character, leaning into the stoic, infuriatingly calm persona that keeps them from asking too many questions. Rainey is the heart of this machine. She sits in the center, breathing in the cold, metallic air, preparing to tear a hole through the veil. She is a sister, a victim, and now a conduit. We are using her blood, her history, and the fading, ancient essence of her own lineage to track her brother. It is visceral, dangerous, and incredibly potent. Blood magic is a vulgar, easy art, but it is precise. It doesn't care about your morality or your training. It only cares about the resonance. Ray watches her with eyes that see through the lies. She knows Rainey carries a heavy, complicated burden, a history of resentment and guilt for a brother who took her place, a weight that she is now trying to exorcise by dragging him back from the brink of hell. If Rainey succeeds, we expose the kidnappers. If she fails, we are blind, and the festival becomes a bloodbath. I watch the ritual unfold through my simulacrums, a spectator in my own gamble. The mana begins to swirl, thick and heavy as oil. Rainey is shaking. She is the needle in a haystack of dimensions, and she has only one chance to strike true. If this fails, we are out of options. If it succeeds, we might just have a fighting chance. The air is screaming now, not with sound, but with the pressure of a spell about to snap. I hold my breath, waiting to see if she is strong enough to pull the truth out of the dark. The ritual begins not with a bang, but with the wet, metallic tang of blood and the ragged sound of a girl trying to stay anchored to this reality. Rainey is a study in controlled agony. Her hand, a jagged mess of self-inflicted wounds, held over that mundane pottery bowl. The bowl drinks, and in return, the room itself begins to bleed light. The tiny dimensional gates hanging in the air like stars above us go supernova, pulsing with a frequency that vibrates against my teeth. It is a deluge of raw, unfiltered data. It feels like trying to drink a river through a straw. Hundreds of locations, thousands of variables, a chaotic tapestry of suffering that threatens to drown her mind in an instant. A lesser mage would have shattered under the weight, but she isn't alone. My simulacrums are there, three distinct anchors in the storm, guiding the flood, filtering the noise, turning a panicked gasp into a surgical strike. Everything clicks. The signal locks. The static clears, and for a heartbeat, I don't just see the location. I see the end of their design. I whisper a single, lethal command back through the void. Success. I am sitting across from Zach, Svim, and Olenek, surrounded by maps that represent the last desperate stand of a world that has no idea it is dying. The room is loud with the clatter of voices, but the moment I speak, the air goes thin and still. I tell them it is time. The wait is over. What follows is not a war, but a collapse. Zorian, the beautiful, ancient hub of our lives, is torn apart by the sudden, violent scream of magical artillery. It starts at noon, a sky-rending barrage that turns the horizon into a wall of fire. Buildings shatter like glass. The streets are instantly reclaimed by chaos as elementals, birthed from the wreckage, turn the city into a furnace. Then come the monsters. It is a tide of teeth and iron, an army of nightmares crawling out of the dark veins beneath the city. They think they are the vanguard of a new age, but they have stepped into a meat grinder. The traps I have meticulously woven into the foundations of the earth wake up, and the underworld turns into a slaughterhouse. But it is only a fraction. The true horror is still coming, a wave that will sweep the city away unless we meet it head-on. The sky is black with iron beaks. The ground is shaking with the weight of trolls, and I can feel the eyes of the primordial forces watching from the edges of the fray. The stage is set. The actors are in position. The curtains have been burned away. Now, there is only the fire, the steel, and the desperate, hollow hope that we have enough left to survive the final act. Everything we have built, everything we have sacrificed, hangs on the next few moments. The battle for the world has begun, and I have no idea if we are the heroes or just the first casualties. Zorian is a funeral pyre, lit by the arrogant fire of invaders who thought they could break us. The air is thick with the scent of ozone and burning history, a choking haze that marks the end of everything we knew. I am not the boy who hid in classrooms anymore. I am a conductor of slaughter, my mind fractured and spread across a dozen bodies, a psychic hive mind that sees through the eyes of golems and feels the frantic, rhythmic heartbeat of an army. It's a dangerous game, fusing my consciousness into a singular, sprawling net. But the abyss stares back at me, and I have no choice but to blink first. My simulacrum advances through the guts of the city, a relentless, mechanical juggernaut. We are moving toward the gate, the Achilles heel of the invasion. They try to block me with barricades and screaming, light-drenched spells, but my bodyguard golem swats them away like flies. There is a cold, clinical precision to the slaughter. I watch, detached and icy, as my golems, armed with weapons that spit lead at supersonic speeds, shred their lines. When they try to ambush us with rock worms tunneling through the bedrock, I simply reach out with my mind, snap their control like a spiderweb, and turn their own beasts against them. The battlefield becomes a chaotic dance of metal and gore. I don't feel the weight of their deaths. They are variables in an equation, and I am the one solving for zero. Then, the air distorts. The darkness in the tunnel ripples, and out steps the red robe. Jornak. Even without the disguise, the presence is suffocating. He is just a simulacrum, a puppet on a string, but he carries the weight of a god's spite. We trade words, but they're just filler. Philosophical posturing to mask the real fight. A war of attrition for mana and position. He hates the kinetic weapons I wield, the simplicity of a bullet tearing through his grand sorcery. I hate the way he moves, a creature of ectoplasmic regeneration that seems to laugh at the laws of physics. He tears through my golem army with impossible strength. My bodyguard, my bastion, my silent sentinel, he rips it to scrap metal with dimensional fractures that slice through reality itself. I watch the animation core go dark and the metal collapse, and for the first time, I feel something other than the cold calculations of my hive mind. I feel hate. I stop running. I stop the dance. I launch everything I have, a river of starfire fireballs that melt the very stone of the tunnel, and then I charge. It is a suicide run, a desperate, irrational gamble. As he strikes, his ectoplasmic hand punching through my chest in a spray of sand and ruined circuitry, I don't flinch. I catch him. I clamp my hands onto his arm, flooding his form with a parasitic web of mana threads. I am tearing him apart from the inside out, turning his own existence into a feedback loop of destruction. He flickers, screams in a voice that isn't quite human, and collapses into a ruin of smoke and broken light. My body hits the floor, my chest a hollowed-out cavern of black sand. I am fading, flickering out, my core components scattered across the stone. But as my vision narrows to a sliver, I know one thing. He is gone. The fight is over. And somewhere, in the light of a burning city, the real war is just beginning. My simulacrum lies on the cold floor of the tunnel, a broken piece of metal and mana threads, head detached and carried by a very annoyed, bearded soldier. He is not happy about being my official headbearer. I keep telling him it is an honor, but he remains stubbornly unimpressed. I am currently everywhere, fighting in Koth, sitting in the academy, and finally my true self, riding the back of Princess at Ayaska Mansion. The mansion is a charnel house. The forest is screaming, shredded by a war that feels less like a battle and more like a systematic erasure of the world. Thousands of undead, stitched together nightmares of bone and rotting meat are crashing against my golems. But my focus is fixed on the roof. 3 dragons are watching us. Oganj, the master of the roost, and 2 younger disciples. They are silent, expectant, and terrifying. Our surprise attack wasn't a surprise at all. They knew. They were waiting. I signal the iron beaks. Thousands of knife-like feathers rain down upon an empty patch of scrubland, and suddenly, the air is filled with the shrieks of invisible mages being betrayed by their own cloaks. It is a messy, beautiful bit of chaos. Princess roars, a sound that shatters the local atmosphere, and we barrel toward the house. An adult dragon tries to intercept us, but Oganj just swipes him down with his tail like a scolded puppy. The display of dominance is chilling. To command such creatures, Oganj must be playing a game of power I can barely comprehend. Then the house starts spitting out demons. They are bat-like, humanoid, and their tails end in gnashing, serrated mouths. All in it confirms the worst. They are minor, but demons are never simple. They are unpredictable, jagged holes in reality that defy standard combat doctrine. My Sol Rotham allies rise up to meet them, a swarm of buzzing, chitinous death, but I am restless. The battle is going well, suspiciously so. The defenders aren't breaking. They are stalling. They are buying time for something hidden in the dark, and those dragons on the roof are doing absolutely nothing. Why? What are they waiting for? I feel the weight of the angel's cube in my pocket. My instincts scream at me to pull it out, to burn everything down right now, but a voice in the back of my mind warns that the timing is wrong. It is a trap of my own making, a moment of restraint that feels like walking a tightrope over a volcano. Then, the sky changes. The holy beast of the Sol Rotham, a massive sandworm buoyed by 1,000 gossamer wings, tears through the clouds to challenge the dragons. We move as one. I project a wave of force that clears the path for Princess, and Zack's group launches into the air inside a glowing, milky orb of pure kinetic power. Oganj finally stirs. He isn't a mindless beast. He is a dragon mage, and he moves with a terrifying, human precision. He identifies the biggest threat, Zack, and brings the heavens down to meet him. He carves a sphere of incandescent white light from the very air and hurls it at us like a star collapsing in a palm. The air itself begins to ionize. The final act has begun, and the stage is turning into glass. The air around Zack's defensive sphere isn't just hot. It is ionizing, vibrating with the kind of raw, kinetic violence that makes your teeth ache. Oganj just hurled a star at us. A literal, miniature sun of dragon-forged destruction. My pulse is a frantic drum in my ears, and for a split second, I am back in the loop, tasting my own death. Then, reality warps. Svim, sharp and unflinching, twists the space around the projectile, dumping the blast into a neighboring region where it detonates with the force of an extinction event. The sky turns a blinding, terrified white. I am left wondering how we are supposed to beat a god in a lizard suit. Sudamir is losing his mind. His voice, amplified to a deafening roar, is tearing through the battlefield, scolding Oganj for his collateral damage like a frantic homeowner watching his property values plummet. Oganj, in return, tells him to go sob at his dead wife. It is almost funny, the apocalypse being argued over by a grumpy ghost and a dragon with a god complex. I don't have time for the sitcom. I have a dragon student in my face, and he is determined to turn Princess into a centerpiece for his trophy room. He is fast, he is arrogant, and he has built a psychic cage around himself that makes my mind magic feel like it is bouncing off granite. He traps us in a gelatinous dome, a tomb of blue light meant to hold us while he cooks up a spell to burn the world down. He forgets one thing. Princess doesn't believe in jails. We blink out of existence. When we reappear, we are riding his blind side. I lash out with severing whips, anchoring him to the Hydra's back, and we drag him down into the dirt. It is a messy, vicious brawl, a divine beast and a dragon rolling through boulders, turning the landscape into a gravel pit. I leave them to it and vault toward the mansion, sliding into a milky sphere of kinetic force. The battlefield is a fever dream. The Iron Beaks, for reasons beyond any human logic, have decided they hate the dragons on a personal, existential level. They are swarming the giants with the suicidal rage of the truly aggrieved. Then the mansion groans. The roof splits open like a cracked egg, and the skeletal dragon, Sudamir's pride and joy, lurches into the light. Diamond, draped in a massive ectoplasmic titan, tries to pin the beast, but it is too strong. It is built to kill. I don't hesitate. I pull the Colossus, a 6-meter-tall nightmare of gleaming, enchanted iron, from the Imperial Orb. It hits the ground with the force of an earthquake and hammers the skeletal beast into the dirt. It is glorious, until the world tilts. A ripple of nausea tears through my skull. My vision flips, turns inside out, and the ground seems to reject my very presence. It is a vertigo that defies physics. When my eyes focus, the battlefield has changed. The forest is gone. I am looking at a skyline I know too well. I am looking at Cyoria. Sudamir didn't just fight for his home. He folded space like paper. He swapped the mansion, and all of us, directly into the heart of the city's defensive lines. The battle for the Shifter children just became the final defense of our home. The sky is once again roaring. Oganj is hovering above the burning streets, and the dragons are descending again. We wanted the final fight, but we didn't want it here. The clock is officially broken, and the game has just started for real. The city is not just burning, it is being surgically carved. I stand in the center of what used to be a quiet northern forest, now jarringly wedged into the heart of Cyoria, like a jagged splinter in a thumb. Iaska Mansion sits here, a lonely, ominous sentinel, having been teleported across the continent in a ritual of staggering audacity. My enemies didn't just move a building. They folded the world itself, placing their staging ground right at the threshold of the primordial release. I take a breath, tasting the metallic tang of ozone and ash. My mana reserves are a hollow ache, but there is no time to rest. The dragons are tearing the sky apart above the mansion, keeping Zack and the others pinned. Down here, the gates of the mansion have vomited out an army, a tide of war trolls, undead, and Ulquinabesa elites. It is a suicide wave, and they are here to die for a cause that will erase them all. I see them then, the trio of nightmares. Quadakikal, draped in armor that screams of ancient, imperial arrogance. The man in the red robe, whose presence feels like a sickness in my mind. And Silverlake, who walks through the carnage as if she is out for a casual afternoon stroll, humming a melody I cannot hear. Then I see the second Quadakikal, a simulacrum on the roof, holding a red gem that bleeds light into the sky. It is a beacon, a calling card for things that should never be invited into this world. I reach into my pocket and pull out the Angel's Cube. It is a heavy, cold weight, pulsating with a promise I am not sure I can keep. Beside me, Diamond looks at the approaching monsters, his face a mask of grim calculation. He is a good man, but he is out of his depth. Hold them off, I tell him. Keep them from reaching me while I finish the ritual. Diamond stares at the three master mages, then at the skeletal titan of a golem I call Mrva, and finally at me. He knows I am asking him to dance with death, but he doesn't walk away. I begin. I weave the magic, a complex, agonizingly delicate geometry of light and gravity. I am not just casting a spell. I am acting as a lightning rod for a storm of ambient mana that would reduce a lesser mage to a fine, charred mist. The cube is starving, and it is eating the atmosphere, tearing the very air from the sky to fuel something gargantuan. My hands shake, sweat stinging my eyes, and every fiber of my being is stretched to the snapping point. The enemy realizes what I am doing. They stop their march and charge. Quatakikl unleashes beams of disintegration that turn the ground into liquid glass. The red robe showers the area in arcs of lightning that defy the physics of my shields. Silver Lake hurls potions that bloom into clouds of acidic, reality-warping gas. But they don't reach me. Diamond is a wall of golden light, burning through his own life force to keep the void at bay. And Mrva, my beautiful, unfeeling, 6-meter-tall iron god, is a hurricane of steel. He moves with a terrifying, fluid grace, ignoring the spatial cracks Jornak throws to dismantle him. When Jornak makes the mistake of trying to teleport, Mrva's wards snap the spell like a bone, leaving the mage dazed, exposed, and seconds away from being trampled into the mud. Quatakikl intervenes, pulling his ally from the jaws of the golem, but the momentum is shifting. I strike back. A kinetic blast, raw and unrefined, slams into the group. Silver Lake, the weakest link in this chain of monsters, is caught off guard. The blast catches her, sending her flying into the distance, a streak of red dress and frantic spellcasting lost in the smoke. I am alone with the light of the cube. The summoning is peaking. The sky is distorting. The air is thick with the smell of ozone, and I know that whatever answers this call will change the face of this war forever. I just hope I survive long enough to see what I have invited inside. The battlefield is a jagged, surreal nightmare. One moment, I am standing in a forest, and the next, I am wedged into the heart of Cyoria, a metropolis of stone and ambition, now drowning in the gore of an invasion. My hands are shaking, my mana reserves are a hollow pit, and before me stand the architects of this catastrophe. Quatakikl, the Lich King, looks like he stepped out of a nightmare sculpted from gold and dried blood. Jornak, the Red Robe, is a silhouette of malice and Silver Lake. Well, she is just humming to herself an unnerving, discordant tune that feels like a funeral march for the city. Then, the roof of the mansion explodes with light. A second Quatakikl, a simulacrum, appears, clutching a red gem that bleeds crimson energy into the sky. It is a beacon for the abyss. I reach for the angel's cube. It is my last, desperate ace. I begin the ritual, a complex dance of geometry and soul fire. I am acting as a conduit, pulling in so much ambient mana that the very air around me feels like it is screaming. If I stumble, the backlash will turn me into ash. If I succeed, I call down something that makes the dragons look like garden snakes. My brother, Diamond, stands as a golden shield between me and the incoming artillery. He is burning through his own life force to keep the Lich's disintegration beams from turning us into vapor. Mrva, my iron titan, is a hurricane of metal, ripping through skeletal crocodilians that snap at us with jaws made of centuries-old hatred. The ancient Lich tries to focus his entire wrath on me. He burns through mana like water, launching a barrage of red starfire that should end us in a heartbeat. But my cube isn't just a paperweight. It shatters, reconfigures, and blossoms into a sphere of reality-bending geometry. It treats the Lich's masterclass spells like minor inconveniences, swatting them away or vanishing them into pocket dimensions. The air turns cold. The sky tears open like a wounded animal. Descending into the chaos is the angel. It is a titanic, burning tree of black branches and orange, weeping eyes, wreathed in a fire that doesn't burn, but judges. It dwarfs everything. It makes the mansion look like a child's toy. Around it, winged spirits, animated storms of feathers, and serpentine horrors with masks for faces pulse with a terrifying, holy weight. Across the field, the demons finally reveal themselves. A menagerie of grotesque biological failure, crowned by a headless, armless torso that houses a single, pulsating purple eye. The eye fixes its gaze on me, and for a second, my soul feels like it is being flayed. A branch from the burning tree stabs into the earth before me, shielding me from that gaze, and the silence that follows is thick enough to choke on. Jornak tries to talk, peddling his pathetic, self-serving lies about change and sacrifice, hoping to break us. He snaps his fingers, and black wraiths, souls twisted into shrieking, smoky blades, erupt across the city to slaughter the innocent. I don't play along. I snap my fingers, and the city breathes in, the traps I have hidden in every corner, powered by the dark science of the Soul Sizer, swallow the wraiths whole. They don't just die. They are erased. Jornak's confusion is the only victory I get. The horizon is darkening with the wings of Eldamar's military, an army of eagles and battle mages arriving far too late to this apocalypse. The angel doesn't wait for them. It rumbles, a sound that vibrates in the marrow of my bones and surges forward. The two armies collide. The sky falls. There is no more room for talk, no more room for fear, and no more room for hope. There is only the fire, the steel, and the end of the world. The sky above Scioria has become a canvas of beautiful, terrifying destruction. I watch from the cockpit of my makeshift platform as the angel tree and the demonic, cyclopean torso collide, a supernova of orange flame and purple electricity that threatens to strip the reality from the air itself. Jornak was right. The city is a corpse waiting to be picked clean, and I am the one holding the scalpel. My heart beats a frantic, uneven rhythm against my ribs. I have spent years pouring every ounce of my soul, my resources, and my sanity into protecting this place, and now I am forced to watch it be dismantled by entities that see us as nothing more than biological debris. But the battle is not just chaos. It is a calculated, brutal chess match. The angels, cold and alien, weave a cubical barrier around the conflict, locking the destruction into a high-stakes arena. I feel a flicker of relief. The platform is protected, and my mana reserves are finally finding the space to breathe. Beside me, the others cluster together, exhausted and wary. Then the barrier shifts. The angel's voice crashes into my mind, a mental landslide of pure, chilling authority. Stop wasting time. Move. It's insulting. It's infuriating. It's also entirely correct. As we attempt to break away, the shadows fight back. A swarm of grubs, their saliva acidic enough to dissolve my best force fields, rises to greet us. Then, the ground ruptures and a rose-shaped monstrosity, a titan of thorns and malice, surges up, pinning my golem, Merva, in place. For a heartbeat, the path forward is a wall of teeth and filth. Then, the angel intervenes. A black branch, wreathed in that same, impossible orange flame, warps space itself to appear before us. It bisects the grubs and incinerates the rose demon in a screeching inferno. The display of power is so casual, so horrifyingly absolute, that it makes my skin crawl. We hit the barrier at full speed. I hold my breath, waiting for the impact that will shatter our bones, but the light simply parts. It caresses us like a cool breeze, and suddenly we are outside. We are free. But the relief is a ghost. On the horizon, the eagles are coming. Eldamar's military, the pride of the kingdom, is barreling toward us. To them, we are not heroes. We are not saviors. We are just more rogue mages tearing apart their skyline, and they are bringing a hammer that will likely crush both sides of this war. The lead rider pulls up, his silhouette sharp against the smoke. He demands we surrender, his voice booming with the hollow authority of a man who has no idea what hell is currently unfolding behind him. I look at the others. Zack is itching for a fight, his pride wounded by the command. Alanik's face is a statue of grim, priestly resolve, likely weighing the morality of striking down the king's men. And here we are, caught in the throat of a dying city, arguing about protocol while the world burns. I tap the controls, my fingers hovering over the interface. I have a plan, but it's a jagged, ugly thing. If I push forward, I risk an all-out war with the people I've spent a decade trying to protect. If I stop, I might as well throw the key to the city into the hole myself. I look at the Eagle Rider, then at the swirling, golden hell behind us. I realize then that there is no clean way out of this. I make my choice, and for the first time all day, I decide that being reasonable is a luxury we simply cannot afford. The sky is a jagged, broken mess, and I am standing in the center of a game of chess played by gods and monsters. It feels like the entire city has been put in a blender. My pulse is a frantic, stuttering drumbeat, and my thoughts are a tangled web of cold, clinical calculations. I need to be better than this. I need to be faster. The barrier of light pulses, a heartbeat of pure defiance. Then a roar tears through the air, a sound that vibrates in the marrow of my bones. Oganj, the dragon, has shredded the containment. He is out, and he is not alone. Jornak, Quadakikl, and Silver Lake are riding him like a chariot of nightmares, descending upon us with the weight of a falling mountain. I don't think. I strike. The Eagle Riders, those prideful, aerial enforcers of Eldamar, are just meat in the grinder. They have no mental defenses, no armor for the soul. I reach into their minds, a spider tapping on a web, and pluck the strings of their rage. I drown their logic in a sea of pure, unadulterated fury. Suddenly, they are not soldiers of the crown. They are berserkers, screeching in a primal hunt. I command them, through the mouth of their commander, to slaughter the dragon. It is a beautiful, wretched disaster. Oganj, arrogant to his core, sees a challenge and takes it, his ego blinding him to the fact that he is being steered like a puppet. I watch the chaos unfold with a detachment that would frighten my past self. Am I becoming a monster? Maybe. But monsters survive the night. Across the city, my simulacrums are ghosts in the machine. They are the invisible hands moving pieces on the board, saving a family, nudging a confused defender, turning a stray dog into a siren. It is a symphony of coincidences, 1,000 tiny flickers of order in a city drowning in fire. And then there is the whole. The cultists, those smug architects of the end, think they have the initiative. They don't see the pigeons. They don't see the cats. They don't realize that in this city, even the stray pets have graduated from the Academy of High-Tier Spellcasting. When the shifters strike, it isn't a battle. It is a massacre. Pigeons dropping alchemical thunder. Cats dancing through defenses with the grace of assassins. It's hilariously, darkly brilliant. But I have no time to laugh. Silver Lake is here. She stands before me, flanked by 3 living, alchemical abominations. A tentacled orb of crackling electricity, a reptilian horror that dissolves into liquid, and a mountain of acid that ignores the laws of physics. They are not animals. They are masterpieces of malice, animated by stolen souls and raw, biting spite. The orb lashes out, a living cannonball of voltage. I dance around it, the air smelling of ozone and scorched stone. My defense cube hums, its internal gears whispering secrets of geometry, weaving shields that vanish the incoming fury into nothingness. Silver Lake laughs, a sound like glass grinding on bone. She thinks she has me pinned. She thinks that without my golem, I am just a boy in a fancy suit. She is right about one thing. This is a game of attrition, and my mana is a candle in a gale. I peer through the eyes of the iron beaks circling above, scanning the battlefield, hunting for that one fatal mistake. I am human. I am tired, and I am dangerously close to running out of time. The orb charges again, and this time I don't dodge. I let the trap snap shut. The air is thick with the copper tang of blood and the ozone stench of spent mana. I am exhausted. My soul feels like frayed wire, and I am currently playing tag with a woman who refuses to stay dead. Silver Lake is a nightmare in human skin. She is cackling, throwing threats about my family like confetti at a funeral. And she is right. I am effectively alone in this corner of the slaughterhouse. I fire a kinetic lance, watching it vanish into the pulsating, acidic mess that serves as her bodyguard. She's not just a mage. She's an alchemical experiment gone horribly, beautifully wrong. She tells me that the ritual doesn't need children, that she and Jornak are the keys, forged in the primordial fires of the entity they serve. It makes sense in a sick, twisted way. They aren't the priests. They're the suicide bombers. I spot a crack in her rhythm. The tentacle orb and the reptilian thing drift too close. I don't hesitate. I trigger the explosives I buried in the rubble earlier, a silent, brutal trap. The world turns into a thunderclap of force, and the giant ooze, that house-sized mountain of acid, bursts like a spoiled grape. The path is clear. I blink forward, warping space itself. She sees me coming. She always does, and the ward she snaps into place is an intricate, hungry thing designed to peel my mind apart. But I don't try to break it. I don't brute force it. I watch the lines of energy, the flow of the spell, and I simply pluck the foundational glyph from the cobblestones. The whole thing collapses in a shudder of blue sparks. I bury her in force. I blast her with heat. I tear her apart until she is nothing but a smear on the pavement. Then the horror hits. She doesn't die. She just rearranges. Bone snaps into place, meat knits together, and her head sprouts back like a weed in a toxic garden. This isn't a fight anymore. It's a test of endurance, and she thinks she has me. Suddenly, the sky erupts. The angel cube shatters. The celestial titan has won, but the cost is written in its mangled, bleeding trunks and extinguished eyes. It doesn't pause. It doesn't weep. It just turns its gaze toward the dragon, Ogange, and charges like a spear of judgment. I don't wait to see who wins. I pull a small metal ball from my pocket, a prison for a beast that knows only hunger. I throw it. The gray hunter manifests, a blur of razor-sharp chitin and instinct. Silver Lake finally stops laughing. She screams as the predator closes the distance. But just as she tries to hide behind her last alchemical construct, the ooze simply stops. It puddles into nothingness. A shadow emerges from the ruins. I freeze. The woman stepping out is aged, her skin a map of wrinkles, her spine bent by time. It is Silver Lake, older, wiser, ruthless. The two of them stare at each other, the hubris of youth and the cold, hard pragmatism of the end. The old woman ignores her younger self's pleas, methodically sealing the ward, creating a cage where only one can walk out alive. It's not a battle, it's a cull. I leave them to it. The mist surrounding Jornak's sector is evaporating, revealing the ragged edges of his failure. Zack is waiting. The end of the world is hovering just over the horizon, and I finally have the opening I need. No more games. No more running. Time to finish this. The air around the hole is a chaotic symphony of ozone and desperation. My defense cube is a blurred, spinning halo of geometry, deflecting killing curses with a rhythmic, metallic hum. I don't fight like a knight, and I certainly don't fight like a hero. I am a scavenger, a butcher, and a technician in a war that has long since abandoned the rules of engagement. I move through the cultists like a scythe, through wheat, my force whip carving through defenses and flesh with equal indifference. The discipline of the enemy shatters. Panic is a contagious, beautiful disease, and I watch them break. But the real threat isn't the cultists. It's the shadows tearing across the sky. Ogange, the dragon, is a streak of rage, and Quatakikl, that walking ossuary of a lich, is closing the gap with the inevitability of a tomb closing shut. I glance up at my golem, Merva. It's a mindless construct, a collection of cold metal and alchemical parts, but in that moment, I feel a pang of hollow, sharp regret. It was nice knowing you, Merva. I don't need a response. The golem's chest blooms open like a metallic flower of death, revealing a soul-sizer chrysanthemum. It's not just a plant. It's a living artillery piece. As it drinks from Merva's mana core, the flower screams into the Lich's mind. Quadikikl doesn't just fall. He collapses, his momentum turning him into a wrecking ball that slams into the masonry. I don't give him the courtesy of a moment. My cube reconfigures, focusing a stolen, time-frozen spell, a projectile of pure, concentrated incandescent ruin, directly into his exposed, prone form. There is no Lich left, just a blinding white flash and the smell of vaporized dust. I catch the Imperial crown as it settles in the crater. It's cold. Divine artifacts don't care about the blood they're soaked in. Jornak is losing his mind on the sidelines, watching his chessboard fall apart. He is exhausted, his expensive robes nothing but rags, his breathing a jagged, wet sound. He screams at me, but I just twirl the crown on my finger with a sharp, mocking grin. Then comes the dragon. Oganj is a force of nature, flattening buildings with a flick of his palm. I am a gnat to him, a sleazy trickster. And he is right, I am. And that's exactly why he's going to lose. I look up at the wounded angel tree, its branches broken, its eyes dimming. I have a gamble, and it's a terrifying, high-stakes bluff. I toss the crown into the sky. The angel catches it, confused, but I telepathically scream my plan into its consciousness. Then I turn to the dragon. I tell him the price. I throw the imperial orb after the crown, watching the angel secure them in its wooden embrace. It is a king's ransom, a fortune and power that would make any dragon weep with greed. The angel offers a binding promise, the word of the heavens themselves. Oganj pauses, his predatory eyes shifting from the treasure to the city. He doesn't care about the cult. He doesn't care about the world burning. He cares about the loot. He leaves, a streak of scales and malice disappearing into the forest. The angel follows, a celestial bodyguard for the prize. Jornak is left alone, his face a mask of purple-veined fury. He is desperate, reckless, and running out of time. I take a breath. I can feel the entire city now, the network of glyphs I've been stitching together in the dark finally humming with collective intent. My simulacrums, my spider allies, the hidden traps, it's all aligned. I blink through the air, teleporting into the heart of the storm. It's not about fighting anymore. It's about the trap. And I have them both exactly where I want them. The end of the world is a quiet place. I am standing in the wreckage of a city that feels like a tomb. I am Zach Novita, the last scion of a broken house, the chosen pawn of celestial powers, and by all rights, I should be dead. But here I am, breathing the ash-choked air of a reality that finally, mercifully, decided to keep moving forward. I won. The thought tastes like iron and stale water, for cycles beyond counting. I was a prisoner in a golden cage of time, trapped in a loop that promised me godhood but denied me a future. I spent lifetimes trying to save this city, only to watch it crumble again and again. I had become a ghost in my own life, a man who knew the punchline to every joke before it was told, a man who had long ago traded hope for a hollow, aching exhaustion. Then came Zorian. He was a jagged, abrasive, brilliant mess of a person, the kind of friend who terrified you with his cold logic but possessed a fire I had long since extinguished in myself. He was the catalyst. He was the one who refused to accept the cage. I had grown content to be the support act, the sword to his shield, following his plans through the labyrinth of our looping nightmare because he still believed there was an exit. I watched him take down the monsters that plagued us, and I felt a pang of something sharp and ugly. Jealousy. It's pathetic, really, but it was there. He moved through the chaos with a surgical, calculated precision that made my own brawling feel like the primitive flailing of a blunt instrument. And then, the end. The battle with the man I called Red Robe, Jornak, was a dance of desperation. He had trapped me in a fractured, misty mirror of the city, a dimensional prison that smelled of ancient decay. He thought I was a brute, a blunt force tool to be discarded. He didn't understand that I had learned how to tear through the fabric of reality itself. We fought until the world shivered and snapped, spitting us back into the real world, scarred and bleeding. I saw the final moment play out in a haze of adrenaline. Zorian lunged, a desperate, suicidal flash of motion. He crossed the distance in a heartbeat, his hand glowing with a resonance that promised total annihilation. Jornak was ready, drawing a divine artifact, a blade that whispered of betrayal. It didn't matter. The cube, the shield, the blade, they all blurred into a symphony of carnage. When the explosion cleared, the silence was deafening. I found them both in the rubble. Zorian lay broken, a dagger of divinity driven through his throat, his body riddled with the shrapnel of his own failed inventions. I knelt in the dust, the simple healing spells I knew feeling like a mockery. He wasn't just gone. He was erased. The realization hit me with the force of a falling mountain. He hadn't slipped. He hadn't failed. He had chosen this. He had orchestrated the end of the loop, the memory wipes of everyone in the city, the absolute erasure of our struggle. And he had done it at the cost of his own life. I walked through the streets afterward, my mind a fractured mirror. I found the others, the mentors, the brothers, the enemies, all sleeping, all blank. I probed their minds, searching for the truth, and found nothing but the empty space where the last month should have been. He had scrubbed the board clean. I stand now in the center of a city waking up from a dream it can't remember. Is any of this real? I cast my senses outward, tearing into the minds of strangers, hunting for the telltale frayed edges of a fake, a simulation, a lie. I look for the depth of a mother's face, the trivial, messy, nonsensical memories of a life lived. I am a king of ghosts, wandering through a city of amnesiacs. I am free. I have won. But as I stare at the horizon, a cold, gnawing terror begins to take root in my marrow. Because if he could rewrite the memories of the world, what is to stop me from wondering if I'm just another one of his ghost stories? I keep reading the memories of strangers. I am a voyeur in a city of amnesiacs, picking through the mundane, messy debris of their thoughts like a scavenger looking for a flaw in a diamond. I see the same thing in every mind, a blank space, a void where this entire month of terror should have been. It is maddeningly perfect. I've sifted through the consciousness of hundreds. I've peeked into the secret lives of the Urania, the telepathic spiders who should have seen right through any deception. Even they have nothing, just a clean, wiped slate. Zorian didn't just kill the memory of this invasion. He executed it. He reached into the very architecture of their souls and scrubbed it until it bled, leaving behind nothing but the illusion of a peaceful, normal life. I eventually stop. The frantic need to prove it's all a lie, a simulation, a cruel joke, starts to lose its edge. The reality of it is too heavy, too complex, and frankly too beautifully, tragically human to be a fabrication. It is all real. The blood on the cobblestones, the cooling bodies, the absolute, crushing silence of the victors. I walk until my legs burn, leaving the city behind. I climb the small, unremarkable hill where we used to sit and stare at the horizon, planning our escape or just wasting time in the golden haze of afternoon. I sit in the grass, listening to the world breathe. In the distance, the city lights begin to bloom. They are launching fireworks for the summer festival. The irony is so thick it's suffocating. The city just clawed its way back from the edge of the abyss, and they are already setting off sparklers. It's disgusting. It's pathetic. It is exactly what people do. And then, the worst part happens. I feel it. A warmth, a terrifying, bubbling sense of relief that radiates through my chest. The contract with the heavens, that suffocating, inescapable sword hanging over my life, feels loose. It's dissolving, unraveling like a fraying rope. The weight of the world, which has been crushing my marrow for cycles, suddenly lifts. I am alive. I am going to see the next month. I am the last one left. I drop to my knees. The air feels too thin. I start to cry, not out of noble sacrifice or poetic tragedy, but out of a jagged, broken relief. I am free. I have finally, impossibly won. I look up at the sky, watching the colors burst against the velvet dark. I have my life. I have my future. I have everything I ever wanted. And all it cost was the only person who actually understood the hell we lived through. I was a lawyer, a nobody, A man drowning in the gray, suffocating currents of Eldamar's corrupt elite, where justice is just a ledger entry for the highest bidder. I was Jornak Dokakin, heir to nothing, dreamer of everything, and eventually the last man standing in a game that consumed everyone else. I remember when I first realized Zack was a time traveler. He was a disaster, a teenager broadcasting his secrets like a broken radio, stumbling through social interactions with the grace of a caffeinated toddler. He brought me documents, proof of crimes so deep they would make a king tremble. I didn't care about the laws he broke to get them. I cared that he had opened a door, and I, desperate to escape my own stagnant life, pushed my way through. I became the architect of our little group. I refined the chaos. I gave us direction. We were going to survive the loop. I truly believed we were friends, partners in a revolution. But then, the deadline loomed, the fear set in, and the cracks began to spiderweb across our foundation. Zack was a child of impulse. I was a man of cold, hard pragmatism. He wanted to rebuild a house. I wanted to reshape a nation. We were never going to see the world through the same lens. So, I did what was necessary. I brokered deals with the devil, with Quadakikl, with the cults, with the shadows themselves. People call it betrayal. I call it an evolution. If you aren't willing to burn the forest to save your own life, you've already lost. The final act was a surreal, brutal dance. Zack and Zorian, the two titans of this miserable cycle, stood against me. They fought with the reckless abandon of heroes, while I fought with the focused, chilling necessity of a man who refuses to fade into oblivion. I played my last desperate card, a tiny vial of trapped, screaming shadow, a wraith bomb. When it shattered, the air didn't just grow cold. It died. The wraiths, those hunger-filled echoes of lost souls, swarmed the reality around us. I had spent cycles in the dark, performing rituals that would turn a saint's stomach, just to hone my soul magic to a razor's edge. I fed on the chill, while they, for all their brilliant, blinding power, simply weren't prepared for the absolute, soulless void. They fell. I watched the life drain from them, felt the psychic shriek of their termination, and for the first time in an eternity, the silence wasn't ominous. It was victory. I left their bodies in the dust and hunted for Silver Lake. I found her, or rather, the hollow, discarded skin of her, drained like a spent husk. Something had gotten to her, something apex and unseen. I felt a flicker of cold dread, then suppressed it. One less variable, one less mouth to feed. I am alone now. The pact is calling. The ritual needs a spark. And since the children were whisked away by the interference of heroes, I offer myself. I pour my own primordial essence into the gaping maw of the world, feeling the strength drain from my bones, feeling the magic that made me a god among men stutter and dim. It is a heavy price. It will cripple me for a lifetime. But the clock is ticking, and the world is finally, mercifully, going to be mine to mold. I check the horizon. The army is coming. The end is beginning, and I am ready. The ritual was a success. Space didn't just tear. It shrieked as the prison walls of the pocket dimension shattered. Panic Seth, the primordial horror, bled into our reality, his fleshy, corrupted limbs anchoring into the earth like the roots of a dying god. He began to drag his monumental, suffocating bulk into existence. I didn't stick around to watch the fireworks. I am his champion, technically, but I'm not a martyr. I've sacrificed enough to reach this precipice of power. I felt the death pact, that invisible, necrotic leash the primordial had wrapped around my heart, simply vanish. I was free. The arrogance of the cultists left behind to play God was almost pitiable. They were ants trying to hitch a ride on a hurricane. I reached the Ayaska mansion, a structure warped and haunted, now floating far from the ruins of Scioria. I sat in a room that smelled of dust and ancient, stagnant magic, basking in the glow of my own achievement. Then, Quadakikl appeared. The Lich was relaxed, radiating that terrifying, effortless confidence that always made the hair on my arm stand up. We traded barbs. He sat there, playing the role of the ancient mentor, listening to my post-victory musings with an intensity that felt wrong. It felt hungry. I caught myself talking. I was bragging, actually spilling my secrets, detailing my contingencies, revealing the very traps I swore to keep hidden from my future rivals. The words just kept pouring out, fueled by a pride I couldn't seem to choke back. I watched his face. He was leaning in, hanging on every syllable, his expression devoid of the usual, subtle tells of a centuries-old lich. A cold spike of dread pierced my chest. I fired a beam of focused ruin straight through his forehead. It passed through him like smoke through a screen. He didn't even flinch. The face, that perfectly crafted mask of the lich, simply sighed with a tone of casual, professional disappointment. The horror wasn't in the attack. It was in the realization that followed. I clawed at my mind, frantically checking the integrity of my defenses, my mind blanks, my mental fortresses. Everything was in place. Everything was perfect. Everything was a lie. I hadn't won. I was stuck in a feedback loop of my own arrogance. I was being dissected, picked apart by something that wore the faces of my allies to extract every drop of knowledge, every contingency, every secret I had meticulously hoarded. My entire victory was just a script I had been forced to recite again and again, like a prisoner in a cell that looked like freedom. The world began to fray at the edges, dissolving into a gray, featureless static. My memories, the triumph, the planning, the cold, calculating joy of it all, began to boil away like water on a hot stove. I tried to scream, to reach out, to leave one final, desperate mark on reality. But the silence reached me first. The darkness swallowed the room. My thoughts turned to smoke. I opened my eyes. I was standing in the wreckage of the city, the bodies of my rivals cooling at my feet. A strange, intoxicating surge of triumph flooded my veins. I am Jornak Dokakin, a humble lawyer from Syoria, the true heir of House Danan, and the last surviving time looper. And I have won. I am Zorian Kaczynski. I am the third son of a merchant family from nowhere. I am the accidental passenger in a reality that tried to crush me, and I am, by all accounts, the most dangerous mind mage on this side of the continent. I won. But the victory doesn't taste like champagne. It tastes like copper, ozone, and the kind of exhaustion that settles deep into your marrow. Winning wasn't about being the strongest. It was about being the one who refused to be suboptimal. I spent cycles in that loop, not just to survive, but to master the architecture of a nightmare. My primary target was the mind blank, a psychic bunker that protected the elite from intrusion for centuries. It was an absolute defense, impenetrable, cold, and perfect, or so they thought. I found the crack in the foundation through the most unlikely, horrifying teacher, a soul-sizer chrysanthemum. Most people saw a dangerous weed that ate souls. I saw a masterclass in bypassing the mind by hijacking the body and the soul simultaneously. It was a brutal, ugly, terrifying bit of biology, and I turned it into a weapon. The manifold resonance spell. A symphony of three minds working in perfect, agonizing unison was the key. It was a messy, high-maintenance piece of art that required touch, concentration, and a lack of moral scruples I had acquired in spades. When I lunged at Zack and Jornak, I wasn't just fighting them. I was choreographing a play. I knew I couldn't just kill them. I had to deceive them into believing they had already won. The moment my skin met theirs, the blue wave of the resonance spell washed over them, and their minds went limp. I didn't just cast a spell. I built a prison. I tapped into every camera, every eye, and every bird's eye view across the city to craft an illusion so layered, so rich, and so agonizingly real that even their subconscious couldn't tell the difference. I fed them a narrative of triumph, adjusting the memories, tweaking the scenery, wiping away mistakes until the loop was flawless. Jornak was the hardest to crack. He was a paranoid creature, a man who built his life around backstabbing and dead man switches. I had to stretch his perception of time, making him believe weeks had passed, just to lure his secrets into the light. I had to peel back his defenses layer by layer, manipulating his ego until he handed me the keys to his own destruction. Behind the curtain, the city burned. I watched the Abasan forces retreat, watched Sudamir's spirit away his mansion, and felt the sickening relief of seeing my family survive. But there were costs. Kazjenka, my golem, was gone, sacrificed so my sister could breathe. The thought of cleaning up that reality, of trying to fix the unfixable, gnaws at me. And there is something else, something worse. I found the skin of Silver Lake, empty, hollowed out, eaten. Grey hunters don't eat humans. They find us vile. They only gorge on primordial power. Something immensely powerful, something ancient and hungry, is loose in the sewers of my city. I've let a predator of nightmare proportions crawl into the one place where I cannot follow. But the deadline passed. The angel contract dissolved. Jornak's own body, betrayed by the foul pact he signed, tore itself apart in a grotesque spectacle of failing magic. I finally let the spell collapse. I am in a secure room, the silence heavy and suffocating. Diamond, Svim, and Olenik are standing over me, their expressions a cocktail of suspicion and guarded respect. They hold memory crystals, the keys to the truth of what I have done. I don't have the energy to explain. I shove a list of critical contingencies into Alanik's hands, the ticking bombs Jornak left behind, and my knees finally give out. I hit the floor before I even register the impact. I am Zorian Kaczynski. I am the architect of my own sanity. And for the first time in an eternity, the loop is closed. I don't care if the world is still at war. I don't care about the spider in the dark. I am going to sleep. The sun rises over a city that has no idea how close it came to being a graveyard. It is strange, walking through streets that feel both entirely familiar and completely alien. Every stone, every archway, every shop front is where it belongs, yet the air tastes different. It tastes like clean slate. It tastes like the quiet after a deafening scream. I am exhausted. Not the kind of bone-deep fatigue that a nap can cure, but the lingering, phantom weight of 1,000 lifetimes spent in a cage I finally managed to dismantle. People are bustling about, laughing, arguing, complaining about the heat, all blissfully unaware that they were supposed to be fertilizer for a primordial god's rebirth. They live in a world that is fundamentally fragile, yet they carry on as if tomorrow is a guaranteed commodity. I envy them. I also pity them. I catch my reflection in a shop window and barely recognize the person staring back. I look older, though in theory my body hasn't aged a day since this nightmare began. My eyes, however, they have seen the end of the world more times than I care to count. They look like old, dull coins salvaged from a shipwreck. There are loose ends. There are always loose ends. The world doesn't just reset because you want it to. There is a diplomatic firestorm brewing on the horizon, the fallout of a secret war that never officially happened. There are people out there who are still pulling strings, still whispering in the dark, still convinced that they're the architects of the future. I know better. The future isn't a blueprint. It is a pile of dominoes, and we are just the lucky ones who haven't fallen yet. I find myself lingering near the park. It is quiet here, away from the frantic recovery efforts of the city officials. I take a deep breath. For the first time in years, the air doesn't smell like impending doom or the ozone of a magical catastrophe. It smells like grass and damp earth. I have spent so long being a weapon, a strategist, a shadow in the corner of everyone's vision, that I have forgotten how to be a person. What do I do when I'm no longer fighting for the next hour, or the next day, or the next cycle? The sheer blankness of the calendar ahead of me is terrifying. Suddenly, a familiar warmth brushes against my mind. It isn't an intrusion, but a ghost of a connection. Zach. He is out there somewhere, trying to piece together a life that was stripped of its meaning. We are the only two people in existence who share the same dark library of memories, the only ones who remember the fire that didn't happen. I know I should reach out. I know I should find him, but the space between us feels like an ocean. We are survivors of a wreck, but we washed up on different shores. I turn away from the city center, heading toward the outskirts. I need space. I need to be in a place where no one knows my name, where no one expects me to solve the impossible or save the day. As I walk, I notice a small, innocuous bird perched on a fence, watching me with an intensity that feels almost calculated. I freeze. My hand drops to my side, fingers brushing against the cold, familiar weave of my magical focus. The paranoia, my faithful companion through 1,000 deaths, kicks in instantly. Is it watching? Is it a spy? Is it just a bird? I force myself to keep walking, my heart thumping against my ribs like a trapped animal. I am free. I have won. But as I step into the shadow of an alleyway, a cold, familiar chill crawls up my spine. Because in this world, nothing is ever truly finished. And I have a sickening feeling that I am still being watched. The stone disc at my hip buzzed like an angry hornet, a crude, vibration-only relic that the Aope family insists on using. It is the magical equivalent of shouting across a crowded room. Yet here I am, trapped by the limitations of public perception. If I created a true communication artifact, something discreet, elegant, and capable of actual telepathy, the authorities would have me in a dungeon faster than you can say conspiracy. I cut my conversation with Rainey short, the weight of 1,000 secrets pulling at my posture. She is still struggling to reconcile the Zorian she knew with the Zorian who spent his month deep underground, negotiating pacts with telepathic arachnids. I don't blame her. The city is still finding its feet, and the Saurian web of Arania needs a bridge to the human world. They are terrifying to most, but to me, they are the only reason I didn't lose my mind to the echoes of my own empathy. As I walk away, I feel the shift in the air. People are starting to guard their thoughts when I pass. Some look at me with a visceral, instinctive fear, as if they can smell the predator hidden behind my mundane mask. I pray they never learn the truth. If they knew the sheer, unadulterated power I've clawed out of the void, the city would burn again. Not from invasion, but from their own desperate, short-sighted panic. Across town, the survivors are busy picking up the pieces. Akoja is one of them. She is a girl built of sharp edges and stubborn grit, and the invasion didn't break her. It forged her. She lost everything, but instead of folding, she turned her grief into a furnace. She is obsessed with the study group, convinced that I am just a fellow commoner working hard to scrape by. If only she knew how skewed that perspective really was. The irony of it is almost funny. She envies the elites, yet she is currently training under a man who has lived more years in a single month than most people do in a lifetime. She is out shopping with Capriva and Kale, 3 broken souls finding solidarity in the debris. Kale, that lucky oblivious Morlock, is currently nursing a fresh pile of research notes that appeared, fully formed and perfectly tailored to his specific genius, in his locked and warded room. He doesn't know who left them. He doesn't know why the handwriting matches his own, or why the secrets contained within are decades ahead of his current knowledge. He is terrified, excited, and utterly bewildered. I keep my distance, pulling the strings from the shadows, ensuring the next generation is ready for the war that is inevitably coming. Meanwhile, Eliir Inid, the Crown's special investigator, is walking through the graveyard of my work. He is a man who deals in facts, precedents, and power structures, and he is currently having a breakdown because the math simply doesn't add up. He has reports, recordings, and enough debris to fill a warehouse, but every lead points toward a void. He is looking for a signature, a philosophy, or a guild mark, and he finds nothing but cold, brutal, and terrifying efficiency. He stands over the mangled remains of one of my combat golems, listening to researchers stammer about the lack of protective wards or secret codes. He doesn't understand that I didn't hide the design because I didn't care about secrecy. I cared about the objective. I cared about the result. He is hunting for a shadow, but he doesn't realize that the shadow has already walked past him. I am already elsewhere, moving on to the next problem, the next contingency, the next day. The city thinks it's safe. The investigators think they have time. They have no idea how wrong they are, and I intend to keep it that way. The animation core of the golem I left in the dust was a masterpiece of ruthless efficiency. It wasn't built for longevity or aesthetic grace. It was built to kill, and it did that job with terrifying brilliance. Now, it sits in a lab as a shattered, unsolvable puzzle. The investigators are frustrated. They're missing 10% of the design, and they're terrified that even a 1% error will cause the whole thing to implode. They view it as an artifact to be studied. I view it as a disposable tool, like a matchstick. If you burn it, you don't mourn it. You just light another. Eliir Inid, the Crown's lead investigator, is a man who loves order. He is currently drowning in a sea of his own incompetence. He has reports of angelic interventions, dragon mages in the skies, and cities saved by ghosts, but he has no signature. He has no names. He is only a void where a story should be. He tries to confiscate the mysterious, bespoke magical gifts that keep appearing in locked rooms, hoping they hold the secrets to my identity. He doesn't realize that the magic inside isn't just advanced, it's tailored. It's a custom-fitted key for a lock that doesn't exist yet. He's going to hold on to that evidence for years, never realizing he's clutching his own irrelevance. While Eliir chases shadows, my brother Diamond is busy playing the part of the sophisticated bridge builder. He's navigating the geopolitical goldmine of a permanent interdimensional gate, juggling the egos of two nations while keeping a watchful eye on me. He knows what I am. He knows I am a stranger wearing his brother's skin, a man who replaced his own flesh and blood to prevent an apocalypse. Most people would scream. Most would burn the world down to exorcise the imposter. Diamond? He just smiles, keeps the secret, and watches the chessboard. It's almost touching in a deeply unsettling way. And now, the final act of this absurdity, the Kaczynski family reunion. The train station is a pressure cooker of unspoken tension. Our parents are here, expecting a simple visit, unaware that their children have been forged in the fires of a war they don't even acknowledge. I stand there, a bored, disinterested ghost in my own history, watching my mother's performance of righteous indignation. She treats me like a child, failing to notice that the son she remembers died months ago. She barks at Kiriel, unaware that the little girl she's trying to suppress has seen death in ways that would turn a full-grown mage gray. Diamond tries to play diplomat, dancing around the truth, attempting to sell our parents on a future of interdimensional profit and familial harmony. He's doing a good job of it, too. He's almost successfully defused the bomb of our family dynamic. Almost. Then, the universe decides to have a laugh at my expense. A familiar, beaming face pushes through the crowd. Ben, a boy who thinks he's my friend, entirely oblivious to the fact that I am not the person he's known. He's loud, he's happy, and he's utterly incapable of reading a room. He strolls up, slaps me on the shoulder, and announces to the entire station that I'm a local celebrity among giant, telepathic spiders. The silence that follows is exquisite. My mother freezes. My father stops breathing. The air in the station turns thin and sharp. Diamond lets out a long, slow sigh that sounds like a man watching his life's work evaporate in real time. I just stare at Ben, impressed by his sheer, unadulterated talent for timing. The secret isn't just out. It's been broadcasted with a megaphone. The disaster hasn't just been averted. It's just arrived. The city is rebuilding, one brick, one prayer, and one begrudging concession at a time. It is a strange, delicate dance of recovery. I walk the streets, a ghost in the machine of society, watching the scars of the invasion begin to fade beneath the veneer of fresh paint and bustling crowds. They don't know my name. They don't know that I am the one who stood in the path of their extinction 1,000 times over. I keep it that way. It is safer to be a nobody than a god in a world that fears anything it cannot put in a cage. But anonymity has its price. I am currently acting as the reluctant chaperone for a telepathic spider who thinks a public stroll through a human city is a perfectly reasonable Sunday activity. Spear of Resolve, as she calls herself, moves through the crowds with an unnerving, fluid grace. Most people treat her like a walking plague, parting in a wave of instinctive, primal terror. I don't blame them. Spiders are not supposed to be intelligent, let alone conversational, and they certainly aren't supposed to be walking down Main Street. It is a publicity stunt, of course. She knows it. I know it. And Tinami, the Aope heir trailing behind us with the practiced annoyance of a diplomat forced to babysit a monster, knows it too. They're negotiating for a place in this world, trying to move from the shadows of the dungeon into the light of the law. Legal recognition is a pipe dream, but survival? That they might manage. The Arania are brutal, efficient, and utterly devoid of human sentimentality, but they are useful. And in this city, usefulness is the only currency that matters. As we walk, I spot Taven in the distance. She is moving with a group of combat mages, her expression sharp, focused, and, for the first time in a long time, genuinely happy. The invasion created a vacuum of power, and she is filling it. She is a soldier in a world that suddenly realizes it needs them. I wave. She waves back, and we don't stop. We are moving in different directions now, the war behind us and the uncertain future ahead. I have other problems to bury. The Hydra princess is currently lounging in the forest, acting as the accidental monarch of a flock of iron-beak birds that have decided she is their god. It is a logistical nightmare that I am ignoring with great enthusiasm. Then there is the golem, Merva, sitting in a dark corner of an insecure warehouse, non-functional and currently worth less than a pile of scrap metal because I am flat broke. Who knew saving the world would leave me with the budget of a starving student? I am wandering near the outskirts when night finally swallows the city. The air is cool, heavy with the scent of ozone and cooling stone. A local drunk stumbles past, weaving through the dark with the kind of profound, incoherent honesty that only the bottom of a bottle can provide. I tell myself this is normal. I tell myself that I wanted a quiet life, free of loops, free of dying, free of gods. I wanted to be a person again. But as I stare up at the moon, I realize the silence is the loudest thing I have ever heard. I am the architect of a peace I don't know how to live in. Miles beneath the earth, in the crushing, lightless pressure of the deep tunnels, something is moving. She has no name. She is just a mother, a vessel for a power she barely understands. She is carrying eggs that shouldn't exist, filled with a hunger that shouldn't be possible. Her instincts are screaming at her to turn back, to flee to the safety of the upper crust, to run from the abyss that is pulling her down. But the voice is stronger. The purpose is absolute. She is not just a monster anymore. She is a carrier of an ancient, starving design. She presses on, ignoring the tremors of the deep earth, ignoring the shadows that move in the periphery of her vision. She is going down into the dark, and something down there is waiting to welcome her home.